Chapter 933. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after becoming famous. You should call us seniors. A middle-aged Taoist nun in a white Taoist robe angrily rebuked. Her right hand moved, and she had already pulled out her sword. She sneered and said, "If you know the difference between life and death, obediently admit your mistake and apologize to us. Then, the seniors may consider sparing your life." Lin Yuan acted as if he didn't hear the nun and looked at the shopkeeper. "This is cold between the eyebrows." Li Ran, the master of the Qingyin temple and an abandoned disciple of the Yuxian sect. However, we have never heard of the Yuxian sect. The Qingyin temple is a good Taoist temple, but it has been run like a brothel by Master Li. It is very famous in the southern cultivation world. Only the gentle village of the demon venerable can surpass its reputation. The shopkeeper understood and immediately introduced the middle-aged Taoist nun who scolded Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was speechless. What the f***ck is this? One is a big brother of the underworld, one is a shameless vain person, and the other is a brothel madam. Are you kidding me? These people can cultivate to the Kongming realm. How lucky must they be to be able to cultivate to the Kongming realm? Following Lin Yuan's gradually desperate gaze, the shopkeeper also turned his gaze to the fourth powerhouse of the Kongming realm, and said with a straight face, "The one you are looking at now is called Su Huchan. He was once a disciple of the Lioli Jade Cicada Temple of Buddhism, and his cultivation and martial arts are all orthodox Buddhism. However, this person's murderous intent is too heavy. Whether it is eliminating monsters or evil cultivators, he has never left anyone alive. Over time, the sin of killing was too heavy, and the Buddhism cultivation method could not be improved half an inch, so he had to return to the secular world and go down the mountain." Su Huchan was indeed different from the others. Seeing Lin Yuan's gaze turn to him, he just put his palms together. The expression on his face did not change, but an endless murderous aura gushed out. The murderous aura almost condensed into a substance, forming the image of hell. "All right." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "A great master who entered the Tao through martial arts, a sinful Buddha who is full of murderous aura. Let's not talk about the strength of the other two for now. It should be enough to warm up." Warm up. This time, the shopkeeper was stunned. f***ck. As a void netherworld realm cultivator, who cares if you can win against 4 void netherworld realm cultivators? In any case, the Crimson Dust Society is tied to you. It doesn't matter if you play along with them and embarrass them. In any case, they won't let the Crimson Dust Society off. But even if you want to act tough, you shouldn't act like this. 1 against 4. How the f***ck can this be called a warm-up? Should it be enough? Whing. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to recover from his shock, the blade at Lin Yuan's waist was unsheathed. In an instant, the sound of the blade resounded throughout the city, as if a hidden dragon that had been dormant for a long time had come out of the abyss, roaring wantonly to feel the aura of freedom. This blade was worth 120,000 incense power, which was almost the total amount of incense power generated by Lin Yuan's followers in the past 3 days. Name, Yuanlong, Grade. Special characteristics, Enslaved Dragon, No Urge. Special characteristics, holding this blade to kill a dragon descendant has a 10% chance of imprisoning the dragon soul. After the imprisonment is successful, the dragon pattern will be drawn on the blade, and the wielder will be able to release the dragon's soul according to his wishes, allowing it to fight with the enemy with the same power it had when it was alive. However, the dragon's soul is fragile. Once it encounters a spiritual treasure or magical power that targets the soul, there is a high possibility that it will be destroyed. Special characteristics, the material of this blade is special, and the system can't detect it. According to the collection of refining materials in the universe, there are very few that can compare to this blade. Among the spiritual treasures below the primordial spiritual treasure, it can be said to be indestructible and indestructible. P.S. If you can't break the opponent's weapon with one slash, then slash it 100 times. The winner will definitely be you. This blade didn't have the characteristic of cold poison that Guan Shanshua had, which was a headache for the opponent. However, the characteristic of inexorability was extremely powerful. On the contrary, the seemingly awesome characteristic of imprisoning the dragon was just a so-so in Lin Yuan's eyes. After all, demons and monsters were not presentable. Even if they had the power they had when they were alive, as long as they encountered a spiritual treasure or magical power that could restrain demons and monsters, they would be useless. No matter what kind of dragon's soul Lin Yuan imprisoned, it couldn't use its divine power. Even if he killed the ancestral dragon with one slash and successfully imprisoned his dragon soul, the strength that the ancestral dragon's soul could exert would only be at the level of a true god. I'm going to use my blade. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. His right hand gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, and his gaze suddenly changed. The warm smile disappeared from his face, and he looked like a lone wolf challenging the position of the leader of a pack of wolves, dangerous and crazy. I'll take you on. Zhao Fuhai sneered. His body moved, and his entire body smashed towards Lin Yuan like a cannonball. The high-speed movement even created a terrifying explosion, causing a group of Heaven Star Realm cultivators nearby to fall off their horses. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Yuan. The abyss dragon was slowly pushed out of its sheath by Lin Yuan. A snow-white cold light flashed. Zhao Fuhai, who had been so powerful and unstoppable just a second ago, was sent flying backwards at a speed that was 3 times faster than when he came out. Old man, since you've retired, it means that you know in your heart that you're old and can't compete with young people anymore. I've never thought that a martial artist could enter the Tao through martial arts, but once you lose your heart, you'll be crippled. This is true for cultivators, and even more so for martial artists. The abyss dragon slowly fell to the side, and red blood flowed down the blade. Lin Yuan shook off the blood beads and sneered, a cripple shouldn't be thinking about things that you shouldn't be thinking about. Zhao Fuhai smashed down a house, and dust filled the air, blocking everyone's sight. However, it could not block everyone's perception. The spectators could clearly feel that Zhao Fuhai's qi was dropping at a terrifying speed. According to this trend, by the time the dust settled, this martial arts master whose name had shaken the southern green forest would be crippled, if not dead. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even though there was a difference in strength between Void Netherworld realm experts, the gap between them shouldn't be so terrifying, right? 1 slash. Just 1 slash. Zhao Fuhai, who had been famous for many years, actually ended up like this, and old man Zhao didn't even draw his blade. Ha 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 ha, this is great. It was actually Zhao Fuhai's voice that rang out right after. A huge force smashed down, and the surrounding dust was pushed back into the ruins. Zhao Fuhai's figure gradually appeared, standing with his blade in his hand. A ferocious saber mark spread on his chest. If one looked closely, they could even see the squirming organs under the skin. If it was an ordinary Heaven Gang realm cultivator, they would have to find someone to treat them immediately. Otherwise, their life would be in danger. Chapter 934. However, old Master Zhao stood up from the ruins with such injuries. He didn't even use his aura energy to suppress the blade marks. Instead, he took out the golden blade that made him famous. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard all around. This old Master Zhao was probably going to fight with his life on the line. So what if he defeated the Empress in this battle with such injuries? Little girl, you're right. Heart is really important. It's the same for cultivators, and even more so for warriors. Zhao Fuhai stood up shakily. He carried the 9-foot blade that looked like it was made of gold on his shoulder. He stared at Lin Yuan and grinned. If a kid like you can pass this test, you'll definitely become something in the future. Since that's the case, even if I die, I can't let you live in this world. I remember now. A Heaven's Gang realm cultivator who was watching suddenly slapped his forehead and said in a deep voice, Lejin Village's village master Zhao Ku is old Master Zhao's only son. In the turmoil that swept through the southern forest, Lejin village was wiped out by the Empress. Even the babies in swaddling clothes were not spared. The Zhao family has always been a single descendant. Old Master Zhao was cut off by the Empress. Lin Yuan was speechless. Well, it was no wonder that the old master wanted to fight with his life on the line. Although it was true that cultivators did not value family ties, they were still the descendants of their own bloodline. They would more or less take care of them. Although those large and flourishing aristocratic families would take revenge for the deaths of their young masters and young ladies, they would still choose to stop if they could not do it. But this Xiao Fuhai was no different from being wiped out by him. Damn, were these so-called heroes of the forest all this kind of trash? As long as the benefits were in place or they were in a killing frenzy, they didn't care about anything else. The relationship between Lejin villages Xiao Ku and Xiao Fuhai was most likely not a secret. For a force that could be wiped out so easily, it was very difficult for it to survive in a place like the forest where the strong preyed on the weak. Not to mention that Lejin village still had some reputation. It was most likely because old Master Zhao left behind a shadow in the forest after he washed his hands of gold. They dared to kill this guy. Was there something wrong with their heads? Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Fuhai held the hilt of the golden blade with both hands, closed his eyes, and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, he let out a low roar, and the blade slammed down. In a trance, the blade aura was intertwined, crushing toward Lin Yuan like a landslide. The terrifying power fell, and even the bystanders who were not involved in the fight couldn't help but shrink their necks. Everyone in the southern forest knew that the Golden Blade Dragon King, Xiao Fuhai, had two ultimate skills. One was the Tyrant Blade, and the other was the Blood Dragon. The biggest similarity between the two was that they were incomparably domineering. Once the golden blade slashed down, the majestic momentum would smash down. There was no such thing as dodging or not dodging. You could either take the blade head-on or die. There was no third choice. Therefore, Xiao Fuhai was never willing to use his blade when sparring with others. Because once the blade landed, even he couldn't take it back. Zhao Fuhai's blood dragon was also a martial arts grandmaster's use of the power of qi and blood. It combined the rich and boundless qi and blood together, as if it could really materialize a blood dragon. It could attack and defend. If one's cultivation wasn't at a certain level, they would be crushed into a pile of meat paste if they faced the blood dragon head-on. But that blood dragon, before it could show off, it was chopped into pieces by the Empress. Of course, if it wasn't for the blood dragon's protection, Xiao Fuhai would have been split into two. If old Master Zhao didn't underestimate the enemy and used the golden blade first, it would have been fine. Someone sighed. Lin Yuan only narrowed his eyes slightly in the face of the great force blade that was smashing down. He stood there motionlessly, as if he was scared silly by the blade force. If an ordinary cultivator was here, they would most likely think so. But Xiao Fuhai shook his head and smiled bitterly. The blade wound on his chest expanded again, and a large amount of blood and organs fell to the ground. His vitality had been completely cut off at this moment. Even a Void Realm expert wouldn't have a chance of surviving such an injury that almost emptied him out. However, other than Zhao Fuhai, only the other three Void Realm experts knew that he was smiling bitterly, not because he couldn't see Guan Zhaoshan being killed in one strike, but because even if he put his life on the line, he most likely wouldn't succeed. Because the moment Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, they could acutely sense a blade force that wasn't any weaker than Zhao Fuhai's rising from Guan Zhaoshan's body. Although he hadn't made a move yet, the two blade forces still appeared to be like a deep abyss and a high mountain. Gulp. Lu Jingsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said vaguely, "How old is this little girl?" "Her blade Dao has already reached a level where she can stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Zhao." "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." "Not shoulder to shoulder, it's crushing." Su Huchan shook his head and refuted Lu Jingsheng's words. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Fuhai's strike is indeed terrifying. Even I wouldn't dare to say that I can take it. But don't forget that Zhao Fuhai left the martial world to comprehend this blade Dao back then. He cultivated his blade Dao at home, and that's why he has this blade Dao today. But that Empress wasn't prepared at all. She put all her effort into this blade Dao and it's on par with her. How can there be such a huge gap between them? Even at this time, she won't let us escape unscathed. What's the point of deceiving ourselves?" Lu Jingsheng and Li Ran didn't say anything, but they looked a little unhappy. Even for cultivators who were extremely fast, it was impossible for them to learn more about someone just because of some rumors. The last time Guan Zhaoshan appeared, she was only at the peak of the airborne realm. Even if she was really a genius, it was already the limit for her to reach the late heaven's strength realm. Therefore, when they learned that someone from the top wanted to kill Guan Zhaoshan, except for Su Huchan, who was really close, the other three deliberately rushed over to kill Guan Zhaoshan before anyone else. First of all, if this matter was done well, it would be a great show in the eyes of the cultivators in the south in the future. Second of all, the Empress arsenal left behind by Guan Zhaoshan was rich enough to move any first-rate force. It was just that they couldn't take it for the sake of their reputation. But for these rogue cultivators who didn't have a sect background, there was no pressure to do such a thing. As long as they could get their hands on the Empress arsenal, it would still be a great merit. Moreover, after getting their hands on the Empress arsenal, their hands would be stained with oil. When the time came, they could pick a few unreserved cultivation methods and martial arts techniques from the Empress arsenal to take away, which would be treasures that could be passed down through generations. But who would have thought that Guan Zhaoshan's current cultivation had become so tyrannical? Chapter 935. However, things had already developed to this point, and there was no point in complaining. Zhao Fuhai's cultivation level was not considered weak among the four, especially when he used the blade that he had been accumulating for many years. Even they had to temporarily avoid it. Therefore, the problem now was not how to kill Guan Zhaoshan and obtain the secrets of the Empress arsenal, but how the three of them could survive from the terrifying Guan Zhaoshan. Not to mention anything else, they had to at least hold on until the Kongming realm powerhouses from other places arrived. By then, they might be able to fight Guan Zhaoshan if they worked together. Who's next? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt of the blade in his hand and looked away from the miserable corpse with a sneer. It was as if the one who had just died to him was not a master who had been famous in the southern cultivation world for a long time, but a real chicken and pottery dog. This is a tough one. Fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist Su, how about we fight together? As the shame of the Kongming realm, Lu Jingsheng did not have any psychological burden and directly said in public. Anyway, his reputation in the south was bad enough. Even mortal evolution and airborne realm cultivators sneered when they heard about this Kongming realm senior, instead of being respectful as they should have been. Under such circumstances, Lu Jingsheng naturally would not do something like risking his life for reputation. On the other hand, Li Ran and Su Huchan looked hesitant at this moment, as if they were silently discussing something. No matter how amazing this Empress was, perhaps it would take another 5 or 10 years for her to have the momentum to dominate the southern cultivation world. However, who would have thought that in just a few months, Guan Zhaoshan's cultivation level had risen from the peak of the airborne realm to the Kongming realm? This could no longer be described as a heavenly genius or a monstrous genius. This was simply a miracle. If they had known that Guan Zhaoshan was such a terrifying existence, even if they were despised by the southern cultivation world, they would have obediently stayed in their own places. They would never have come to Zhulu City to look for trouble with Guan Zhaoshan. However, although that was the case, it was true that the situation was more powerful than the person. Guan Zhaoshan had reappeared in the south. Although she had yet to make a move, everyone realized that this person was a great enemy. Thus, countless experts moved at once, wanting to suppress Guan Zhaoshan before she could show her edge. Dividing up the female emperor's arsenal was a must, but everyone knew that the method should not be passed on. Since Guan Zhaoshan could casually take out the female emperor's arsenal to drive the southern individual cultivators, according to the usual thinking, Guan Zhaoshan must have something more precious in his hands. Otherwise, those who wanted to invade the southern Shenwu dynasty and establish themselves as kings would not have so much power to make the entire southern cultivation circle take action. Therefore, the thoughts of the southern cultivation world were as clear as day. Guan Zhaoshan could naturally guess what they were thinking. No matter what the outcome of the battle was, there would be no end to it. As long as they fought, it would only end when one side completely killed the other. Now, even if the three of them wanted to retreat, they had to see if Guan Zhaoshan was willing or not. The female emperor's invincible power has really opened my eyes. Li Ran rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "But even if the Empress is peerless, she can't defeat the entire southern cultivation world by herself, can she? In my opinion, why don't we just let this go? When the three of us leave, we will definitely help the female emperor become famous. What do you think? Now you don't want to use seniority to pressure me." Lin Yuan laughed and did not answer the question. However, the Yuanlong did not return to its sheath, which already showed his attitude. "You must be joking, female emperor. In the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. Seniority is a common custom of mortals. How can it restrict us true cultivators? Previously, I was ignorant and made a fool of myself." Li Ran's smile did not change, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth rose slightly, and the abyss dragon slashed down, completely shattering the blade light that Zhao Fuhai had desperately slashed out. Only then did he say, "I naturally won't bother with you. If it were you, would you bother with a dead person? Guan Zhaoshan, do you really think we are afraid of you?" Li Ran's expression suddenly changed. He unsheathed the 3-foot-long sword at his waist and said coldly, "You may have defeated Zhao Fuhai, and your cultivation is considered top-notch in the southern cultivation world. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you still think you can win against the 3 of us?" Ha 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 ha. Under the endless killing intent, Lin Yuan laughed wantonly. After a while, Lin Yuan pointed his blade at Li Ran and said with a smile, "When we first met, you tried to pressure me with your status as a senior. You wanted to defeat me without a fight, but you were slapped in the face. Now you know you are no match for me. You said that the common customs of mortals cannot restrict true cultivators. All these fancy words, you just want the 3 of us to come at you together, right? Why bother? In the end, you are just a brothel keeper. They do business with mortals, you do business with cultivators. You want to be a whore and still want a monument to your chastity. Do you think everyone in the world is blind? You!" Li Ran shouted angrily. His aura surged as if he was about to attack Lin Yuan. "Wake up!" Su Huchan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly took a step forward in the void. With a shout, the Buddhist chanting instantly suppressed the dense blood aura around him. Under the auspicious golden Buddhist light, Li Ran's expression gradually calmed down. Buddhism was best at bewitching the mind, no different from the devil's sect. But in any case, while Buddhism had selfish motives, there were also those who sincerely followed Buddhism and did good in the world. Lin Yuan had used words to provoke Li Ran's anger, but he was countered by a Buddhist disciple like Su Huchan. Otherwise, if Li Ran had attacked, Lin Yuan could have killed one of them and the remaining 2 were no longer a concern. Although Lin Yuan had a special constitution and his strength was far above that of cultivators of the same level, without using the power of Joss flames and the techniques of his body, Lin Yuan knew that he was no match for the 3 Void Realm cultivators working together. Perhaps he could kill 1 or 2 of them, but the victor would not be him. He was here today to show off his might, not to fight with his life on the line. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, Li Ran regained her calm. When she looked at Lin Yuan again, she was already drenched in cold sweat. She had undoubtedly just walked through the gates of hell. Benefactor Guan's cultivation is sky-high. I know I am no match for Benefactor Guan, but if the 3 of us work together to fight you, the result is self-evident. Su Huchan looked straight at Guan Zhaoshan and murmured, "Today, Xiao Fuhai died because of his own hatred. This is karma. We are outsiders and have no right to tell you what to do. But at this time, the rest is between Benefactor Guan and the 3 of us. I do not wish to fight, so I ask Benefactor Guan to lay down a path. What will it take for you to let us go?" Chapter 936. Ha, you said it yourself. You're not involved in this matter. Zhao Fuhai can find me because we have a grudge against each other. But if the 3 of you don't have a reason to find trouble with me, then you're wrong. In my eyes, there are many ways to admit one's wrongs, but it's nothing more than an apology. Lin Yuan tilted his head and the smile on his face disappeared. He paused and said coldly, "Kneel down and admit your wrongs, then I'll let this matter go." "If I kneel down and admit my wrongs, will you really let me go?" Without waiting for Su Huchan to speak, Lu Jingsheng's voice had already sounded. Although the onlookers' mouths twitched, no one was surprised. Lu Jingsheng did not have a good reputation in the cultivation world of the South. No matter what happened, he would always take part in it. However, he would always just cheer from the side. If you asked him to fight for a future with his life on the line, he would never do it. In short, this person would only take advantage of others. When it was time to fight for his life, he would definitely be the first to betray his teammates. However, being able to reach the Void Realm, Lu Jingsheng was not without any redeeming qualities. For example, his foresight was quite shrewd. After all, when the Lei clan rebelled, it was almost a disaster. Back then, the Jiao clan could be considered to have produced many talents. In terms of cultivation, the Jiao clan's Sword King alone could stop Lei Chuxing's army. One sword could destroy 100,000 soldiers. In terms of military strategy, no one would forget that the Wangjian dynasty had a military god who was as famous as Lei Chuxing. Moreover, the Wangjian dynasty had been passed down for many years. How could the little Lei clan compare? However, in the southern cultivation world, only Lu Jingsheng's family from the Twin Blade sect came out and cheered for Lei Chuxing's actions. Although in the end, they did not do anything and missed the opportunity to help him become a dragon, becoming the source of ridicule for him. However, every time this matter was brought up, ordinary people would treat it as a joke. However, the wise ones would be terrified. No one dared to underestimate Lu Jingsheng. Everyone knew that Lu Jingsheng had missed the opportunity to help the Twin Blade sect rise to power. Not only did the Twin Blade sect's position in the south not rise, it was even dragged down by Lu Jingsheng. Their reputation was getting worse day by day. Now, even when they recruited disciples, they had to rely on swindling. Those who were accepted into the sect were almost all leftovers from other sections. However, only a few people knew that since the divine martial emperor came to power, he had spared no effort in attacking the sections. Lei Chuxing couldn't touch the super, first class, or second class sects in the south. Or it could be said that the price was too high, so he couldn't touch them for the time being. However, the second-rate sects and below had long since been massacred by Lei Chuxing. They had been replaced again and again. Only the Twin Blade sect, which Lu Jingsheng presided over, had been obediently staying in the south, maintaining a half-dead appearance. Most of the fellow Taoists who had mocked him for his lack of courage back then were already dead. No one would think that Lu Jingsheng was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Similarly, no one would deny that Lu Jingsheng was a wise man. He had long predicted that the corrupt Wanjian dynasty would be replaced by Lei Chuxing. He had also predicted that Lei Chuxing would massacre the sects in the future to consolidate his imperial power. This void netherworld realm expert, who had been ridiculed for most of his life, had misjudged Guan Zhaoshan's strength in one thing. However, after Guan Zhaoshan had made his decision, he was the first person to let go of his so-called face and burdens. Although he had never had those things before, it was fine. Although the heroes of the world are not gathered in Zhulu City, the people here today, regardless of their previous intentions, are all famous figures in the cultivation world in the south. I, Guan Zhaoshan, will have a foothold in the south. Since I have said it in front of everyone, I won't be two-faced. Lin Yuan's face was serious as he repeated, "Kneel down and admit your mistake, then I'll let it go." Lu Jingsheng, I'm ashamed to be in the same group as you. Li Ran's eyes flashed as she transmitted her voice secretly. Lu Jingsheng's expression didn't change as he replied, I'm the one who's ashamed to be in the same group as a brainless person like you. If you still can't see what the Empress wants, then you deserve to die here. Li Ran. Li Ran's face was filled with confusion. Putting herself in Guan Zhaoshan's shoes, she had been targeted by the southern cultivation forces with ulterior motives not long after she had appeared. At this time, she had to make a name for herself so that no one would come looking for her. Although it wasn't troublesome, Guan Zhaoshan wasn't so free as to take out so much time every day to deal with these small fries. Killing Zhao Fuhai with one strike might have been Guan Zhaoshan's full-strength attack. No one could be sure if Guan Zhaoshan could kill another Void Realm expert. However, the three of them weren't willing to bet on whether Guan Zhaoshan had this ability. It was better to follow Guan Zhaoshan's wishes and kneel down to admit their mistakes to help her make a name for herself. First of all, today's situation wasn't easy to resolve. If they really fought, the three of them would definitely be injured or killed. None of them would be able to gain anything and it would only benefit the latecomers. If they retreated now, they could still wait for the truly powerful cultivators to appear in Zhulu City to fight with Guan Zhaoshan. At that time, one of the two tigers would definitely be injured or killed. Second of all, after today's matter, the Empress's might would be unstoppable. If she could really survive this disaster, the southern cultivation world would have the title of Empress in the future. In troubled times, with the Red Dust Association and Grand Essence Association as her foundation, she might really be able to establish her own territory and confront the Black Jiao on the northern frontier. Now that they had done her a favor, they would definitely benefit from it in the future. Third of all, although the three of them had suffered a setback and lost face, the latecomers wouldn't give up so easily. When Guan Zhaoshan killed or defeated more and more powerful cultivators, the fact that they had to kneel down to admit their mistakes would gradually fade away. Even if the situation developed to that stage, Guan Zhaoshan, who was the first to face them, would be able to keep her life and would instead help to increase their fame. After telling Li Ran and Su Huchan his thoughts through secret voice sending, Lu Jingsheng sneered and said, "If you two don't want to lose face, then please leave." Under the eye of God, everything could be seen clearly. There was no strange power here to block Lin Yuan's perception. Since Lu Jingsheng had used secret voice sending, he naturally couldn't hide it from Lin Yuan. After all, the secret voice sending in the world of heaven and martial arts was different from the untainted land. The secret voice sending in the untainted land was a kind of magic. Like all living things having spirits, the two sides could directly communicate with each other through their consciousness. Unless it was a powerful cultivator, no one could secretly sneak into the other's consciousness to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, the secret voice sending in the world of heaven and martial arts was just a kind of superficial sound production technique. By opening and closing their lips slightly to speak, and then using their gang qi to expand their voice and transmission channels, they could ensure that only their target could hear their words. Comparing the two, the latter was as superficial as comparing the martial arts of mortals with the magic of immortals. Chapter 937. Everyone had underestimated Lu Jingsheng. If he did not hide his abilities, he would not be inferior to Li Zhong. Being cautious and steady might be criticized by others, but it was definitely the best strategy. Lin Yuan could easily give 2 examples. In his previous life, after the Three Kingdoms War, Sima Yi forcefully killed Chao Wei and took over the world. During the Warring States period in Japan, Tokugawa Ieyasu had killed Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi to take over the world. However, when Lu Jingsheng landed from mid-air and squatted down slightly, Lin Yuan's beautiful face once again raised a smile, losing the initial warm feeling. Those onlookers just glanced at Lin Yuan at this time, and couldn't help but turn their heads away, not daring to look directly at him. That kind of smile inexplicably gave people a cold and murderous feeling, as if under this kind of smile, everyone present was guilty. Lu Jingsheng, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and suddenly exerted force. A black and a white dual saber appeared in his hands. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and charged toward Lin Yuan. Li Ran and Su Huchan's eyes lit up. Based on Lu Jingsheng's usual style, it would not be surprising if he knelt there today. However, he said that he would admit defeat while waving his saber at Lin Yuan. That was the most unexpected thing. Lu Jingsheng's dual sabers were probably made of special materials. Lin Yuan's thick gang qi could not even block them for a moment. 2 snow-white saber radiances had already slashed toward Lin Yuan's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Lu Jingsheng's face flashed with joy. He looked at the Yuanlong in front of the dual sabers that were in the shape of an X, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Too slow. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who was standing in place without moving, was still smiling, but waves of red light surged out from the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan's special constitution, combined with the blood-boiling technique, had caused his base stats to soar to a terrifying level. Even if a peak Void Realm cultivator tried to kill him, he had an 80% chance of blocking them, let alone Lu Jingsheng, who was only at the 3rd tier of the Void Realm. The Abyss Dragon twisted like a hidden dragon turning its body. With a flash of saber light, the black and white short sabers broke. How is this possible? Lu Jingsheng lowered his head in a daze and looked at the arm that had pierced through his chest. Dark red blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His sneak attack had failed, his treasured saber had been broken, and even his heart had been grasped by someone else. But how could this be? How could this woman react so quickly? Just what level had her strength reached? Are these your last words? I'll answer you. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change, but his eyes were filled with a coldness that didn't match his smile. He said, because you're too weak. Whether it's a sneak attack or a forceful attack, the outcome has already been decided. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Yuan clenched Lu Jingsheng's heart tightly. His aura shield shook, and the beating heart suddenly burst. Immediately, the aura shield exploded and completely tore Lu Jingsheng's entire upper body into pieces. It was so clean and neat that it made people tremble with fear. So, it's your turn. The Abyss Dragon in Lin Yuan's hand pointed diagonally to the ground, and the aura energy circulated to evaporate the blood on his body. He said with a smile, the people who gathered here today are all here for me. Some want to kill me to make a name for themselves, and some covet the Empress Arsenal. So, I won't hold back. From now on, run. Whoever I catch up with will die. Damn it, crazy. The onlookers couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Lin Yuan was right. They did come with their own goals. However, after seeing Lin Yuan's strength, some of them might want to wait for Lin Yuan and the 4 Kongming realm experts to be injured before picking up the loot. However, most of them didn't have that luxury anymore. Even so, this woman still didn't want to let them go. Rogue cultivators from the south, listen up. The head of an airborne realm expert starts at 100 points, and 100 points will be added for every level higher. The head of a heaven strength realm expert starts at 1,500 points, and 300 points will be added for every level higher. Lin Yuan grinned and dragged the abyss dragon toward Li Ran and Su Huchan. At the same time, he waved his hand gently and added, "As for those of you who are being hunted, take the heads of 3 of your companions. Regardless of your level, as long as you can bring them back to the Red Dust Tavern alive, I'll let bygones be bygones." Crazy. Su Huchan's expression changed, and he subconsciously scolded angrily. Although he was a butcher known as Blood Buddha, and had always stopped killing by killing in the south, he never thought that there would be someone as evil as Lin Yuan, who didn't hide at all and directly put a bounty on the heads of the participants. The most outrageous thing was the last sentence, which almost instantly divided the participants who could have been united. After all, no one could guarantee that their comrades wouldn't suddenly go crazy and take their heads in exchange for their safety. In other words, the allure of the Empress Armory was right there, and no one in the entire southern cultivation world dared to say that they didn't want it. It was just that they didn't have a reason to enter the Red Dust Tavern before. Now that there was an opportunity, how could they not seize it? The ones who were the most excited were the rogue cultivators of the forest who had originally planned to come and help Lin Yuan. The rule of 2 kills and 2 deaths was out in the open. The local cultivators of Zhulu City had experienced the era when Guan Zhaoshan killed those who disobeyed his orders, so they naturally didn't dare to violate the rule. Among the foreign cultivators and warriors, most of them, except for the 2 idiots who were killed by Guan Zhaoshan 3 days ago, were smart people. When they first came to this place, they were all particular about doing as the Romans did. They already knew all the rules, taboos, and people they needed to visit. Therefore, if they wanted to earn points, most of them still had to kill those monsters and the remnants of the demonic sect. However, those 2 were difficult to deal with, and there were too many wolves for the meat, so there was simply not enough meat to go around. This time, the Empress was so generous that each head of an airborne realm level 1 was worth at least 100 points. Wouldn't that make them go crazy? After all, they were there to deal with those people in the first place. After receiving the reward, they had adjusted their state from trying their best to fighting with their lives on the line. That day would be known as the Empress Show of Might by later generations of cultivators. For Void Realm cultivators, thousands of Celestial Strength Realm cultivators, and tens of thousands of Airborne Realm cultivators were all hunted down by the southern forest for over a month. When the statistics were tallied, they were shocked to find that none of those people had made it out of Zhulu City alive. It was only then that the title, Empress, changed from a derisive and disdainful nickname to a respectful title from the southern cultivators. Chapter 938. Perhaps only now did some people remember that Guan Zhaoshan's previous nickname was Grim Demon. As the old saying went, parents might give you the wrong name, but the pugilistic world would never give you the wrong nickname. In the past, Guan Zhaoshan single-handedly killed her way through Zhulu City, killing the Lulan itinerant cultivators who came together. She even attracted the power of the Ether Society and gradually became known as Grim Demon. With the unwillingness of the southern regime and Guan Zhaoshan's attitude of unifying the southern Lulan, the title of Empress was born. Who would have thought that this young girl, who was previously unknown and forced into a corner by the southern regime and the Flying Star sect, would suddenly show the bearing of a peerless hero not long after she stayed in the Red Dust Inn and was called Emperor by others? Under the Empress's command, the southern itinerant cultivators rose up. Just this matter alone made the entire southern cultivation world tremble in fear. Why did the southern itinerant cultivators not hesitate to fall out with the major sects and aristocratic families to work for the Empress? Because of the benefits. In the past, these southern itinerant cultivators could not be compared to the disciples of the major sects and aristocratic families. However, most of them did not have status or fated opportunities. If these itinerant cultivators could rise from the bottom of the pugilistic world and become famous in the southern cultivation world, they would be more outstanding than most of the disciples of the major sects and aristocratic families if they had enough resources and techniques. And Guan Zhaoshan's appearance gave them enough of this benefit. Want resources? Want techniques? Use heads to exchange for them. Those who broke the Empress's rules could be killed. Those who were enemies of the Empress could be killed. Carrying these heads to Zhulu City to exchange for points, then using the points to exchange for the resources and techniques one needed, it was simple to say. Most of the guilds operated in a similar way, obtaining the corresponding rewards through various missions. It was unknown how many cultivators and warriors were supported. However, the Empress's generosity was too great. The number of martial arts techniques and techniques stored in the Empress's arsenal was as many as the stars in the sky. As long as one opened the threshold of cultivation, they could choose suitable techniques from the shedding to the Kongming realm. If one exchanged for a complete set, the members of the Red Dust Society would give some tips on cultivation, such as when and where to cultivate the technique, how to pair it with spiritual items, and so on. This strike was not inferior to Black Zhao's plan to reform the northern frontier. This was because this strike also struck the foundation of the aristocratic families and sects. After losing the advantage of cultivation techniques and resources, it might not be obvious in a year or two, but in 5 or 10 years, the cultivators of the South might not be the same as they were today. However, what frightened the sects and aristocratic families the most was that the Empress seemed to be spreading benefits from the beginning. She used countless techniques, martial arts, and spiritual items to exchange for useless heads, but unknowingly became the biggest beneficiary. Now, no one doubted that as long as the Empress gave the order, all the southern individual cultivators would tear apart and devour all the enemies in front of her like hungry wolves. Moreover, mastering the techniques of the southern individual cultivators was equivalent to mastering their weaknesses. Once they became enemies, the Empress could see the flaws and weaknesses of the southern individual cultivators at a glance and take corresponding measures. Furthermore, through a series of techniques, she could firmly control the individual cultivators who had the potential to enter the Kongming realm and above. After all, many techniques that could be cultivated to the Kongming realm could be seen in the Empress's hands. In other words, the subsequent cultivation methods of those techniques were actually in the Empress's hands. If one wanted to obtain the complete technique, he would have to bet half his life in the Empress's hands first. It was too big of a deal to learn. This was what the southern sects and aristocratic families were most vexed about. The existence of the Empress's arsenal had already broken their control of superior techniques, so they joined forces to kill the Empress. It was not purely to suppress the Empress's momentum of sweeping the south and establishing a new regime. More importantly, who would not be jealous of the Empress's current power? However, although they were jealous, it was impossible for them to learn from the Empress and open the library to recruit the southern individual cultivators. After all, the techniques that the sects and aristocratic families cultivated were passed down in their families. Once it was made public, it would be equivalent to exposing their own weaknesses, and their destruction would be imminent. But what if it was not made public? To put it bluntly, even if the southern sects and aristocratic families joined forces, as long as the guardian of the heavenly gate was not involved, so what if they built an arsenal together? That might not be as good as the Empress's arsenal. If it was made public, how could it not be made public? At the same time, Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the Red Dust Inn, yawned in boredom. This was the 10th day since he returned to the south. The situation was still unclear, so he was still unable to leave. The 4 Kongming realm experts had died at the hands of Guan Zhaoshan. Although it was a deterrent, it was not enough to stop all the challengers from advancing. The real reason why they did not dare to step into Zhulu City was that Lin Yuan had previously threatened to let the southern individual cultivators hunt down and kill the participants. His method of making the participants kill each other was too vicious. It was equivalent to announcing one thing: you can find trouble with me in Zhulu City, but remember one thing. Once you come, both sides can only fight to the death. There was no such thing as stopping when it came to a fight. The South was actually one of the few places in the Shinwu dynasty that had not been seriously affected by the flames of war. After all, it was close to the Qingyang Empire, which was not good at land battles. After the Shinwu dynasty was officially destroyed and the Sky Demon was born, the Baixing Navy did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they took the initiative to shoulder a portion of the defense line, reducing the pressure on the South. Although the Frost Mirror Barbarian had planned to go south, they did not have enough time. They were first stabbed in the back by the northern frontier. Then, they bumped into the most elite army of the Shinwu dynasty, Shinlin Jun. After the Sky Demon was born, they had no choice but to leave the Frost Mirror grassland with their tails between their legs. Until now, they had not recovered. Therefore, the ones who caused chaos in the south were actually only the rebel army at the beginning and the overseas devil sect later on. Even the demonic beasts of the endless sea were badly battered by the former rulers and had no time to care about them. Thus, the various forces in the south were still well preserved. There were many Kongming realm experts who were truly powerful. Even without the intervention of the Heavenly Gate Guardian, they had enough power to deal with Lin Yuan. However, it was one thing to have the power to deal with Lin Yuan, but it was another thing to have the courage to enter Zhulu City. Lin Yuan now had the attitude that he would not rest until he was dead. This made the Southerners, who were used to stopping at a certain point, extremely uncomfortable. They coveted the Empress' arsenal, but they did not dare to fight to the death with the Empress. In fact, many of the great practitioners who had already set off quietly returned to their cave abodes to undergo closed-door cultivation. They acted as if they did not care about worldly affairs, as if they were not tempted at all. Chapter 939. Lord Dragon King, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The travel-worn Taoist Red Dust strode into the Red Dust Tavern, picked up a cup of tea on the counter, and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Yuan slightly shifted his gaze. He didn't say anything, but his gaze carried an invisible pressure. Taoist Red Dust pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "The good news is that the 4 Void Realm experts were defeated here. Now, most of the challengers have already returned home, unwilling to get involved in this matter. Even if those aristocratic families and sects are hopping mad, they can't do anything about it. They can only remove the blockade on you. In other words, unless someone is determined to fight us, they will have to let you in and out of the city. However, they put forward a condition." After pausing for a moment, Taoist Red Dust looked over at the group of loose cultivators who were eating and drinking. He then continued, "They invited a powerful demonic beast from the endless sea. They said that as long as you can defeat that demonic beast, they won't say a word even if you really become the Emperor of the South. However, if you can't win, they will have to make the Empress' arsenal public and let every sect and aristocratic family make a copy of it. F***ck. Give them face." A bad-tempered loose cultivator smashed the wine cup in his hand and roared, "Our Zhulu city doesn't want to be enemies with them. We only want to strangle the demonic beasts and demonic sect that are wreaking havoc in the south. They are the ones who are afraid of the Empress, so they joined forces to form an encirclement around us. Now that they feel that something is difficult to deal with, they don't obediently come and apologize. Instead, they are still thinking about the Empress arsenal. The wine cups in the Wujing official kiln, the kind that comes in a set. If you break one of them, the whole set will be destroyed. The price will be 600 taels of gold, or an 80-year-old spiritual item. Tell me, how do you want to compensate? If you can't afford it, you can pay with points." The innkeeper's voice sounded faintly. The novice cultivator who smashed the wine cup was slightly startled. He looked at the broken porcelain on the ground and then looked at his empty right hand. His face was so ugly that it was as if he had swallowed a fly. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, slowly sat up from his prone position on the counter. Little by little, he straightened his back and said with a smile, "Although the words are dirty, they are indeed reasonable. If they want my things, they will come and find trouble with me." Although such rules are in line with the face of the aristocratic families and sects, the game has never been played in such a way. How about this? Spread the word that it is fine to find demonic beasts to battle with me, but if a clan participates, they will have to obediently sign their names. If I lose, I will give the great Empress arsenal to them. After a pause, the abyss dragon hummed in the scabbard. Lin Yuan's murderous voice sounded again, "Kill their entire family." This, Taoist Hong Qin was slightly taken aback. Then, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Yes. This subordinate will do it right away." Taoist Hong Qin was also a quick-witted person. Although he might not be a schemer, he still had basic logical thinking. Combined with the Dragon King's operations in the northern frontier, he was afraid that the empress who used the banner of Guanzhaoshan was really interested in the rich south. Sects and aristocratic families were existences that must be eliminated and weakened. If the Dragon King did not want the south, he could have just laughed off such an unreasonable request. However, that murderous sentence showed the Dragon King's absolute ambition at this moment. It's rare to have some fun. Today's expenses will be on my head. Lin Yuan waved his hand gently. His handsome face was full of smiles. Then, he stood up and walked upstairs. Taoist Hong Qin stood in place and thought for a moment. Then, he followed him upstairs. When the array on the second floor was activated, blocking the spying and eavesdropping of the rogue cultivators downstairs, he said worriedly, "This subordinate understands Lord Dragon King's intention. However, the two demonic beasts they invited to fight with you this time are not easy to deal with. One of them is called DG. Its true form is a white-headed crow. I'm not sure about its cultivation and ability, but it's one of the 12 demonic pillars under the demon venerable. It's the person in charge of the village of warmth and tenderness, so it can be considered the demon venerable's right-hand man." The meaning behind Taoist Hong Qin's words was very simple. There was no need to talk about the strength of the white-headed crow called DG for now. Just the fact that it was backed by the demon venerable and was in charge of the village of warmth and tenderness was enough to make Lin Yuan wary. "What else?" Lin Yuan asked with a cold face as he walked to his room. With the reputation of the southern cultivation world, it's most likely impossible to invite a great demon like DG. The other one is Mo Ta. His background is also extraordinary. He's an extremely close and important subordinate of the exotic cultivator from overseas. He's been roaming the south for more than 10 years and is at the peak of the desolate demon realm. It's said that he's already touched the threshold of the next realm. I wonder how much they've paid this time to invite such a great demon. Taoist Hong Qin pursed his lips. His face was a little gloomy. "Got it. Tell them that I'll accept the challenge. Let them arrange the time and place. I'll be there on time." Lin Yuan nodded expressionlessly. Then, he stepped into his room and closed the door behind him. It was hard to say why Mo Ta would help the southern cultivation world, but at present, he was sure that his identity was most likely no longer a secret. The demon venerable who had encircled the demon kingdom of the southern wilderness with one palm sent a great demon, DG, to the south with the purpose of giving him a warning. Otherwise, after the village of warmth and tenderness wanted to open a branch in the northern frontier but was rejected by Li Zhong, both sides had been very unhappy. How could it be so coincidental that the one who was looking for trouble was the person in charge of the village of warmth and tenderness? The road ahead of this trip was already uncertain. Now, with the addition of the demon venerable of the southern wilderness, many unforeseen events had occurred. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little troubled at this moment. However, there was still good news. After all, the great demon named Mo Ta was a demonic beast that the exotic cultivator relied on. If the relationship was handled properly, it might save him a lot of trouble. This period of time could not be considered a complete waste. Soon after, the news that the Empress had accepted the challenge quickly spread from Jilu City. Under the pressure brought by Lin Yuan, the entire southern cultivation world's aristocratic families and sects were almost speechless. They were indeed unreasonable in this matter, but they were obviously unwilling to see the Empress's arsenal not get a share of the loot. However, the problem was that if they participated in this game, it would be fine if they won, but the consequences of losing were simply unimaginable. Whether it was the Empress or the Killing Demon, these two titles did not conflict. At this moment, no one doubted that Guan Zhao's words of killing the entire family was just a simple threat. This was because in the past period of time, many people had used facts to prove that he was indeed a man of his words. On the 15th day, Lin Yuan went to the coastal Zhongyue city. Countless busybodies flocked there just to catch a glimpse of the Empress. Chapter 940. On the 15th day, Lin Yuan went to Zhongyue city along the coast. Countless busybodies flocked there just to catch a glimpse of the Empress. Taoist Hong Qin stood beside Lin Yuan and said expressionlessly, "Although I don't know what the Dragon King has prepared, I've asked around and found out that the earthly self is extremely insidious. It has a special talent that can make people's hair turn white overnight. It seems to be able to control time. Dragon King, please be careful." "That's fine," Lin Yuan said in a low voice as he walked. Although the demon tribe in the southern wilderness is one of the three great demon tribes in the world, their methods and cultivation system are different from the Endless Sea and the Hengduan Mountains. Compared to the demonic beasts who cultivate themselves, both humans and demons in the southern wilderness prefer to refine all kinds of goo to fight enemies and heal injuries. Find out what kind of goo this earthly self has and how to deal with it. We'll talk about other things when you're ready. Yes. Taoist Hong Qin cupped his hands and left again. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He took 3 steps back and unsheathed the yuanlong with a clang. The sword qi turned into a stream of light and collided with the black stream of light. The black stream of light made a strange squeaking sound after colliding with the yuanlong. The two collided a few more times and did not succeed. The black stream of light decisively gave up the fight with the yuanlong and returned to the gate of Zhongyue city. The Empress knows a lot about the southern wilderness. Unfortunately, you didn't have the chance to prepare something to restrain my goo. On the city gate tower, a black crow with a white head fluttered its wings and flew up, swallowing the black light into its stomach. Then, its body began to expand abruptly. When it reached the size of an adult, it stopped expanding its ordinary wings and maintained its body shape. It said with a smile, "I heard that Empress fought 4 Kongming realm warriors alone in Deer Chasing City that day. After that battle, she almost destroyed half of Deer Chasing City. Although I don't dare to say that I will win today, I won't lose to Empress easily either. How about we fight outside the city?" "Up to you." The abyss dragon circled around Lin Yuan twice. Under the control of his gang qi, it flew back into the scabbard and made a crisp sound. After that, Lin Yuan's right hand gently touched his waist and threw the 4 heads to DG. He said, "This is our first meeting. I didn't bring anything good for DG's demon pillar. Take these 4 heads and feed them to your treasure." DG's eyes were gloomy and cruel. He didn't catch them and let the 4 heads roll to the ground. The faces that had been cleaned were covered with dust again. However, everyone could still recognize them. They were Li Ran, Lu Jingsheng, Zhao Fuhai, and Su Huchan. Hiss. Someone gasped and murmured, "This Empress is serious." For Nethervoid realm cultivators were nothing to the cultivation world of the south, but they were usually big shots. This Empress didn't hold back and beheaded them one by one. Then, she used lime and other materials to make them into corpses and carried them all the way to Zhongyue city. She gave everyone a show of strength at the beginning of the battle. The one that was the most shocked was DG from the southern wilderness. Because it was the next opponent of the Empress. If it was defeated by the Empress, DG's head would be in danger. DG flapped its wings and instantly, there was a burst of giggling sounds. Countless poisonous insects drilled out from the ground and surrounded Lin Yuan like a tide. It was as if the sun had set and the night had gradually covered the earth. Many female cultivators who came to Zhongyu's city to watch the battle were pale. After all, although most of these poisonous insects were ordinary beasts, they were chosen as raw materials for raising venomous insects. Naturally, they were fierce and violent. Therefore, they didn't look good. Most of them were missing limbs. Even when they were wriggling towards Lin Yuan, some poisonous insects were fighting and eating each other. In terms of intimidation, the 4 human heads paled in comparison to the ground full of poisonous insects. Is that all you've got? Lin Yuan raised his eyelids and the abyss dragon came out of its sheath again. It circled around Lin Yuan and a powerful Gang Qi fell, instantly forming a 3-foot wide ring. Endless Gang Qi and saber radiance gushed out from the crack. Any poisonous insect that came in contact with it was instantly torn apart. Although these poisonous insects were only a small part of the black tide, the saber light and Gang Qi did not weaken in the slightest. They maintained the frequency of their output, constantly strangling the seemingly endless black tide. This southern wilderness venomous insect art is just a so-so. It just looks scary, right? A rogue cultivator from the south who came along smacked his lips and looked at the white-haired crow on the city tower with a mocking expression. Shut up. Taoist Red Dust's face was not optimistic at all. There were not many rogue cultivators from the south who came with Lin Yuan. In order to guard against people with ulterior motives, almost all of them were members of the Red Dust Society who knew each other well. Their cultivation and vision were ordinary, so naturally, they could not see the subtlety of this southern wilderness venomous insect art. But he was different. He could clearly see that the endless black tide was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the auras of the remaining poisonous insects were getting stronger and stronger. The time it took for the saber and Gang Qi to kill them was also getting longer and longer. The originally 3 feet wide ring was constantly shrinking under the pressure of the black tide, as if it could collapse at any time. Taoist Hong Qin knew that if he were in Lin Yuan's position, he would be able to kill the poisonous insects easily at first. However, in less than 5 breaths of time, he would be gnawed by the black tide and turned into a pile of bones. Tisk, Lin Yuan curled his lips and looked at the black tide that was getting stronger and stronger. He murmured, "They're using me to refine venomous insect art." However, this kind of poisonous insect can only be refined by devouring all kinds of poisons. The neutralization of various poisons ensures that there won't be any problems with the internal circulation. However, the circulation is extremely fragile. Even the slightest touch of a poison that is not in the range of mutual promotion and inhibition will cause sudden death on the spot. That's right. DG chuckled and nodded. Soon after, he sneered and said, "I didn't expect that the Empress not only has astonishing strength, but also has such unique insight. However, everything is within my expectations. Before you came to Zhongyu City, you didn't know whether you were going to deal with me or Mo Ta. In addition, I rarely take action. It would be strange if you were prepared." At this point, he paused and mocked, "Could it be that the Empress carries with her some strange poisons that are not recorded in the Southern Wilderness Poison Catalogue?" "Of course." Lin Yuan took over the topic and nodded with a smile. Then, he took out a white jade porcelain bottle from his bosom. Chapter 941. The jade bottle contained Lin Yuan's curse seal poison. Everything is calculated before victory is calculated. Therefore, before Lin Yuan rushed to Zhongyu's city, he had already made plans. For example, the southern cultivation world had arranged for powerhouses to ambush and kill him. On this trip, he did not meet Mo Ta from the Endless Sea, but DG from the southern wasteland. Making plans in advance might not guarantee victory, but when an accident happens, at least he would not be at a loss. DG's thoughts were very clear. Its appearance here had indeed caught Lin Yuan off guard, but after making preparations in advance, he would not be defeated directly. It was just that his preparations were not sufficient and he might not be able to deal with all of DG's methods. Venomous insects had always been feared by others. The viciousness of the venomous insects was even greater than some evil techniques. Once a goo poison was inflicted, other than seeking the pity of the person who inflicted it, there was almost no possibility of curing it. But everything in the world could not escape from mutual promotion and restraint. Even an incurable goo poison had a fatal weakness, and that was fighting poison with poison. To refine a strong goo worm, the goo master needed to select suitable seeds from countless mutated insects, then place them in a jar and pour in all kinds of poisonous water and powder day and night as food for these mutated insects. When the refinement reached a certain stage, the surviving mutated insects would possess a certain amount of poison and poison resistance. At this time, the mutated insects would have become goo worms. At this time, the goo master would gradually reduce the amount of poison thrown in, and these goo worms' food would go from surplus to insufficient. After a long time, they would start to kill each other and gnaw on other mutated insects' corpses to survive. This step was to strengthen the poison and poison resistance in the goo worm's body, and at the same time to cultivate the goo worm's ferocity and fighting spirit. Over time, the number of goo worms would become fewer and fewer, and the battles would become more and more intense. Until the end, the only surviving goo worm would be the treasure that the goo master wanted to refine. Then he would use all kinds of poison, spirit items, and flesh to cultivate it, gradually establishing the relationship between the goo master and the goo worm, allowing the goo worm to truly be of use to him. In the southern wasteland, the thing that determined a person's strength and status was never their cultivation level. If one had a special method to refine goo worms, even if they were just mortals, they could gain the respect of cultivators and demon beasts. This was because goo worms were undefeatable existences. Even powerful cultivators and demonic beasts did not dare to say that they could resist all the strange and terrifying goo worms. Then, what was the special goo refining method? In fact, it was very simple. The refinement of goo worms was essentially no different from the refinement of pills, it was only the difference between living and dead things. As generations of goo masters continued to supplement and perfect the refinement method of goo worms also gradually appeared with all sorts of formulas. For example, which mutated insects should be chosen, what kind of poison should be used, how long should be nurtured, and how should one cultivate feelings and tacit understanding after refinement. Why did he fail to refine the pill? Because the heat was not right. Because the medicine was wrong. Even if one were to refine pills according to the ancient recipe and did all aspects well, there was a possibility that due to the difference in the age of the medicinal herbs, the medicinal properties of the pills would be different. It was the same for goo worms. The mutated insects and poison used during refinement, the time needed to nurture and so on were all strictly regulated. It was not possible to catch hundreds and thousands of mutated insects and throw them into a jar, and then feed them with poison water and poison every day. If one did that, there was an 80% chance that these mutated insects would be poisoned to death. But on the other hand, to refine a goo worm, one had to be perfect in all aspects. From the selection of mutated insects to the following steps, there could not be any problems in any step. As long as this step was disrupted, or a problem occurred in a certain step, the goo worm could not be refined, or it could escape the control of the goo master. The black tide in front of him could only be considered as poisonous insects and not poisonous goo worms. No matter how strong a goo master was, it was impossible to raise so many goo worms. After all, other than a few goo worms, almost 99% of goo worms needed the goo master's own blood to feed them. Even a demon beast like Lin Yuan would not be able to feed so many goo worms, not to mention feeding them a meal every day. But if one did not feed them, they would not be able to establish a connection with the goo worms, let alone being able to control the goo worms. All the painstaking steps before would be in vain. Pulling out the cork, he sprinkled the clear poison of the cursed seal inside. The poisonous insects that were attacking Lin Yuan's blade ring were splashed with a pool of unexpected poison. They were immediately stunned, and then began to roll and spasm on the ground. Many of the poisonous insects directly exploded and died, but there were also poisonous insects that were lucky enough to survive and struggled to pounce on the poisonous insects that continued to surge towards the blade ring. Then, the two sides began a fierce battle. The poisonous insects that could survive after being infected with the poison of the cursed seal were undoubtedly the stronger ones, but the number was too small. Facing the almost endless black tide, the most vicious of these poisonous insects could only tear apart 4 of its own kind before it was completely torn apart and eaten. However, the change was just beginning at this moment. Those poisonous insects that swallowed the mutated poisonous insects were like the predecessors that were sprayed with the poison of the cursed seal by Lin Yuan. They spasmed crazily. But this time, the poison of the cursed seal was obviously neutralized, so the poisonous insects didn't die. Thus, the mutated goo worms that were larger than their predecessors suddenly turned around and bit towards the poisonous insects that were rushing towards them. As the poisonous insects continued to fight, more and more mutated goo worms appeared. Even the black tide was completely suppressed, and it was even slowly spreading towards the underground cave where the black tide came from. The corners of DG's mouth twitched slightly, and its beak was also trembling unconsciously. Guan Zhaoshan was also a goo master. Using poison to break goo was the most common method between goo masters, but it was also a method that tested one's basic skills the most. Goo worms were mysterious and unfathomable, but in the eyes of those who knew the principles behind them, they were nothing. There were hundreds of mainstream goo worms in southern desolation, and there were 4,000 to 5,000 types of goo worms. Being able to recognize over 100 types of goo worms and use poison to get rid of 70 types could be considered an incredible goo master. But this Guan Zhaoshan was not from the southern wilderness. How could she see through its goo technique? Moreover, what kind of poison was that? Why had it never heard of it before? There were many goo worms, but the amount of poison they used was limited. Although there was a certain formula, many of the materials used to refine goo worms were mostly the same. It was impossible to destroy the original formula by just sprinkling some poison. When Guan Zhaoshan attacked, it also secretly used poison to restore the balance, but without exception, it couldn't save a single poisonous insect. Chapter 942. There were no more poisonous insects coming out of the underground cave. Even if DG had heaven-defying ability, he couldn't transfer a large number of poisonous insects from southern desolation in such a short time. The insects that were destroyed by Lin Yuan could be said to be all that DG had accumulated over these years. Thinking of this, DG felt his heart bleeding. Loss, huge loss. Even if he killed Guan Zhaoshan and got the promised benefits from southern desolation, it wouldn't be enough to make up for his loss. After losing the black tide, the mutated venomous insects did not intend to stop there. They searched for a while and once again tore at their companions who were fighting side by side with them. Countless mutated venomous insects were killing each other, devouring each other's flesh and tearing off each other's organs to fill their own wounds. When the battle between the mutated venomous insects was over, an extremely ferocious and terrifying creature had already appeared on the battlefield. It had a centipede head, a snake body, a scorpion tail, spider legs, and a toad-like snake head hanging down from its mouth. It had butterfly wings on its back, and its whole body was covered in blood and various colored poisonous insect fluids, emitting a pungent stench. Goo formed. How can it be so fast? DG looked at the grotesque goo worm, and the shadow in his eyes became deeper. Refining a goo worm required a lot of time. This was a fact recognized by all goo masters. The poisonous insects he released earlier had only completed the first step, and they hadn't even started to cultivate their ferocious nature. He had to release them to deal with Guan Zhaoshan, but he didn't expect to refine a strange goo for Guan Zhaoshan instead. How many steps were omitted? DG didn't even dare to think about it. But soon, greed appeared in DG's eyes. To a goo master, the most precious treasure was a refined goo worm. In other places, cultivators and demonic beasts would fight over heaven and earth treasures, but in the eyes of southern desolation goo masters, heaven and earth treasures were only ingredients used to nurture goo worms. The purpose of their battles was to seize the goo worms refined by other goo masters. Guan Zhaoshan, this goo worm, he wanted it. As long as he could get this goo worm, everything he paid before would not be a loss, and it would even be a huge profit. Guan Zhaoshan, I didn't expect you to know my southern wastelands goo cultivation technique. Ha, I can't bear to kill you. DG flapped his wings and said with a smile, I'll give you a chance. Give me the method to refine your poison and this goo worm, and I'll spare your life today. How about it? Kill it. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the goo worm. A cold light flashed across his eyes. There were different types of goo worms, some looked no different from ordinary worms, and some had strange shapes. But the most fundamental difference between goo and worms was that goo worms generally had their own special abilities and could even cultivate by themselves. But they were not demonic beasts, because goo worms had extremely low intelligence, almost no different from ordinary worms. Moreover, their intelligence would not increase because of their cultivation, they only had the basic desire to kill and greed. Although the blood in the body of this voodoo insect had been replaced by the poison of the curse seal, and it was reasonable to say that it was 100% obedient to Lin Yuan's orders, but when the two had a consciousness communication, Lin Yuan did not get close to this voodoo insect. He did not even know what abilities this voodoo insect had, and the only message it received was that it wanted to drink Lin Yuan's blood. Keeping such a greedy creature beside him was no different from a time bomb, who knew when it would kill him. In fact, it was not rare for goo masters to die from the backlash of their goo worms. It could even be said that 80% of goo masters died in the hands of their own goo worms. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, the goo worm's tongue drooped down, seemingly dissatisfied. But the most basic instinct of a living creature was reminding it that if it disobeyed Lin Yuan's order, it would immediately die. It unwillingly pounced towards DG, who had a smile in his eyes. The goo worm's explosive speed was quite terrifying. If ordinary cultivators encountered this goo worm, they would probably instantly get close to them. Thinking about the stinky poison secreted by this goo worm, the result was obvious. This goo worm had just been refined, and now it had no cultivation, but in terms of speed, it was invincible below the void underworld realm. Looking at the goo worm flying towards him, DG's feathers stood up, and he shouted angrily, "Evil creature!" Although he was in the desolate demon realm, and had even touched the threshold of Demon King realm, he was after all from the southern desolate continent. Although he had a rich foundation, he was too lazy to cultivate powerful demonic arts, and almost 80% of his abilities were in goo worms. If they were to compete in explosive speed, this goo worm was probably faster than him by 30%. Others didn't know the power of this goo worm, but how could he not know? These strange worms were originally caught by him one by one, and the poison he fed them with was also carefully selected. Now that it was mixed with the strange poison that Guan Zhaoshan had spilled, the toxicity was extremely terrifying. Even if he was stained by it, he wouldn't be able to survive. With a shake of his right wing, several vessels similar to wine jugs fell to the ground, and a strong wine fragrance gradually spread. When the surrounding people smelled this wine fragrance, they couldn't help but take a few steps closer, as if the wine worms in their stomachs had been aroused. But not long after, some people woke up, and at the same time showed fear on their faces. They stretched out their hands to grab their disciples or friends, and quickly retreated, as if they wanted to get as far away from the wine fragrance as possible. The goo worm that was moving quickly also smelled the wine fragrance, as if it was really drunk, and its movements slowed down involuntarily. When it flew in the air, it also swayed up and down, as if it was drunk. Poison. Lin Yuan shook his hands, and a violent burst of gang qi blew away all the wine fragrance that came toward him, and the members of the Red Dust Society behind him were not affected. F***CK. F***CK. A member of the Red Dust Society pointed at the ground beside DG and exclaimed in surprise. There were still grasslands, forests, and hills around Xiangyu City. After all, the southern part of the Shenwu dynasty was not all plains, but mainly basins and forests. When Lei Chuxing set up the cauldron, he built roads, moved mountains, and cut trees to build roads that extended in all directions. Although there were people regularly cleaning and maintaining the roads, there were still many grasslands and shrubs around. Under the influence of this wine fragrance, the grasslands and shrubs quickly withered as if they had experienced half of spring and autumn, and a large area of withered yellow was formed in an instant. Especially the places where the wine jugs were broken, the ground nearby was pitch black, and looked extremely frightening. Chapter 943. As the goo worm got closer and closer to DG, it seemed unable to withstand the poison and fell to the ground with a plop. The fear in DG's eyes dissipated, and he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although a little bit of poison would have a huge impact when refining a goo worm, the refined goo worm had a rather terrifying tolerance towards poison. When it released the poison, it had considered the dosage. If it wasn't for its caution, 1 or 2 bottles of wine poison might not have been enough to take down this goo worm. Since you refuse a toast, I'll punish you. DG turned his head to look at Lin Yuan. He opened his beak as if he had the upper hand again. But before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly showed some fear. Then, he flapped his wings and directly rose from the ground. Just as DG flew up, a thick snake tail suddenly broke out of his body and wrapped around one of DG's claws. The sharp tail stinger at the end of the tail fiercely stabbed into DG's flesh. DG's face changed several times. He kept flapping his wings, but he couldn't get rid of the snake tail. Seeing the tail stinger getting closer and closer to him, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He swept his black wings and cut off his claws that were wrapped by the snake tail. Only then could he continue to fly. What the hell is this goo worm? 5 pots of undiluted wine poison smashed down. Even an ordinary southern wilderness demon king would have to lie down. How could it not defeat this goo worm? What was more terrifying was that this goo worm's intelligence was obviously not low. It actually realized that even if it could break through the wine poison, DG could release other poisons or goo worms to deal with it. It simply lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. At the same time, it pierced its tail into the ground and kept expanding its body. It was approaching DG in a more secretive way. If DG wasn't ruthless enough, he would have already been killed. Lin Yuan touched the tip of his nose and murmured, I seem to have made something incredible. DG's poison was useless against the goo worm. This was something he expected. After all, the grade of the curse seal poison was not low. Once it came into contact with the poison, its life and death would be in Lin Yuan's hands. The system also didn't mention any restrictions on the curse seal poison. Unless the poisoned person could instantly drain all his blood and not die, he would never be able to detoxify this poison. This showed how terrifying the curse seal poison was. Ancient Chinese doctors had the theory of fighting poison with poison. When goo masters refined goo worms, they also had to carefully mix the poison. This also proved that most poisons were actually incompatible. When 2 incompatible poisons collided, it would often be the stronger one that got rid of the weaker one. Obviously, the strange poison emitting the wine fragrance was no match for the curse seal poison goo worm. But, this goo worm actually knew how to pretend to be dead and launch a sneak attack. Even ordinary spirit awakening stage demonic beasts wouldn't be able to achieve such a level of cunning. Good, very good. Guan Zhaoshan, I'll remember the pain and humiliation you've given me today. DG flapped his wings and flew in the air with a resentful expression. He forcefully controlled his muscles to stop the spread of the goo worm and growled, Your life will temporarily stay here, wait for me, you can't leave. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked at Diji. There was no sadness or joy on his beautiful face. His tone was also very indifferent, as if he was stating a fact. When his voice fell, the goo worm had already retracted its tail. The butterfly wings on its back flapped and it actually rose from the ground. Its speed increased sharply again, and it was even more terrifying than before. Diji's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth, and a large number of black goo worms drilled out from his nostrils, ears, and mouth. Even under the pitch-black feathers, who knew how many goo worms drilled out? Like dumplings, a large number of goo worms came from top to bottom, drenching Lin Yuan's goo worm. "Eat this monster for me!" Diji roared in the sky. It had lived for so long, but it had never felt as humiliated as it did today. It was a ruthless person ranked third in the southern wasteland demon pillar, but its voodoo technique was broken before it even made a move. Under the fear of the poison in Lin Yuan's hands, it didn't even dare to release its own precious voodoo to defend against the enemy. He originally wanted to retreat for now and find a chance to take revenge in the future. After all, goo masters were not an honorable profession. It was normal to use goo worms in the dark. Especially in the southern wasteland, who knew how many people died because of dozens of goo worms after drinking a mouthful of water. But only now did he think of one thing. Although he did not know where Guan Zhaoshan learned to be a goo master, the problem was, he was not a goo master. Chase after a cornered enemy with courage, do not learn from a tyrant for fame. This was the saying of a great person in his previous life. Lin Yuan also agreed with this 100%. Just like in his previous life, his enemy did not prepare properly and killed everyone in his family. If he went back now, he would bring disaster to his enemy. As long as there was a chance, Lin Yuan would not let any enemy leave, unless he needed this chess piece in the future. But the problem was, he did not need Diji. Southern Wasteland Demon Venerable and the Northern Frontier's Black Jiao had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Even Hingduan Mountain Range and Endless Sea could not touch the Northern Frontier. Now that Lin Yuan was about to become the fourth demon vein, how could he let Southern Wasteland's gold-squandering cave and gentle village cause trouble in the Northern Frontier? Clang! The Yuanlong was pushed out of the scabbard inch by inch. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted from the various voodoo insects fighting in the sky to the tall figure who appeared on the city wall of Zhangyu City. The hair on his body stood on end. Demon. Great demon. The demonic beast looked a bit like a manta ray, quietly suspended in the air and staring at Lin Yuan. It should have shrunk its body size, but it still looked about 8 meters long. Its fangs were thin and dense, and seemed to be able to grind everything it bit. There was also a sharp object similar to a bone spur on the long black tail behind it. If it was really a manta ray, this kind of species with a tail spur on its back was most likely poisonous. An unexpected situation appeared. The Endless Sea demon beasts bordered the territory of Southern Wasteland Demon Venerable. The relationship between the two was not non-existent, but it was definitely not good. Mo Ta and Diji should not have appeared in the same place. When Lin Yuan was dealing with Diji, Mo Ta should not have appeared. Although it was not for sale, its mere presence could bring extremely terrifying pressure to Lin Yuan. How strong could this demon beast that lived in a world similar to the Warring States period be? Let's put it this way, there were fierce generals in every dynasty, but the evaluation of being able to fight against 10,000 people was mostly just boasting. However, there were always a few in history who could really form an army and move unhindered in the world, such as Xiang Yu and Lu Bu. This kind of ruthless person would not appear in the peace-bearing world Dao. Their reputations were built by killing one blade at a time. There was no need for anyone to boast about them. Mo Ta was such an existence under the command of that alien from the outer seas. Chapter 944. The battle in the sky was still going on. Nearly 80% of DG's methods were based on goo worms. However, against Lin Yuan's goo worms, his methods were not very effective. He was even a little afraid that the other party might have a backup plan. A group of poisonous worms that had not yet been refined into goo worms had been reduced to such a state. If the powerful goo worms were also controlled by that strange poison, how could he survive? Lin Yuan gradually withdrew his gaze. The abyss dragon in his hand trembled slightly. He pointed the blade at Mo Ta and said in a low voice, "Fight." Mo Ta moved and appeared in front of Lin Yuan in a flash. His explosive speed was even more terrifying than the previous goo worms. However, Mo Ta did not attack immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at Lin Yuan. He lowered his voice and said, "I can sense the aura of a demonic beast from your body. Furthermore, it's a demonic beast with dragon blood. You are from the endless sea." Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He had the aura of a demonic beast. Guan Zhaoshan was an independent entity and not derived from Lin Yuan. When he did not use the system's ability, he had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. Even the Gang Qi and other energies in his body were all cultivated by himself. If there had to be a connection, the only thing that could be said was that his rapidly advancing cultivation came from the conversion of the power of faith. However, the power of faith was not demonic power after all. Especially after conversion, even Jing Chun's attribute points, or cultivation in the eyes of the natives of the Tianwu world, would not carry any aura. Why would Mo Ta ask such a question? After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and put away his blade. He said, "I am indeed related to demonic beasts, but I am not from the endless sea." Oh. Hearing this, the last trace of interest in Mo Ta's eyes disappeared. He said, "If that's the case, then let's fight." Just as Lin Yuan was unwilling to face Mo Ta under such circumstances, Mo Ta was also unwilling to face Guan Zhaoshan at his peak. The southern wasteland was also a region near the endless sea. How could these demonic beasts from the outer sea not know how difficult it was to deal with goo worms? Now that DG was holding back the strange goo worm, it would be much easier for him to fight Guan Zhaoshan. Lin Yuan thought for a while and then said with a smile, "It seems that the beasts from the outer sea are very interested in the deep sea area. They have sensed the aura of the beasts from my body, so they want to know more about the deep sea area. Although I am not from the endless sea, I know a lot about the situation there. If you want to know something, I can tell you." Mo Ta was stunned once again. He looked at Lin Yuan with a face full of doubt and asked in a muffled voice, "Are you lying to me?" Lin Yuan gently shook his head and said, "The undying endless sea's demonic beasts don't know about the endless sea." Then, the news that the Blackwater Dragon King of the Northern Frontier entered the endless sea, are you really not aware of it? Although the beasts from the outer sea were excluded because of the bloodline of the Four Seas Dragon clan, this did not mean that they were incapable. On the contrary, those old aristocrats who were decaying day by day would eventually be replaced by the new generation of power. Now, the endless sea was facing such a problem. If it were not for the fact that the secrecy work was done well, the beasts from the outer sea would have already killed their way into the deep sea area. Previously, although the news of Lin Yuan entering the endless sea was not known by everyone, it was not a secret either. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who chose this time to stir up trouble. Did the beasts from the outer sea and the endless sea know about this? Of course they did. However, when Lin Yuan entered the endless sea, he did not encounter any powerful forces among the beasts from the outer sea. This did not mean that the beasts from the outer sea were fools. Everyone knew that the Black Jiao of the northern frontier also had the bloodline of the Dragon clan, and the purity was not low. The consequences of letting such an existence enter the endless sea were not hard to imagine. Once the Black Jiao and the Dragon clan of the Four Seas reached an agreement, the power of the Dragon clan of the Four Seas would increase by another level. They would encompass the north that used to belong to the Shenwu dynasty. Then, through the Wei River, they would connect the northern frontier and the Hingduan mountain range, activating the spies that had been buried in the Qing River dynasty for many years. They could even create a new dynasty that occupied the territories of the two great dynasties. Moreover, with the support of the Endless Sea and the Hingduan mountain range, even if the remaining 5 great dynasties joined hands, they might not be able to gain any advantage. From the perspective of the beasts from the outer sea, letting Lin Yuan enter the Endless Sea could be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. There were certainly advantages. After all, once this pattern was formed, the beasts would almost occupy half of the world. From then on, they could walk in the world openly, and would not be trapped, kept in captivity, and become food on the human's table, or materials for refining pills and weapons. As for the disadvantages, if the Black Jiao cooperated with the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas, the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas would definitely dominate the deep sea area. They would even defeat the Sea Demon Guild and the Hingduan mountain range, and become the most powerful force among the beasts. But what did that matter? Although the dragon blood demonic beasts in the deep sea area gradually disobeyed the command of the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas, it was still an internal strife among the dragon blood demonic beasts. The dragon blood demonic beasts' authority was far from the point of them fighting for it. Once they entered the situation, they would be welcomed with a full-scale attack from the dragon blood demonic beasts. Therefore, even if the dragon blood demonic beasts became more powerful, what could they do? Just like how they were afraid of the dragon blood demonic beasts, how could the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas have the guts to start a war with the beasts from the outer sea? Not to mention, the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas had always been domineering in the Endless Sea. If the Black Jiao was not willing to cooperate, they would definitely use force. At that time, even if the Black Jiao died, he would be able to bite off a piece of meat from the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas. Not to mention that the Black Jiao also had the backing of the Demon Court. If they really provoked the Demon Court to take action, the Overlord of the Endless Sea might really fall on them. You're related to the Black Jiao. Mo Ta's intelligence was not low. In addition, Lin Yuan almost made it clear, so he naturally reacted quickly. The calamities in the Endless Sea have almost been resolved. Now, only some remnants are still causing trouble. However, it's only a matter of time before they are dealt with. Therefore, for the time being, the Endless Sea is safe. Whether it's the dragon blood demonic beasts or you don't need to risk your lives for a chance to land. As for the information that the beasts from the outer sea are interested in, I can also give you some. For example, in this calamity, which beasts' ancestors have fallen, which beasts' clans are on the verge of extinction, and the general situation of the deep sea area now. Lin Yuan put the abyss dragon back into the scabbard and said with a smile, I can tell you all the things that you're interested in. However, you should also know that I don't have a good heart and will not give people free delicacies. So, what do you have in exchange? Chapter 945. What do you want in exchange? Mo Ta's brain stopped working. The Four Seas Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Guild had always been afraid of the demonic beasts from the outer sea. Therefore, they had blocked the demonic beasts from entering the Endless Sea. In addition, the Endless Sea was a battle between demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines and demonic beasts with other bloodlines. Without the dragon bloodline, it was impossible to enter the deep sea of the Endless Sea. Those with the dragon bloodline would not lead the wolf into the house and involve the demonic beasts from the outer sea in such an internal battle. Since ancient times, there were actually many dragon bloodline demonic beasts who could do this, especially those evil dragons who escaped to the outer sea. However, there were not many who had the determination to do this. After all, these dragon bloodline demonic beasts had been nurtured by the Four Seas Dragon Clan since they were young. Even if they became evil dragons for various reasons and hated the Four Seas Dragon Clan, they only wanted to take revenge personally. They would not lead the demonic beasts from the outer sea into the deep sea. After all, within the Four Seas Dragon Clan, there were not only their enemies but also their relatives. However, Lin Yuan obviously did not have such scruples. The Four Seas Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Guild had joined forces to plot. They wanted to take over the City of Trade, destroy the grayscaled flood dragon person, and even kill him. In addition to all the previous unpleasantness, Lin Yuan wanted to make use of this opportunity to make the demonic beasts from the outer sea fight with the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. This was in line with his interests. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Such rules would not change no matter what era it was. It was just that in some eras, they were hidden. However, in the world of demonic beasts, in order to fill their stomachs and fight for a spiritual item, death, disability, and serious illness were all unscrupulous. Who would talk about etiquette and morality with demonic beasts? Even if there were such existences, they would not have a good ending in the end. What do you want? Mo Ta's eyes turned and he decisively kicked the ball back to Lin Yuan. Firstly, I'm now at war with the southern cultivation world of the Shenwu dynasty. I don't know how your relationship is, but I don't expect you to stand out and help me directly. However, in the future, I don't want to hear about the demonic beasts from the endless sea helping the southern cultivation world. You should know that the northern frontier now has the potential to devour the divine martial arts world. These cultivators cannot change it, even with the help of the endless sea. Those who try to stop the trend will definitely be annihilated by the tides of time. Secondly, after all, the northern frontier has just been established. Although it has the aura of an emperor, it is inevitable that there will be some demons and monsters who will think about it. Therefore, after the northern frontier has solved the problem of the sky demon, we will eliminate a batch of the southern cultivators, whether they are from sects or aristocratic families. In a short period of time, our strength will definitely be empty. I also don't want the demonic beasts from the endless sea to come ashore and plunder here. Otherwise, I will regard it as an act of war. Thirdly, the relationship between the northern frontier and the southern wasteland is not harmonious. You only knew who I was after I took the initiative to reveal my identity, but DG should have known long ago. It just didn't say it out loud. Based on their behavior, the northern frontier and the southern wasteland are definitely irreconcilable. Therefore, you also have to make a statement. You have to decide as soon as possible whether you want to be on good terms with the northern frontier or the southern wasteland. Lin Yuan put forward his requests one by one with an indifferent expression. As an existence in the era of information explosion, Lin Yuan's understanding of intelligent creatures far surpassed the intelligent creatures of this era. The thing that an emperor was most afraid of was having an incredible talent under his command. In a short period of time, such a person could make a great contribution and it would be of great benefit to the entire dynasty. However, as time passed, an incomparably realistic problem would appear. For example, there would be no reward. There were many examples like this. There were also many heroes who, regardless of whether they liked it or not, would act like they liked wealth and beauties. This was the story of King Xian of Qi. However, during the Warring States period, Lianpa of Zhao was also like this. Looking at Lianpa's life, it could be seen that not only was this person outstanding in military ability, but he was also very moral. He was the kind of person who was capable and not greedy. The Battle of Chongping that broke the spine of Zhao was when Qin fought against Shangdo of Korea. It was not easy for Qin to win, but Korea threw the mess of Shangdo to Zhao. It was obvious that Zhao wanted to divert the trouble away. However, Zhao took it. It was not because the emperor of Zhao was an idiot, but because Lianpa was extremely good at defense. In other words, in the eyes of the emperor of Zhao, as long as Lianpa was there, even Bai Qi, who was called the killing god, was not a problem. Then, Zhao took over the war against Qin. Lianpa was indeed very capable and held on for a full 3 years under Bai Qi's control. In the end, Zhao changed generals and replaced Lianpa with Zhao Xi's son, Zhao Qua. The Zhao army changed from defense to offense, but was defeated by Bai Qi's plan. 450,000 Zhao soldiers were killed by Bai Qi in Chongping, creating the name Killing God, but also a joke. In that battle, Zhao Kuo was not the main reason for the army's defeat. After all, according to historical records, Zhao Kuo took the initiative to attack and was surrounded by Bai Qi. This showed that Zhao Kuo did not panic and even planned the escape route. Furthermore, this was under the condition that the Zhao army had no food for 46 days. To be able to make his soldiers listen to his orders showed Zhao Kuo's ability. The real reason for their defeat was that Zhao had no food. Qi and other rich countries were not willing to lend them food. If Lianpe continued to defend, the Zhao army would collapse without Bai Qi's help. Thus, Zhao Kuo, who was good at offense, was sent to fight for a chance of survival. This also showed Lianpe's position in Zhao at that time. Everyone knew that he was very good at military affairs, but the king of Zhao would rather call Li Mu, who had holed up in Yanmen Pass for 10 years, the king of Zhao than Lianpe. Afterwards, no matter who it was, as long as they had a certain amount of ability, they could directly replace Lianpe's position. This was the common problem of all intelligent creatures. Did the king of Zhao not know how good Lianpe was? Of course he knew. But the problem was, how to use Lianpe. This kind of person was not greedy for money, was not lustful, and had excellent military and political abilities. Once used, he would be able to overshadow the king. However, Qin was very strong, and Zhao could not afford to lose such a talent. They could only use all kinds of methods to suppress him, and finally force Lianpe to go away. Thus, when negotiating with others, one had to show one's desire. The more greedy one was, the better. This would make people feel that one was trustworthy. Only then would there be negotiations and deals. If one showed no desire, then there would only be two situations. One was that the other party would turn around and ignore you. The other was that the other party felt that you had great desire because you had no desire. Even if they cooperated with you, they would be wary of you. Chapter 946. You should know that this is impossible. Mo Ta shook his head and said realistically, since you are related to the Black Jiao, you should know the situation in the Endless Sea. Now, the various forces in the Outer Sea are in a state of war. We will not miss any power that we can borrow. Therefore, it is impossible for us to sever our relationship with the southern wasteland for the sake of building a good relationship with the northern frontier. After a moment of deliberation, he continued, however, we can indeed not participate in the southern cultivation world of the Shenwu dynasty. Now, everyone knows that the northern frontier will replace the Shenwu dynasty. In other words, this will be the territory of the northern frontier sooner or later. We are very realistic. We cannot stand on the side that is destined to fail. However, if we don't plunder, seeing the difficult expression on Mo Ta's face, Lin Yuan also smiled knowingly. He was very clear about the thinking pattern of demonic beasts. For demonic beasts that were not good at farming and research, they had to plunder if they wanted to obtain various treasures and opportunities. The efficiency and probability of bumping into some mature spiritual objects by chance were too low. Especially for the demonic beasts in the Outer Sea. Now that all sides were in a state of war, they needed a large amount of resources to cultivate and compensate their subordinates. Plundering the various human gathering points along the coast was undoubtedly the best way. I know what your worries are. Lin Yuan said with a smile, but since I have put forward the conditions, there must be a solution. The Endless Sea is different from the Hengduan Mountains. You don't need to worry about the butcher's knife of humans because humans are not suitable to live on the sea. Once they leave the land, the combat power of human cultivators will be greatly limited. Therefore, only you can plunder humans. But every time you plunder, you will also lose a large number of demonic beasts, right? If it were other demonic veins, this would be the best way to reduce the population. But what about you? Don't tell me that the number of demonic beasts in the outer sea has exceeded the limits of what each sea area can support and has to be reduced through war. Indeed, we are indeed lacking in combat power. Mo Ta was a little hesitant, but he still spoke the truth. After all, Lin Yuan had already shown his sincerity. Now, he would not suspect that Lin Yuan had any ulterior motives towards the outer sea monsters. Have you ever thought that the reason why the northern frontier was able to develop so quickly was because I established the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce before I swept across the Shinwu dynasty in the northern frontier? The trade came from the other 6 dynasties and various resources in the Hingduan mountain range. Therefore, the various forces benefited, and the northern frontier also benefited greatly. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were the demon beasts of the Hingduan mountain range, would you reject the existence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yuan's voice became somewhat low and deep. Coupled with the effect of the World Tyrant Song skill, his voice became extremely enticing. Of course not, Mo Ta answered without hesitation. He said in a low voice, the emergence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce has greatly reduced the frequency of war between the 6 dynasties and the Hingduan mountain range. Although there are still small-scale conflicts, that is only because the population of both sides has swelled to the limit. They have no choice but to use this method to reduce the population. However, wars for resources like before are almost impossible to see now because they can buy everything they need from the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. There is no need to sacrifice their lives for such things. At this point, Mo Ta's eyes suddenly lit up. He said in surprise, "You mean to say that the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce is going to be built in the Endless Sea?" "That's right. I do have this idea." Lin Yuan nodded. Mo Ta's eyes rolled around. He said with a smile, "If the Northern Frontier has such an idea, we will definitely agree. I can even go back and persuade the various forces among the demon beasts in the outer sea to jointly divide some sea areas for the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to build branches. Even if we continue to fight, we will definitely not destroy the trade of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce." The benefits of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce were enough for the demon beasts of the Hingduan mountain range to eat their fill. Lin Yuan even relied on the potential influence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. He relied on his strength as a mountain lord at that time and the northern frontier, which did not have any experts to back him up, to become a strong contender for the position of Beast Master of the Hingduan mountain range. If the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce were to be established in the Endless Sea, that Black Jiao would not compete for the position of Overlord of the Endless Sea. Only a fool would reject this matter. I've already chosen the location. The preliminary preparatory work is also almost done. Unfortunately, we're already planning to withdraw. Lin Yuan shook his head, looking very regretful. It's already been adjusted. Even the preparatory work is. Mo Ta looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, he stammered, "You mean that the northern frontier intends to establish a chamber of commerce directly in the deep sea region?" If the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce were to be established in the outer sea region, then it would definitely have received the slightest bit of news. After all, the strongest among the demon beasts in the outer sea were the forces under the command of the overseas mutants. As a general, he naturally had great authority. If he wanted to know something, there was nothing that could be hidden from his subordinates. Unless that matter happened in the deep sea region. Originally, I wanted to establish a trade city in the deep sea region to collect all kinds of spiritual items from the Endless Sea. At the same time, I wanted to open a trade channel to allow the Endless Sea to establish a trade route with the 6 great dynasties and the Hingduan mountain range. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan of the 4 Seas and the Sea Demon Guild obviously did not want a Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to appear under their noses. Therefore, they joined forces to set a trap for me. They planned to swallow the trade city and expel or kill me. Lin Yuan shrugged and continued, "Therefore, we're planning to withdraw. There's nothing to talk about with such short-sighted people. Then, Mo-Ta opened his mouth again, looking eager to try. Since the dragon bloodline demon beasts did not welcome the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce, didn't that mean that the demon beasts in the Outer Sea had this opportunity? Impossible. You should know the specialty of the Willowstone Sea region, right? As far as I know, it's the best construction material in the entire Endless Sea. Although I'm willing to believe in the promises made by all parties, once the trade city opens, it's bound to collect goods from all parties and sell them together. At that time, if that sea demon clan has evil intentions, I'm afraid we'll immediately face a bloody disaster. Therefore, establishing a safe trade city is something we must do. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. After all, we can't afford to compensate for so many goods. Willowstone is a specialty of the Willowstone Sea region. Before this, it had always been a tribute from the Willowstone Sea region to the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. I think that those demon beasts in the Outer Sea who tried to challenge the authority of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas had suffered losses more than once because of the fortifications built with Willowstone, right? Lin Yuan's face was full of regret. It seemed that he really intended to give up the idea of establishing a trade city in the Endless Sea. Chapter 947. This was almost an endless cycle with no solution. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas would never allow something like Willowstone to fall into the hands of their enemies. And the northern frontier definitely needed a trade city built of Willowstone. Benefits moved people's hearts. This was a common problem for intelligent creatures. Mo-Ta, who was used to war, was also clear that no matter what promises others made verbally, they were not worth believing. Therefore, if he wanted the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to open in the Endless Sea, it meant helping the Black Jiao build a Willowstone fortress. Hesitation flickered in Mo-Ta's eyes. He asked tentatively, if that's the case, why don't you tell me in detail? Perhaps we can help the northern frontier build this trade city. You may not believe me in other things, but you can definitely believe me in things that are beneficial to the entire Endless Sea. Especially for the various outer sea monster forces that are still in the midst of war. No one wants a Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce more than us, who can easily obtain all kinds of resources. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He narrated the business philosophy of the trade city, the trade prospects, the current difficulties, and even the traps set by the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild. Mo-Ta nodded from time to time as he listened, but also revealed a puzzled expression from time to time. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Mo-Ta said in a deep voice, "So, the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce's biggest problem now is that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild have invited Sunken Reef to surround the trade city. They intend to use this method to annex the trade city." "That's right." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and continued, "As I said just now, this is the problem we're facing now. What's more troublesome is that even if we can get rid of Sunken Reef, it's useless. They'll definitely find an even more troublesome opponent and use this method to force us to submit. Therefore, there's no point in staying in the Endless Sea any longer. We've already decided to evacuate." "Wait. If that's all, the outer sea monsters can resolve this calamity." Mo-Ta was suddenly a little excited. Because of his perspective and foresight, what he saw in this matter was not only the difficulties of the northern frontier, but also the opportunities that belonged to the outer sea demon beasts. Just like the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, although they had internal conflicts, they were still willing to work together against the demonic beasts in the outer seas. Although the demonic beasts in the outer seas had their own conflicts, they were still willing to work together when faced with the opportunity to occupy a territory in the deep sea. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, but his face revealed a puzzled expression. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mo-Ta forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and said, "Didn't you say that the northern frontier's biggest problem is the Sunken Reef?" However, he couldn't deal with it himself. Otherwise, he would face an even more troublesome enemy. "Then, why don't you let us solve it for you?" As long as we don't expose our identity as demonic beasts in the outer seas, coupled with the pressure from various forces, even the pirates won't dare to disobey and attack you. Unless the dragon bloodline demonic beasts shed all pretense of cordiality and directly attack the city of trade, they won't have any troops to use. At this point, Mo Ta's tone couldn't help but become a little excited. If the dragon bloodline demonic beasts do that, it'll be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with the northern frontier, the Hingduan Mountains, and even the 6 great imperial dynasties. When that time comes, we'll directly dispatch troops to attack the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. With the transmission matrix of the northern frontier, we'll bypass the willow stone defense line that the dragon clan of the 4 seas built to resist us. With lightning speed, we'll annihilate some sea demon clans and occupy a territory. At that time, they'll have no choice but to find a way to make peace with us. Especially now, when the dragon bloodline demonic beast's vitality is greatly damaged, the dragon clan of the 4 seas definitely won't dare to start a war with us. That's a good idea. Lin Yuan's face also revealed joy, but there was still some hesitation in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, but if that's the case, won't the dragon clan of the 4 seas bear a grudge against the northern frontier? I don't have any objections, but the Dragon King sighed. Now that the dragon clan of the 4 seas has joined hands with the Sea Demon Guild, hasn't their attitude already been made clear? Even if they don't bear a grudge against the northern frontier, they won't allow the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to establish themselves in the Endless Sea. But even if they bear a grudge, they don't have the guts and ability to ascend the Tianwu continent and attack the northern frontier. On the contrary, if the northern frontier cooperates with us, the outer sea demon beasts, not only will they succeed in establishing themselves in the deep sea region, they will also open up a trade route from the deep sea region to the Tianwu continent. Moreover, the harvest won't be limited to the deep sea region. Mo Ta stretched out his hands, which were derived from his pectoral fins, and slapped them heavily on Lin Yuan's shoulders. He said in a deep voice, "Black Jiao. No, Dragon King, you just have to persuade him. I believe that with his mindset, he'll definitely agree to cooperate with us. When the time comes, as long as you give the signal, we'll immediately take action and solve this problem for you." I'll definitely pass on General Mo Ta's words. Lin Yuan bowed his head and bowed to Mo Ta. His posture was very good. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll try my best to persuade the other outer sea forces, but there's absolutely no problem with our side. Unless there's a short-sighted person, once the Allied forces are deployed, all the difficulties of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce in the Endless Sea will be easily solved. Mo Ta said with a smile. His figure flickered again, and he still appeared 1,000 meters away, rushing in the direction of Wujihai. After Mo Ta left, a smile bloomed on Lin Yuan's face. Success. It was all thanks to the existence of the southern cultivation world. Otherwise, personally possessing the Endless Sea would not only be troublesome, but he might also lose this divine body that he had obtained with great difficulty. In order to express my gratitude, I'll let you die a quick death. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Yuan once again cast his gaze to the vault of heaven. The outcome of the battle between DG and the goo insect had almost been decided. After all, DG was in existence close to the Demon King realm. Although Mo Ta did not make a move just now, he had restrained Lin Yuan's attention. Therefore, DG used all his means without any scruples and really suppressed that goo insect. After releasing a large number of goo insects, Lin Yuan's goo insect was also bitten full of holes. Even its breath was gradually weakening. It would probably die on the spot in another 3 to 5 breaths. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and patted several acupoints on his chest several times. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. As soon as the black blood touched the ground, it corroded the ground, leaving a bumpy mark. A lot of white smoke was emitted, and at the same time, a sizzling sound was heard. Obviously, it was highly toxic. Immediately, the qi on Lin Yuan's body also withered. He took out a white jade bottle from his bosom, poured out 2 elixirs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did he say vaguely, "What kind of ability is a sneak attack? I'll definitely kill you in the future." Chapter 948. With a thought, DG controlled the goo worms around him to devour Lin Yuan's goo worms, turning them into a pile of white bones. DG's aura also withered. After all, Lin Yuan's goo worms were quite terrifying. DG could not see through them and could only use the stupidest method to kill them. But in this process, DG also lost a large number of goo worms. One must know that the reason why Goo Master's goo worms were called treasures was not only because they required large amounts of precious poison and strange worms to refine, but also because they needed to devour the Goo Master's blood to achieve the effect of telepathy. In other words, it was life intercultivation. Once the goo worm died, the Goo Master would more or less suffer a backlash. When the backlash reached a certain level, the Goo Master could die suddenly. Although DG was not like those extreme goo masters in southern wilderness who used goo worms to replace their own organs or kept the mother goo in their bodies to release the child goo to fight with outsiders, the degree of life intercultivation was not the slightest bit different. Using the method of exchanging stones to fight against Lin Yuan's goo worms, DG was also at the end of his rope. DG originally thought that Mo Ta could kill Lin Yuan, but unexpectedly, Mo Ta actually dropped the ball and ran away in advance. However, Lin Yuan didn't know what means Mo Ta had used before, but it was obvious that Lin Yuan had been severely injured and poisoned by Mo Ta. At this moment, coupled with the backlash caused by the death of the goo worm, Lin Yuan was estimated to have reached his weakest state. Even an ordinary person could easily kill Lin Yuan as long as they had the ability to get close to him. Kill or flee. DG's eyes clearly showed hesitation. As one of the 12 demon pillars of southern wilderness, no one knew better than DG about the temper of that demon venerable. DG's incompetence this time was undoubtedly a disgrace to southern wilderness. He would definitely be severely punished when he returned. In addition, Guan Zhaoshan's identity was special. The demon venerable had already indicated that although this Guan Zhaoshan was not Black Zhao's main body, it was his clone. DG had been sent out to the northern frontier to find Black Zhao or his subordinates. But before they even reached the northern frontier, they were already defeated by Black Zhao's clone. In addition, the northern frontier's rejection of the southern wilderness had already angered the demon venerable. If he couldn't even deal with the doppelganger of the Black Zhao, wouldn't he lose the great reputation that the southern wilderness had painstakingly built up over the years? If it went back with its tail between its legs, wouldn't the demon venerable skin it? That demon venerable could be said to be a genius. He had encircled the current southern wasteland from the Qing River Empire with one palm and fought against the Qing River Empire and the Chuyun Empire, as well as the endless sea demonic beasts that would invade the northern frontier every year. However, his biggest shortcoming was that he cared too much about his reputation. To the demon venerable, it was a small matter whether he could open a tender land to the northern frontier. However, the northern frontier had rejected his request directly and even went to war with the southern wasteland, causing the demon venerable to lose face. This was a big matter that required the northern frontier to pay with blood. If it retreated now and caused the demon venerable to lose face, then the consequences, but the problem was that although it had been fighting with the goo poison insect, it had also been paying attention to Lin Yuan and Mo Ta out of fear. It hadn't seen the two fight, unless Mo Ta injected poison into Lin Yuan's shoulder when he touched Lin Yuan's shoulder. Otherwise, Lin Yuan was deliberately pretending to be seriously injured at this moment to lure the demon venerable to attack. His purpose was to kill the demon venerable with thunderous means. Ha, Guan Zhaoshan, you're now poisoned and suffering from the backlash of the goo poison insect's death. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. If I want to, I can easily kill you, but I don't want to take advantage of your precarious situation. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I'll let you go today and won't even participate in any actions against you. How about it? DG flapped its wings, its face full of complacency. It felt that it was too smart. After all, Guan Zhaoshan was now a popular figure in the southern cultivation world. The Empress' arsenal in its hands made countless people scramble for it. At this moment, it exposed the fact that Guan Zhaoshan was an arrow at the end of its flight. There were bound to be all kinds of malicious actions from the southern cultivators due to greed and other emotions. And in order to get rid of this great enemy who was close to the Demon King realm and skilled in the Gu poison art, Guan Zhaoshan would definitely kneel down and kowtow. Even if he could get rid of these malicious cultivators, he had already humiliated Guan Zhaoshan in this way. It could be said that he had helped the demon venerable vent his anger and gained back some face. Moreover, he had made a promise. The next time there was a mission against the northern frontier, the priority would definitely be to let the other demon pillars take action first. When the time came, he would stay out of it and wouldn't have to worry about trouble finding him. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Lin Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and murmured, I seem to have said this not long ago. These demon beasts learn quite quickly. After saying this, Lin Yuan pulled out the abyss dragon saber and pointed it at DG. His right hand holding the saber kept trembling as if it didn't have any strength. Even a layer of fine sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. He then continued, Bah, even if I'm really at the end of my flight, I'm still better than you. If you really have the ability to kill me, why don't you come down and see if I can kill you? DG was dumbfounded. This person, why did he not play by the rules? It had already said so much. It was just a small matter of losing face. Did he have to make the 2 sides fight to the death? It was a great demon beast skilled in the Gu poison art. Not to mention whether cultivation and combat power were proportional, just based on this unpredictable Gu poison art, Guan Zhaoshan would not dare to slack off at all whether it was eating or sleeping in the future. Why did he have to do this? You care so much about face. Are you the twin brother of my demon venerable? Fine. I don't have the ability to kill you. DG was so angry that he laughed and scolded, I'll tell you now whether I have the ability or not. Speaking of this, DG's eyes were already red. It was obvious that it was extremely furious. A cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The tyrant song of the world was indeed more and more useful. Previously, when he provokedly ran in Julu City, now he persuaded Mo Ta and angered DG. He used the special ability of the tyrant song of the world. It was simply effective against these unprepared opponents. Especially a great demon like DG, who was seriously injured, was extremely terrifying. His words even aroused all the fierceness in DG's heart. Whoosh! In anger, DG no longer released goo worms. Instead, it used the most direct physical instinct. It flapped its black wings and directly pounced on Lin Yuan, who was holding the saber with one hand. After all, at this moment, it would rather be slashed by Lin Yuan than lose its goo worms. After all, external injuries were easy to heal, but internal injuries were no different from internal injuries. Caught. You. Lin Yuan looked at the white fleece flower that was getting closer and closer. He suddenly laughed and looked at DG, saying word by word. Chapter 949. DG, ? Seeing the smile that gradually appeared on Lin Yuan's face, DG's face also gradually revealed a puzzled expression. However, his puzzlement was destined not to be answered. Because the moment Lin Yuan finished his last word, a snow-white beam of cold light suddenly appeared. A white feathered leader flew high into the air. Just like the 4 heads that were thrown out by Lin Yuan earlier, it fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Immediately, it was covered with a lot of dust. Sheathing his saber, the smile on Lin Yuan's face disappeared. The aura qi around his body fluctuated. His previously dispirited qi activity suddenly changed, as if nothing had happened. As he walked toward Zhang Yueqing, he said, Li family of Hichu, Sun family of Lianjing, Lishan sect, Zhaixing pavilion. There are people from these families present. Have you seen the results of these two battles? DG and Mo Ta, one died and one fled. The outcome has been decided. Do you have any last words? After Lin Yuan made a powerful move in Julu City and killed the 4 Kongming realm experts, the various forces in the southern cultivation world already knew that this rapidly rising empress could not be suppressed. However, they still did not restrain their desire for the empress arsenal. They even put forward the rules of the battle despite the insults of some people. They said that if the empress could defeat Mo Ta and DG, they would no longer find trouble with her. However, if the empress lost, she would have to take the initiative to hand over the empress arsenal. The stakes of winning and losing were obviously not equal. Therefore, after Lin Yuan learned of this news, he took the initiative to say that if he won, the entire families of these participating forces would die. The risks and benefits were immediately proportional. At the same time, it also scared off many southern cultivation forces. However, at the same time, there were always people who thought that riches and honor could only be found in danger. Moreover, they did not believe that the empress could really win. In other words, they did not believe that things could really develop to that stage. No matter how arrogant the empress was, wasn't she only flaunting her power in the Lulan forces before? Could she really wipe out their entire families or something? However, at this moment, their mentality undoubtedly collapsed. DG and Mo Ta actually really lost to the empress. Moreover, this woman actually read out the names of the forces that had signed the agreement in front of so many spectators. This meant that once this matter was over, she would start to destroy these forces. Moreover, it would be the kind of destruction that would wipe out their entire families. Guan Zhaoshan, we admit that you are indeed a genius, but you are far from enough to challenge the entire southern cultivation world, aren't you? We can promise not to be your enemy, and this matter will be dropped. If you really want to fight, the ethereal society will not be able to protect you. A middle-aged man in a black brocade robe walked out of the crowd and roared with a flushed face. What was the most embarrassing thing in the world? After losing the bet, the other party wanted to collect the debt in front of everyone. Yet, he still had to act tough and renege on the debt, even threatening the other party. After the middle-aged man said this, he suddenly felt that in the entire southern cultivation world, apart from Lu Jingsheng, his reputation was probably the worst. You are, the person in charge of the second branch of the Li family of the river diagram, right? Lin Yuan did not know this middle-aged man. It was only when a follower of the Red Dust Society reminded him in a low voice that he knew the other party's identity. After confirming the other party's identity, he waved his hand like he was shooing away flies and said impatiently, "Let's start with the annihilation of the Li family of the river diagram. I want to see how much ability you have to take someone's life." As soon as his voice fell, all the spectators were stunned. Guan Zhaoshan's reaction was really unexpected. Although Guan Zhaoshan was already familiar with the annihilation of a sect, coupled with the provocation of the southern cultivation world first, at most they could only criticize Guan Zhaoshan for being ruthless and not caring about the face between cultivators. Even if they racked their brains, they could not prove that Guan Zhaoshan's actions were wrong. After all, the Sky Martial continent had been evolving for so many years. Sects, families, clans, and even dynasties had been annihilated. Examples of the remnants of the god-sculpting sect like the Red Dust Society were still active in the world were few and far between. But even so, the Red Dust Society had fallen from the former number one sect of the south to the point of being associated with the loose cultivators of the forest. This point alone proved that the various forces of the southern cultivation world were not much gentler than Lin Yuan. It was just that when the perpetrator became the victim, the difference between the two made them feel extremely sad. Even if they were not named by Lin Yuan, because they did not wish to pay such a heavy price and withdrew early, or even if they did not participate in this matter from the beginning, when they heard the names that were called out by Lin Yuan, as well as the middle-aged men with ashen faces, they could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. You're right. Guan Zhaoshan's actions is almost making an enemy of the entire southern cultivation world. Even if my ether society were to be destroyed, we would not be able to save her life. So this Zhang can guarantee that if you want to kill Guan Zhaoshan, the ether society will definitely not interfere. As long as you really want to die a clean death. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man who was completely wrapped up in pitch-black armor and wearing a white mask walking over as if he was taking a stroll. There was a large number of cultivators dressed in the Ether Society's attire following behind him. There were also quite a number of famous characters from the Southern Night Bandits ranking. For example, the Liu brothers, Lian Hua, and the others. What was even more eye-catching was the green-clothed young man next to the black-armored man. Third on the Night Bandits list, the all-knowing man, Chen Ping, who was known to know everything. This person had not committed any monstrous killing or shocking crimes, but he was ranked third on the Night Bandits list, and his bounty was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. This was because this man was known to know everything, and he really knew everything. Regardless of whether it was the secrets of the various sects that were kept secret, or the secrets that had happened in a certain period of time, as long as you could pay the price, he would be able to tell you everything. As long as such an existence lived in the world, it would undoubtedly be a great threat to the sects and aristocratic families. However, some people wanted to kill Chen Ping quickly, while others wanted to protect Chen Ping so that they could obtain more secrets. This was why he was able to keep his life. It was said that after being assassinated again, Chen Ping was seriously injured and almost died. After that, he disappeared without a trace, never opening up his business again. Until today, he had appeared together with the people from the Ether Society. Hostility gradually appeared in everyone's eyes as they looked at the Ether Society. Did it mean that the Ether Society already knew all of their secrets for them to have recruited someone like Chen Ping? However, compared to this, they were more curious about the meaning of the black-armored man's words earlier. Chapter 950. Right now, the southern cultivation realm can be said to be the most powerful force in the Shenwu dynasty. This is because this place has not experienced many wars. Be it ordinary people or cultivators, the number of people here is countless times greater than the areas controlled by the Shenwu dynasty in the past. However, this does not mean that a new regime will be born in the southern cultivation realm. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of trash who can't even deal with the Sky Demon. They clearly know that the Sky Demon from the Central Plains is heading south, but instead of thinking about how to deal with this calamity, they are hiding in temporarily safe places and scheming against each other. The black-armored man pointed at a few people and said with a sneer, "These are the elders of the southern cultivation world. They have been around for many years. I wonder how many heavenly demons you can kill in the face of the heavenly demon army. You're just trying to scare us." A middle-aged man with a pitch-black heavy sword on his back raised his eyebrows and said with a cold smile, "There are many aristocratic clans and sects in the south. Even the forces under the Heavenly Gate's guardians have taken root here. A mere sky demon has never been a threat to us. Is that so?" The black-armored man smiled and asked in return. Then, he shrugged and said in a mocking tone, "But according to Chen Ping's information, the cities near the Central Plains have basically fallen. Some people here know about this, while others don't. However, it has been a very long time since you've received news from the front lines, right? As for the Heavenly Gate's guardians," he paused for a moment, then his tone rose slightly as he continued in a mocking tone, "They are now facing even greater trouble and have no time to deal with the Sky Demon. Previously, they had already entrusted the Shenwu dynasty's Sky Demon problem to the Black Jiao of the northern frontier to deal with. Therefore, Up until now, have you seen the Heavenly Gates guardians take action? Oh, I almost forgot. Right now, the northern frontier is also facing trouble. Therefore, they can only defend and are unable to advance. If everyone continues like this, I reckon that before the northern frontier can head south, most of the people here will have died. After he finished speaking, everyone's countenances did not look too good. Although Fang Xingjian did not know the identity of the people from the He clan, based on how he had led the members of the Ether Society, he was most likely that mysterious supreme chief. Moreover, the words of the man in black armor were not baseless. It was no secret that the Sky Demon was heading south. The cities near the Central Plains had spontaneously formed alliances to resist the Sky Demon. Earlier, there were cultivators and mortals who had escaped from the front lines. But now, the most recent piece of news was from close to half a month ago. It was an urgent request for help from the front lines. However, the fire did not reach their homes. Few people were willing to take the risk, so the request was shelved. After that, there was no news from the front lines. Currently, there hadn't been any large-scale Sky Demon attacks to the south, but there were occasional occurrences of a Sky Demon appearing. Out of instinct, they were naturally willing to think positively. However, when the man in black armor put these problems on the table, no one dared to be optimistic and say that there were no problems with the alliance at the front lines. Furthermore, the guardians of the Heavenly Gates had no intention of taking action. Even though there were many influences in the south that were related to the guardians of the Heavenly Gates, these people were merely the minions of the guardians of the Heavenly Gates. If necessary, they could be abandoned. Once this matter was over, the guardians of the Heavenly Gates could support even more powerful influences to work for them. As for this, Guan Zhaoxin, the name of the Empress, has been in the limelight recently. At first, everyone was wary of the Ether Society, but later on, they coveted the Empress arsenal. Thus, the reputation of the Ether Society is not very useful. I admit this. At this moment, the man in black armor had walked to a spot about 3 meters behind Lin Yuan. He stopped in his tracks and made a throat-slitting gesture. He said, "The Ether Society is unable to protect her. Thus, if you want to kill or torture her, please do as you wish. However, I can guarantee that if anything happens to Guan Zhaoxin in the south, when the northern frontier resolves its problems and heads south, everyone present here or not will be King buried together with her." Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in from the surroundings. Guan Zhaoxin's relationship with the Ether Society was actually not a big deal to the cultivation world of the South as a whole. There were too many influences that had the ability to wrestle with the Ether Society. Previously, they did not touch Guan Zhaoxin because they felt that there was no need to clash with the Ether Society. However, when the benefits reached a certain level, what was the face of the Ether Society? They really did not believe that the Ether Society would shed all pretense of cordiality with the entire cultivation world of the South for a woman. Thus, the matter of Lian Hua and the Liu brothers standing up for her was at most a deterrent to the southern Liu Lin and the loose cultivators. However, the words of the man in black armor now were thought-provoking. This woman was related to the northern frontier. Although the cultivation world of the South had always been scheming against each other to create a new regime to replace the Shenwu dynasty, they knew in their hearts that they could not be like the northern frontier and the southern wasteland just because they occupied a territory. Firstly, they did not have a background. Secondly, they did not have a foundation. It was impossible for them to imitate the northern frontier and the South to become rich. They only wanted to eliminate all other voices before the northern frontier army went south. Then, the various factions would work together to guarantee the right to speak. This was to prevent the northern frontier from occupying the former land of the Shenwu dynasty. Sects and families with thousands of years of history like them could only watch from the sidelines. Or rather, they could simply become a piece of juicy meat in the eyes of the upper echelons of the northern frontier. So what if this woman is related to the northern frontier? The middle-aged man with the heavy sword on his back saw that everyone was deep in thought. He continued to put on a strong front and said, "If the situation is as you say, then we can't even get past the sky demon. How can we talk about the northern frontier going south? Why don't we seize the Empress arsenal and send it to the Yun Empire and the Qingjang Empire in exchange for a way out? I don't care who you are. If you want to meddle in other people's business, then draw a line. Otherwise, just get lost. If you want to make us hesitate to attack with empty words, then you are delusional." The Tianwu world was overcrowded. The various empires, demonic beast factions, and even some reclusive families and sects that occupied territories had been deliberately maintaining a high intensity of war to ensure that the population of the Tianwu continent did not exceed the upper limit of what could be supported. Strictly speaking, even the royal bloodline of the previous 7 empires were treated as cannon fodder if they did not have a certain level of talent. The southern cultivation world could not defeat the sky demon, nor could they defeat the northern frontier, so they could only run away. However, whether it was the Qingjang Empire or the Yun Empire, it was impossible for them to have territory. Even if they had connections with some powerful sects, it was useless. If you went to them empty-handed, they would not want you. This was the fundamental reason why many factions in the southern cultivation world coveted the Empress arsenal. If you wanted to be taken in, you had to show your value. Otherwise, you would only be cannon fodder if you went there. At most, you would die a little later. Chapter 2100. This kid had always been a tough guy since he was young. He never screamed unless he was pushed to his limits. Could it be that he was seriously injured? The Major General thought of Xia Jinyuan's usual behavior and his expression became particularly grave. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The guards had arrived with the military doctor. "Come in." The Major General, who no longer pursued Xia Jinyuan's words, immediately raised his voice. After the military doctor entered, he pointed at Xia Jinyuan and said anxiously, "Doctor, hurry up and take a look at him." V8, who helped Xia Jinyuan sit down, said softly, "Captain, your courage is as big as your reputation. You managed to make the Major General's mood fluctuate with just a few words. You're amazing. You flatter me." Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled slightly. While the Major General was instructing the military doctor, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I've implicated you just now. Find an excuse to leave. Don't stay here any longer." V8's arm stiffened and his voice trembled. "Brother, is the injury on your waist serious?" "It's a little serious and it's a little inflamed." Xia Jinyuan told his comrade honestly and comforted him with a sympathetic gaze. "That's why I reminded you to find an excuse to leave so that the Major General won't be angry with you." "Then I really have to thank you for your reminder." V8 gritted his teeth and helped his comrade sit down. He said to the Major General, "Major General, I have something to deal with here. Can I leave first?" The Major General did not hesitate and waved his hand in agreement. V8 did not stay for a second and strode away. Soon, the military doctor removed the blood-stained gauze. The Major General, who still had some anger in his heart, saw the wound on his waist. At that moment, the last trace of anger in his heart was extinguished instantly along with the bloody wound. It was a very serious wound that went straight through the side of his waist and came out from the back of his waist. Although the wound had been stitched up, there were signs of inflammation around it. It was red and swollen and looked terrifying. The military doctor picked up a small medical flashlight and shone it on the wound. Wearing a mask, he examined the wound and said in a deep voice, "The wound shows signs of inflammation. We can't rule out the possibility of pus forming inside. To be conservative, we should remove the stitches again." The military doctor gently pressed his hand around the wound with a pair of sterile gloves. After taking a closer look, he raised his head and asked Xia Jinyuan in surprise, "Did you sew it yourself?" Although the stitching technique was appropriate, the stitching was sloppy, and there were signs of pulling at the top and bottom of the stitching. At a glance, it was obvious that the stitching was done by oneself. Moreover, the stitching speed was very fast, and the stitching was not done properly. Xia Jinyuan nodded faintly and said, "Help me disinfect the surrounding area first. We'll talk about removing the stitches later. Do you want to be taken to the hospital by the guards?" The Major General glanced at him coldly and asked the military doctor how serious the infection was. Compared to the military doctor's shock, the Major General was much calmer. During battle, if the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were injured, they would treat their own wounds if they had no comrades by their side. What he was concerned about was whether the infection was serious. "From the outside, I can't tell how serious it is for the time being. However, gunshot wounds are different from other injuries, especially penetrating wounds. Sometimes, the situation looks good on the outside, but the inside may have formed pus." The military doctor was somewhat impressed by the soldier in front of him who dared to sew his own wound. He took off his gloves and answered the Major General's question with a serious expression. "I suggest that you go to the hospital to see if there is any inflammation inside." Xia Jinyuan knew that he could not escape going to the hospital tonight. He asked the military doctor to disinfect the wound first and said to the Major General, "There's no need to trouble the guards. I'll take the initiative to go to the hospital after reporting to you." Chapter 2101. Major General realized that the problem did not end with the arrest of the illegal Chinese businessman. He looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge again, and asked the military doctor, "Can his injury be treated in a few hours?" "There are no signs of fever. It can be treated in a few hours." The military doctor packed up the medical supplies, saluted and left. It was already 8:30 at night. The office building of the military headquarters was brightly lit. The security outside was tight. Inside, uniformed soldiers were working on their work quietly. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du came out of the General Staff Department building and took a car to Wang Fu Restaurant. He was tired after an entire day of meetings, so he sat in the back and closed his eyes to rest. Director Yi of the Southern Province took his daughter to report to the Beijing political group. In the end, his wife insisted that he go over and talk to Director Yi. He had already said what he needed to say and helped with what he needed to do. What else did he need to see? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not want to go. When the waiter opened the door of the private room, his face was full of smiles. He strode over and said with a smile, Sorry, the General Staff Department called for an emergency meeting. Director Yi has to wait for so long." Yi Zhifan didn't dare to accept this sentence. He had been paying attention to the movement at the door. When he saw the corner of a military green coat, he was very perceptive and stood up to greet the Deputy Chief of Staff Du before he walked over. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Please forgive me." He did not forget to remind Ying to get up quickly. Mrs. Li liked the father and daughter's eyesight. People should have good eyesight. Otherwise, they would appear clumsy. Okay, you two don't need to chat. Old Du, let the waiter serve the dishes. Director Yi saw that you did not come and insisted on waiting. I couldn't persuade him, so I had to serve some desserts for Ying to eat. Mrs. Li, who was wearing a gold velvet cheongsam with a rich peony flower embroidered on the collar, smiled and invited the two to sit. She personally poured a cup of tea for her husband and said elegantly, "The two children have not arrived yet. The new year has just ended. I really don't know what they are busy with. I want to find someone to eat with, but there is no one to accompany me. Ying is the best. She is obedient and sensible. She knows that I want to talk and chat. See, before you came, it was this child who kept me company to relieve my boredom." Hearing this, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du laughed even louder. He looked at the young lady beside his wife and nodded approvingly. She is indeed obedient. Director Yi has taught her well. If it was Jia, TSK, at most, 10 minutes. Yi Ying, who was flattered in her heart, tried hard to suppress the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up. She lowered her head shyly as if she couldn't bear the compliment. Her voice was a little soft, but she didn't sound petty as she replied, "You're flattering me. Madam is knowledgeable. It's my fortune to be able to talk to Madam. Hey, why are you so cute? I am still outside, but I can still hear you through such a thick door." The one who spoke was Du Jie. Dressed in a military uniform, she walked in with an arrogance that Yi Ying envied. It was the kind of arrogance that could only be possessed by someone who was confident. Chapter 2102. Before meeting Du Jie, Yi Ying was already envious of Mrs. Li. Now that she saw Du Jie in person, there was not only envy in her heart, but also jealousy that she couldn't suppress. If she grew up in the Du family, she definitely wouldn't be worse than Du Jie. Definitely not worse. She remembered that there was a sentence written in a book, "Birth determines everything." In the past, she didn't really believe it, but after seeing Du Jie, she really believed it. Birth does determine everything. In terms of appearance, she definitely wasn't worse than Du Jie. However, she didn't have Du Jie's arrogance between her eyebrows. In terms of temperament, she and Du Jie each had their own merits. One was arrogant, while the other was gentle. However, she didn't have the confidence of Du Jie. She also didn't have the elegance of Du Jie even when she was just carrying water. This kind of Du Jie made Yi Ying deeply jealous as soon as she appeared, but she didn't dare to show it at all, for fear that Mrs. Li beside her would notice it. Since Du Jie came in, Mrs. Li couldn't care less about Yi Ying, who was trying to make her happy just now. She revealed a deep and loving smile and directly joked, "I can't finish talking bad about you even if I talk bad about you for 3 days and 3 nights. I dare to say it in front of you, but I dare to say it behind your back even more. Your mother is right. You are the most disobedient. If your mother and I don't talk bad about you, who else would we talk bad about?" Compared to his eldest daughter, the deputy chief of staff doted on his naughty but considerate youngest daughter more. After joking, he introduced her to Yi Jifan. "Chief Yi, this is my daughter, Jie, who always gives me a headache. Jie, come and say hello to Uncle Yi." He pretended to criticize, "Look at you, you don't even know how to be polite. You don't even know how to say hello when you come in." When Du Jie came in, it was her home ground. She took off her military cap and put it on the table. She smiled and said, "You didn't introduce him. How would I know who he is?" She stretched out her hand and took the initiative to shake Yi Jifan's hand. "Hello, Uncle Yi. I'm Du Jie. The bad things my parents said just now were all lies. Please don't believe them." She was generous, decent, and experienced in dealing with people. Yi Jifan could tell at a glance that Yi Ying was not as good as her. He had been an official in the southern province for a long time, but he had never met a superior who had a daughter of the same age as his daughter. Even if there was one, it would be the daughter of a subordinate who was inferior to him. In comparison, he felt that his daughter's temperament was outstanding. Now, compared with the daughter of the deputy chief of staff Yi Jifan could not help but sigh with emotion. He said to Mrs. Li and the deputy chief of staff "When I see Miss Du, I really understand the meaning of the saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes." In one sentence, the 3 members of the Du family were praised. Du Jie said in her heart, "It's a bit interesting." Then she took the initiative to talk to Yi Ying when Mrs. Li introduced her. "She's really well behaved. I don't dare to speak loudly. Besides, she's even more beautiful than my mother said." Yi Ying was a little flattered. She quickly got up a little and said in an anxious tone with a little admiration, "Miss Du is more beautiful and very handsome. You're quite honest." "Yes, although you're very beautiful, you're indeed a little worse than me." Du Jie purposely said with a smile. The pair of eyes that looked at Ying were as bright as diamonds, shining brightly. Her eyes were obviously sizing her up. She was very presumptuous and calm. Ying was a little nervous because of her words. Now she was sizing her up, which made her even more nervous. Moreover, as a girl, her intuition told her that although Du Jie was smiling at her, there was unfriendliness in her eyes that made her tremble. She didn't like her. Chapter 2103. This discovery made Yi Ying's palms break out in layers of cold sweat. She did not even notice that the phone in her bag had been vibrating non-stop. Yi Ying's intuition is correct. Du Jie really doesn't like Yi Ying. Obedient, well-behaved, honest, and beautiful. Yet another one who wants to establish a relationship with the Du family. If it wasn't for her father saving Big Brother's life, I really wouldn't have come over to entertain this father and daughter pair who came from God knows where. Mrs. Li doesn't show up, letting her daughter look at Yi Ying wantonly. She wants to find herself an obedient daughter-in-law. If her future sister-in-law can't stand it and gives her a hard time, she won't want such a daughter-in-law. The little wife Mrs. Li chose for you this time is really good-looking. You can come up. Du Jie doesn't care about Yi Ying's feelings. She sends a letter to her brother Li Yuan, who is 1 year younger than her downstairs. Under Mrs. Li's knowing eyes, she starts to chat with Yi Ying enthusiastically. Li Yuan takes Mrs. Li's surname. After he was born, Mrs. Li made the decision directly. The Du family didn't say anything and let Mrs. Li make all the decisions. When Li Yuan comes up, the real master is here. Li Yuan, who has just turned 23, is tall and handsome. He has been studying abroad for many years and has an unruly arrogance. But Mrs. Li has taught him well. He is tall and straight, with the noble air of an aristocratic family. When Mrs. Li sees her youngest son, she talks more than before, especially the sentence, "My son has never had a girlfriend." "Director Yi, how about we be in-laws? What do you think?" Li Yuan's half-joking words made Yi Ying's heart beat like a little deer. When Li Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Yi is very suitable for the image of a girlfriend in my heart," Yi Ying's cheeks were so red that Li Yuan could not help but cast sidelong glances at her. Yi Jifan knew that Madame Li would not speak without thinking. She only said this because she really meant it. For a moment, even someone as calm as him was a little excited. The father and daughter are so excited that they don't care about the vibrating mobile phones in their bags. After 3 rounds of drinking and talking happily, the vibrating mobile phones in their bags are directly turned off by Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing heard that both phones had been turned off. She sat weakly on the sofa like a frosted eggplant. It's over, it's over. The days that I finally had hope for are over again. Her disappointing daughter, this time she was really going to be angered to death. He had sent her abroad to study because he wanted her to study hard and start from scratch. But what about her? But as for her, Ioyo, she was so angry, so angry. But she actually hung out with those blonde guys from overseas, and even allowed them to put their hands into her clothes and grope her all over. She even curled up on the sofa with the 2 men and kissed them here and there. She was infuriated. She didn't look like a student at all. She was just a slut. Sun Dongqing, who was shocked by the contents of the videotape, was really angry. Although she always defended Yi Ying, she was a woman who came from the countryside. What she hated the most was debauchery. The things that she couldn't bear to see the most, her daughter had done them all. Everything was done. God damn it. The whole family was disgraced. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't get through to her husband, burst into tears. It was too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. After such a shameful thing happened, she wanted to take a rope and strangle herself to avoid being criticized behind her back. Sun Dongqing called the phone again and again, but it was always turned off. She was so angry that she screamed and jumped. Suddenly, she rushed back to her room and rummaged. She wanted to go to the capital, she wanted to go to the capital. Chapter 2104. Sun Dongxing didn't think about anything else. She just wanted to bring her daughter back from Jing City as soon as possible. It was okay if her daughter was humiliated at home, but she couldn't let her daughter embarrass herself outside. That was all she could think of. The most important thing now was to bring Yiying back from Jing City. She didn't think that Yiying was about to enlist in the military, nor did she think that the videotape might have been sent to more people. Sun Dongxing found her ID card. She only brought her wallet and mobile phone. She didn't bring any other luggage. She locked the door and went to the airport. She didn't dare to ask the driver to send her home. She was afraid that the driver would notice something wrong from her face. She even covered her face with a thick checkered scarf to take a taxi. On the way to the airport, she was so anxious that she kept calling her father and daughter, hoping that one of them would turn on his phone. Yi Jifan, who was chatting happily with Deputy Director Du, didn't even look at his phone until they returned to the hotel room. Yiying was even more so. Facing the handsome and rich Li Yuan, who had a good family background, her heart was pounding like a deer the whole night. She didn't care about anything else. She was not attracted to Li Yuan, but to the Du family's family background and wealth. She didn't expect that her mother's words would come true. She would really find a husband who could be a general in the future. No, Li Yuan said that he didn't want to join the army. She didn't want to find a general as her husband, but a general as her father-in-law. And a mother-in-law from a famous family. It didn't matter whether Li Yuan was handsome or ugly. Of course, she would feel more comfortable if he was handsome. Although Yiying was excited the whole night, she didn't become impetuous because she was always calm in front of others. It was as if Mrs. Li was just joking. After a short moment of shyness, she returned to normal. Mrs. Li was more and more satisfied. Before leaving, she held Yiying's hand and said with a smile, "Tomorrow is Jai's birthday. There will be a birthday party at home. Remember to come with your father." Not only did she need to be obedient, but she also needed to see how good her social skills were. She then turned to Yi Jifan and said, "Director Yi, remember to come tomorrow. Don't forget about it." Yi Jifan was stunned for a few seconds by the sudden good news. When he finally recovered, he slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "I didn't think that tomorrow would be Miss Du's birthday. I didn't make any preparations at all. It would be rude of me to go over there." How could Yi Jifan forget about this kind of good thing that could help his daughter integrate into the upper-class circle as soon as possible? He still had to put in 120% of his effort, but he still had to say some polite words. How could Ying compare to Du Jiayi when it comes to speaking? Du Jiayi, who secretly curled her lips in disdain, smiled like a flower in the blink of an eye. "Do I still lack a gift from you? It's fine as long as you're here. I'll introduce a few friends of your age so that you can play with them during your holidays." How could Ying not notice the hidden meaning in Du Jiayi's words? She was disdaining her for not having enough status to give her a present. She hadn't done anything to anger her, but she had been saying such harsh words the entire night. Yet, on the surface, it sounded like she was being magnanimous and polite. Isn't she just afraid that I'll steal Madame Li's attention? Chapter 2105. A lady from a prestigious family. Bah! She's so narrow-minded. If it weren't for her surname, I wouldn't have bothered with her. Yiying, whose heart was in turmoil, continued to pretend that she didn't understand Du Jiayi's sarcasm. Maintaining a sweet smile, she said calmly, "No need, no need. I'm already very satisfied to be able to attend Jiayi's birthday party. There's really no need to trouble Jiayi to introduce more friends. I'll take my time." Mrs. Li had been paying attention to their conversation the whole time. Seeing that Yi Ying was polite and a little domineering in her daughter's reply, she nodded with satisfaction in her heart. Not bad, she didn't swallow her anger. When pushed too hard, she knew how to fight back gently. It could be seen that she had a soft but firm character. She wouldn't be too weak and let others bully her. She had observed enough for tonight and was satisfied with the result. Jia, you take advantage of Ying Ying's gentle temperament to be aggressive. Mom saw it all tonight. You're the most dishonest. Mrs. Li, who had let Yi Ying pass another hurdle, finally spoke and stopped her daughter from continuing to suppress Yi Ying. As soon as she spoke, Du Jia seemed to have changed into a different person. She held Yi Ying's arm affectionately and said with relief, "Oh, I'm so tired tonight. Mom, don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. I didn't know how tiring it is to be a bad person until today. Oh, I'm so tired. I don't want to be a bad person for the rest of my life." Yi Ying was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on in front of her. "I'm sorry, Ying Ying. It was my mom's idea tonight. It really had nothing to do with me." Du Jie playfully blinked her eyes and explained, "When my mom told me about it, I was really in a difficult position. When I saw you again, I almost wanted to throw away my responsibilities and leave. But I couldn't help it. It's my mom. As long as my mom says something at home, it's like an imperial edict. Even my dad doesn't dare to disobey. As her daughter, I don't dare to do anything." The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. In the end, she whispered into Yi Ying's ear, giggling as she continued, "Let me tell you a secret. My mother is quite satisfied with you. As for you, you only need to coax my mother in the future. As long as my mother is happy, the whole family is happy." Yi Ying, who understood what was going on, actually wanted to avoid it. Her body had even stiffened from the contact with Du Jia. She did not feel any warmth from the hand that was holding her arm. Instead, she felt her heart tighten. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight and come over early tomorrow to help me receive the guests." Du Jia had always been strong-willed. Regardless of whether Yi Ying was willing to come over early or not, she made the decision directly. To her, letting the daughter of a small bureau chief come over to help her in advance was already giving the other party a lot of face. She could only rush over, how could she refuse? Madame Li, who was already strong, did not think that her daughter was strong. Instead, she thought that her daughter's arrangement was good. She smiled and said to Yi Ying, "Okay, I'll send a driver to pick you up early tomorrow. You don't have to prepare a gift. Your sister Jia doesn't lack anything. You don't have to worry about your outfit. Just use the same makeup artist as Jia. You'll definitely look more beautiful and elegant. She'll send a driver to pick me up tomorrow." Yi Ying, who was initially displeased by Du Jia's words, was delighted. That's right, Madame Li was the one in charge of the Du family. As long as she could make Madame Li happy and marry into the Li family, would she still need to be afraid of Du Jia? Chapter 2106. She was just a married daughter. How could she compare to Li Yuan? Li Yuan even followed Madame Li's surname. It was clear how high his position was in Madame Li's heart. Yi Ying quickly glanced at the handsome figure who was on the phone in front of her. The smile on her face became even more gentle. Du Jia's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as she quietly observed her mother's expression and actions. Maintaining the smile on her face, she continued to hold Yi Ying's arm tightly as she pouted and acted coquettishly. "Mom, you're so biased. None of my friends have ever received a single word of praise from you." "Me too, it's been a long time since you've praised me." Did she really think that she could marry into the Du family just by coaxing her mother? She sure knew how to daydream. For some reason, Du Jia disliked Yi Ying. She had been prejudiced against her since the beginning. Madame Li glared at her daughter who was beginning to misbehave again. Although she said she was glaring, her eyes were filled with affection. If you were half as good as Ying, I would dote on you every day. Even the deputy chief of staff joined in. He laughed and said, your mom is right. If you were half as obedient as Ying, I would dote on you too. Polite words were enough to be taken seriously. Yi Jifan quickly flattered back. The atmosphere was so pleasant that everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Du Jie looked at Ying, who was getting more and more uncomfortable, and sighed. Ying, your arrival has caused my status to plummet. I don't care anymore. I'll leave the important task of making my mom happy to you in the future. The intimate and witty words made the three adults laugh even louder and louder. Ying had no idea what Du Jie was thinking. Her whole body was bearing the weight of Du Jie's body. She tried her best to smile naturally and said gently, Jie, you're making me happy. It's my fortune to be able to make Madame Li happy. Du Jie was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. The things she said, the things she did, and the expressions she showed were all different. Her words were obviously sarcastic, but it just made the adults laugh loudly. Ying couldn't help but feel afraid of such a Du Jie. She couldn't help but feel more envious and jealous. In the face of power, Ying was not as arrogant as she was when facing Yi Qian. Even if Du Jie was rude to her, she was willing to endure it. After the Du family of four got into the car and left, Ying gritted her teeth as she stared at the back of the car. Her fingers were tightly gripping the corner of her shirt as she silently vented her anger. Yi Jifan, who had appeared out of nowhere, looked at his daughter's fingers, which were fiddling with her clothes. His eyes were dark as he said, this is Du Jie's confidence. She dares to do this because she has the ability to look down on you. The reason why you don't dare to talk back is because she has enough reason to look down on your identity. Ying, what does it mean to be above others? A person above others dares to say what they want to say and do what they want to do. Even if others feel uncomfortable, they can only accept it. Ying, whose eyes were red, bit her lower lip tightly. She looked up at her father and reluctantly put down her pride. She gritted her teeth and said, I know. That's why I can only endure it for now. I can only endure it until I can marry into the Li family. Madame Li was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Yi Jifan's cold voice interrupted Yi Ying's beautiful dream. What kind of family is the Du family? Are they afraid that they won't be able to find a daughter from a prestigious family to be their daughter-in-law? Yi Ying, stop dreaming. You should think more about how to make use of Madame Li's love to fight for a place in the military. See if it's possible to transfer to a military academy and become an officer with a military rank. Chapter 2107. Yi Ying's beautiful dream had just begun, and before she could get to the right place, Yi Jifan poured a bucket of cold water on her. Yi Ying almost shed tears. Although she thought it was possible, she did not dare to say it out loud. She could only think about it in her heart. Go back to your room and have a rest. Get up early tomorrow and wait for the driver sent by Mrs. Li. It's good to go to the Li family early. I think Mrs. Li will introduce you to the wife of the governor who is close to her. As long as you can rely on the Du family, Yi Ying, your marriage will not be too bad. Yi Jifan did not dare to think about his daughter marrying into the Du family. He only wanted to get Mrs. Li's help. Thinking that Mrs. Li will send a driver to take her to the Du family tomorrow, Yi Ying felt a little better. Yi Ying went back to her room and took a bubble bath. It was not until she went to bed that she found that her phone was out of battery. She plugged it in but did not turn it on. She went to bed directly. Yi Jifan was afraid that something would happen in the bureau, so he charged his phone and turned it on. As soon as he turned it on, countless text messages beeped. It was either the home phone or Sun Dongqing's phone. There were nearly 30 text messages in total. Yi Jifan, who seldom received continuous calls, calmly called home. No one answered the home phone, and the phone was turned off. He did not have much patience with his wife, so he ignored it and went to sleep. At this time, Sun Dongqing was sitting in the luxury cabin flying directly to the capital. Other passengers had fallen asleep, but she was not sleepy. She was looking forward to getting off the plane as soon as possible with her eyes wide open. In the car, Mrs. Li was asking Li Yuan about his impression of Yi Ying. Li Yuan did not think much about it, nor was he interested. He just said to please Mrs. Li, "She is not bad. At least she is pleasing to the eye. She is not like the women I have seen before who think they are so great. She seems to have a good personality. She doesn't look like someone who will make trouble." "Mom, it is useless to ask Li Yuan. As long as a woman is beautiful, he will like her." Du Jiayi smiled coldly and did not hide her disdain for Yi Ying. "She is not bad-looking, but I don't see anything good about her personality. A dog that bites will not bark. People like her are like this. She's not causing trouble because she doesn't dare to cause trouble at my house. She doesn't have the guts." Madame Li had long seen that her daughter was against Yi Ying. Although she didn't say anything, it didn't mean that she didn't know. Hearing her daughter's words, she smiled and looked at her daughter, who had always had sharp eyes. She praised, "Your eyes are indeed more accurate than Li Yuan's. Yi Ying doesn't make trouble, but it doesn't mean that she is really weak. Her character is quite gentle. I admire her forbearance. She's also a sweet talker, just like her father. She doesn't give people the impression that she's trying to flatter them. I just feel that she's a little smart. Considering her age, she's quite tactful in dealing with things. She's much better than the girls your brother has dated before." The deputy chief of staff Du, who was sitting at the front, turned his head and said to his son and daughter, "Your mother is very satisfied with her. You two can just go along with what she says. Your opinions don't count. Dad, you've always been on Mom's side. Turn around and look straight ahead. Don't speak, don't interrupt." Du Jiayi leaned over and raised her hand to cover half of the deputy chief of staff Du's face. She pushed him back and said, "We'll talk about our own things. Just listen to us." Okay. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. You two continue to talk." The deputy chief of staff Du, whose face was pushed back by his daughter, laughed. He never cared about the things at home. It was enough for him to have his wife. If she said it was good, it was good. If she said it was bad, it was bad. Chapter 2108. Mrs. Li patted her daughter's arm with a smile. "You're so rude. Sit up straight. Don't affect the guards driving. I haven't finished yet." Du Jiayi sat back with a smile and continued to say what she disliked about Yi Ying. "I don't like her very much. It feels like she's pretending. She blushes all night and she's so shy. It's as if I'm so thick-skinned. I don't like her. And, Mom, didn't you notice that her eyes were a little flirtatious?" When Li Yuan came in, she quickly glanced at him and lowered her head. "I really thought she was shy at that time. But in the end, you said you wanted her to be Li Yuan's girlfriend." "Ha!" Du Jiayi snorted softly with a mocking look on her face. She started to stare at Li Yuan from time to time. She's not looking at him shyly. She's just sizing him up. Does she want to see if Li Yuan is good enough for her? She's just the daughter of a little director. What right does she have to think that Li Yuan is good enough for her? Du Jiayi's words had a great impact on Mrs. Li. After a long time, she nodded and said, "You're all young people. Looking at young people with the eyes of young people, sometimes you can see more clearly than adults. Hearing what you said, it's possible that Yi Ying deliberately behaved well in order to leave a good impression in front of me. But Although Mrs. Li agreed with her daughter's words, she did not directly deny her love for Ying. But she's really gentle and filial. You can see it from her pouring tea for Yi Jifan from time to time. She turned to ask Li Yuan, who was not interested, "What about you? What do you think?" Her daughter's thoughts were important, but it also depended on her son. "As long as she's good enough for you and my sister, I have no objections." Li Yuan shrugged indifferently. Yi Ying's beautiful face flashed in his mind, and his eyes were a little more interested. Her father is not bad. Southern Province is a rich province. I want to go there to develop my career. If I have Yi Jifan's guidance, it should be smooth. Du Jiayi rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. Do you need Yi Jifan's guidance to develop your career in Southern Province? Isn't it enough for you to have uncle's guidance? Eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle can also help. Do we still need Yi Jifan? Sister, you're dreaming. Uncle will only help Li Jinyan. Why would he help my mother? It was already good enough that he didn't go against his mother. Third uncle doesn't want to count on him either. He's been hiding abroad for so many years. What can he do to help me? At the mention of his grandfather's family, a layer of darkness appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. With eldest uncle and second uncle around, what can we do? If you don't even try to fight for it, how do you know you can't do anything? Third uncle was forced to retire from the army and go abroad by first uncle. Now you can join forces with third uncle, right? There's also first aunt. She's his second wife, and she can't wait to get rid of Li Jinyan. Don't you know that you should join forces with first aunt? Hearing this, Li Yuan glanced coldly at Du Jiayi, who had simplified the matter. No matter how much eldest aunt wants to get rid of Li Jinyan, she won't help me, who also wants to divide the Li family. What are you arguing about? All of you, shut up. Madame Li glanced at her son and daughter angrily. The smile in her eyes was replaced by dark clouds. Your second uncle will be here tomorrow. Don't talk about his past. Also, spend more time with your grandmother. She loves you too the most. Chapter 2109. Du Jiayi doesn't dare to make trouble when Mrs. Li is angry. She secretly glares at Li Yuan, who caused her to be criticized, and feels depressed. Thinking of her grandfather's family, Du Jiayi purses her lips and holds Mrs. Li's arm gently. She says softly, "Mom, don't be angry. My brother and I know what to do. We won't embarrass you and third uncle in front of eldest uncle and second uncle." Why was it said that daughters were considerate? In fact, it meant that daughters were attentive. Her daughter immediately comforted her when she saw that she was angry, but her son didn't. Men were not so attentive and cared about personal gains and losses. Mrs. Li sighs and pats her daughter's shoulder gently. I'm relieved that you are sensible. Don't tell your brother that he needs to rely on his uncles in the future. They are unreliable. Your eldest uncle and your grandmother are like fire and water. It's good that your second uncle doesn't care. Your grandmother doesn't have to worry about it. Your third uncle has just come back. How can he help your brother? What's more, there is Li Jinyan. He alone is enough for your grandmother and your third uncle to worry about. Let's solve our own problems. Don't bother your grandmother. Mrs. Li is not in a good mood when it comes to her family. Du Jiayi sees that she frowns and doesn't want to talk about it. She nods obediently and lowers her eyes to hide the complicated feelings in them. Her grandfather's family seems to be rich for generations, but their relationship is not ordinary. Her grandfather was a playboy all his life. He married her eldest grandmother and gave birth to her eldest uncle and second uncle. In the end, he raised her younger grandmother and gave birth to her third uncle and mother. What surprised her more was that her younger grandmother and her eldest grandmother were not blood-related sisters. Her younger grandmother was adopted by her eldest grandmother's family. Later, the affair between her grandfather and her sister-in-law was exposed. Her eldest grandmother, who was strong-willed, slapped her younger grandmother in the face and the two sisters turned against each other. It was not until her eldest grandmother passed away due to illness that her younger grandmother was able to marry into the Lee family and become her grandfather's legal wife. The two elders fought for her grandfather for a lifetime and let the resentment of the older generation continue to the next generation. Du Jiayi thinks that her grandfather's family is obviously prominent, but the resentment of the older generation affects her generation. She can't help but sigh heavily. It is very quiet in the car, so her heavy sigh is particularly obvious. Madame Lee, who was already in a bad mood, felt a little amused when she heard this. Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Is there anything in the family that you need to worry about? Mom, I am thinking about my grandmother. Adjusting her sitting posture, Du Jiayi asked softly, Mom, tell me what happened to grandfather's family back then. Why did eldest aunt pass away in an accident? And why was third uncle forced to retire from the army and leave for a foreign country? Tell me, I really want to know. Lee's mother. Lee, F. Aunts. Mothers. Hearing this, Madame Lee's face turned cold again, and she said in a low voice, Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Why? Deputy Chief of Staff Du interrupted Du Jiayi and said with a smile, Jay, that's all in the past. Why are you, a young person, bringing up the past? He is still as secretive as before. His face changes as soon as he mentions it. Du Jiayi reluctantly says, Oh. She thought about it and said, Didn't Li Jinyan say that he is back? Mom, do you think he will come to our house tomorrow? Chapter 21:10. That depends on your first aunt's mood and his own mood. Madame Lee's attitude was quite cold when it came to Li Jinyan. It's better if neither of them comes. She had no feelings for her eldest brother, not to mention that he was at odds with old Madame Lee. Li Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, said with a faint smile, Li Jinyan won't come, but cousin will definitely come. Because as long as it's something Li Jinyan hates, the two of them will like it. That's right. Li Jinyan will definitely not come. Du Jiayi nodded thoughtfully. His eldest uncle's family wasn't complicated. The main reason was that his eldest aunt didn't like Li Jinyan, who was born from his first wife. She wholeheartedly wanted to fight for the family inheritance for her son and daughter. It was not that Li Jinyan was not sensible, but that first aunt could not tolerate the son left by the first wife. From time to time, he would make some trouble. As a result, the relationship between Li Jinyan and first uncle was quite bad. Fortunately, Li Jinyan joined the army and was stationed at the seaside all year round. He could not return home even once a year, so first uncle's family was quite peaceful so far. As if thinking of something, Madame Lee's eyes suddenly became serious. She said in a low voice, Li Yuan, since Li Jinyan is back, you should visit your grandfather's house more these days. Your grandfather still cares about his eldest grandson, Li Jinyan. Don't let him take all the benefits. Li Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and refused, No, it's boring. Let my sister go. She likes the treasures in grandfather's hands. If you don't go, I will go. It just so happens that I have 4 days off. I can go and accompany grandfather and little grandma. Du Jiayi agreed immediately. She also thought about the treasures in grandfather's hands. Those were all antiques. It was said that many of them were the palace treasures that great-grandfather swept when he was a warlord. Little grandma, who wanted to take out the treasures in grandfather's hands, would definitely be happy for her to go. Madame Lee nodded, That's fine. Don't provoke Li Jinyan in the future. Although your grandfather also wants to leave good things for me and your third uncle, Li Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family after all. Although your grandfather dotes on you, he will never do more than his eldest grandson. The family whispered from time to time in the car and only stopped when they reached home. Li Jinyan, who had just returned home, was now sitting on an aged sofa made of yellow pear wood. He had a cold expression on his face as he chatted with the two elders. Although he said that he was accompanying Zhang Xian, he was actually just sitting by the side and listening quietly. Tomorrow is that last Jiai's birthday. Old master, now that third brother's child is back, why don't you let Jinyan bring his brothers over tomorrow? Let third brother's child recognize everyone. Otherwise, when he goes out in the future, he won't be able to recognize everyone. That would be too disrespectful. The one who spoke was Old Man Li. She was 15 years younger than Old Man Li. She took good care of herself, so her hair was still dark. She wore an old-fashioned modified cheongsam, which made her look particularly elegant and dignified. She spoke unhurriedly with a soft accent. Just by listening to her, one could tell that she had a good voice when she was young. Li Jinyan, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes when his name was mentioned. He said indifferently, "My leave is limited. I still have a meeting tomorrow. Sorry, I don't have time." "Is that so? I didn't think it through," Old Madam Li said with some disappointment. She looked at Old Master Li and deliberated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll bring her over. There's no need to trouble Jinyan. As for the gift, Old Master, why don't you give Jai the painting that second brother drew? This lass has liked it for a long time, and I've never been willing to give it to her." Chapter 21:11. Among the descendants left behind by her elder sister, only her second son made her slightly satisfied. He didn't care about anything and didn't care about his family. He carried a picture clip and walked the world, becoming a famous painter both domestically and abroad. She had several of his paintings in her hands, and any one of them was worth hundreds of thousands. Li Jinyan had no interest in these things. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and said to the white-haired and white-bearded Old Man Li, who was sitting on the sofa, "I won't disturb you anymore. Rest early." He nodded slightly at Old Lady Li, put on his military cap, and left. Old Lady Li, who was watching his back, secretly clenched her fists. She didn't even want her old face anymore. She just hoped that he would say something and let the old man open his mouth and give the painting to her granddaughter. In the end, he was the same as his father. He just didn't let her have her way. It would be good if everyone in the first branch died outside, so that one or two of them wouldn't come to anger her. "I have no objections if you want to leave the good things for third son. Third son's surname is Li. No matter who he leaves it for, it will be a descendant of the Li family." Old Man Li's old but strong voice suddenly sounded. Old Lady Li was so shocked that she quickly loosened her fists and quickly adjusted her expression, making every wrinkle on her face appear benevolent. "Forget about Jai. Her surname is Du, and she's not a descendant of the Li family. I will keep the things I give her, but they won't be good things. I won't leave them for her, but I won't treat her unfairly either." Inside the house, the gloomy Old Master Li raised his voice as if he wanted someone to hear him. "Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family, and he's also the most promising one. Naturally, I have to leave the things in my hands to him. And the things I give you, you naturally have to leave them for third son's family. It's just a small birthday. What are you trying to do? Do you need the eldest grandson of the Li family to congratulate you? Did they come to Jinyan's birthday? As his grandmother, have you ever thought of giving him something good?" The more she spoke, the more respectful Old Lady Li's expression became. It seemed that her relationship with Old Man Li wasn't like husband and wife, but more like master and servant. Old Madam Li, who had lived cautiously all her life, did not dare to show any disrespect to this husband who could control her life and death back then. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. "You're right. The Li family's things naturally have to be left to the Li family's descendants. As long as Old Master Lin still had third brother in his heart, she would naturally compensate Jai." The lights in the rooms of the mansion went out one by one. Soon, only the street lamps outside the house and the corridor were illuminated. Li Jinyan, who walked out of the mansion, looked back at the mahogany door plaque, and a faint sneer appeared in his cold eyes. Li Mansion. He really did not have any kinship with the Li residence. The only kinship he had left was with his maternal grandfather's family. As for the things left for him. Li Jinyan raised his head and rubbed the left side of his face. His eyebrows were cold. Would a person who had once yelled at him to get out of the Li family suddenly treat his so-called eldest grandson well? He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits, and he deliberately said those words loudly. He was probably plotting something again. Li Jinyan walked out of the Li residence with a cold look in his eyes. When he was outside, he took out his phone and dialed a number that had been turned off for the past 2 days. Surprisingly, it actually went through this time. Xia Jinyuan was also very surprised. He deliberately looked at the caller ID before saying, Demon King. Yes, in the capital. In the military. He sat in the car he drove and did not start the engine. He asked Xia Jinyuan calmly, come out for a visit in the capital. Forget about the military. Xia Jinyuan, who was still in the military, smiled and said, I'm in the capital, but I can't come out for a visit yet. I'm still detained in the military and will only be released in about 2 hours. But if you don't mind waiting, you can wait for me at the military hospital. I still have to go there after I'm done with my work. Chapter 21:12. Li Jinyan was not in the mood to chat with his friends, so he said, I'll wait for you outside the military headquarters. Then he hung up the phone and drove straight to the military headquarters. V8, who was waiting in the car, was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw Li Jinyan. When Xia Jinyuan came out of the car, he saw the 2 idiots chatting in the cold wind. It was midnight, yet they would rather stand outside in the cold wind than get into the car to warm up. Were they doing cold resistance training? Naturally, trained special forces soldiers could chat in the cold wind, but Sun Dongqing could not. She was so cold when she got off the plane that her whole body was almost frozen. Wearing a cotton coat, she could not resist the cold wind at all. She had no choice but to go back to the store in the airport lobby to buy a down jacket. Feeling warm, Sun Dongqing hurriedly turned on her phone. A few text messages popped up. Sun Dongqing took a look. Even though it was already past midnight, she couldn't wait any longer and immediately called Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan was in a daze when he heard the phone on the bedside table vibrate non-stop. He did not turn on the lights, so he reached out to pick up the phone and said in a hoarse voice, hello. Then he was startled awake by Sun Dongqing's howling. Old Yi, something big happened. Something big happened to Ying. Yi Jifan's eardrums hurt from her piercing voice. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Ying is in Beijing with me. What could possibly happen to her? You must be confused from sleeping too much. Sun Dongqing, can you stop making a fuss all day long? Someone sent a video to our house. It was the package I received yesterday. I thought it was material for you. Sun Dongqing, who was finally able to talk to her husband, suddenly had a backbone. She quickly told him the whole story. What should we do? What should we do? I asked her to study abroad so that she could make a name for herself, but in the end, this damn girl did something shameless. Old Yi, I'm afraid we're really in big trouble. Yi Jifan got up from the bed with a livid face and said angrily, take a taxi to Wangfu Hotel right now. Call me when you're downstairs and I'll come down to pick you up. Remember, don't let the hotel staff see your face. Also, hold on to the videotape in your hands. Something big had happened, something really big had happened this time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jifan's face was gloomy as if a storm was about to come. He put on his clothes, opened the door with force, and walked to the next room. He kept ringing the doorbell impatiently. Ying was having a beautiful dream. She dreamt that she had married into the Du family and had become Li Yuan's wife. Just as she was exchanging rings with Li Yuan, she suddenly saw Yi Qian walking over from the front. Just as she was about to provoke her with a smile, the ear-piercing sound of police sirens came from outside the church. Ying quivered and opened her eyes. There was no sound of the police car, but the doorbell rang clearly. It was ringing very urgently. Ying, whose beautiful dream was interrupted, got up from the bed with a gloomy face. She was angry, but she did not dare to open the door directly. She looked through the electronic eye and saw that it was her father. Only then did she suppress the anger in her heart and open the door. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" she said unhappily. "I was sleeping soundly. Why did you wake me up? I have to go to Mrs. Li's house early in the morning tomorrow. If I don't sleep well, I won't even look good with makeup." Yi Jifan, who was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, did not speak immediately. Instead, he walked into the room. Yi Ying, who was still in a daze, did not realize that something was wrong with him. She closed and locked the door. Just as she turned around, a black shadow flashed past her eyes. "Pa!" She was slapped hard on the face as she was caught off guard. Chapter 21:13. Ying was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and stared at Yi Jifan in disbelief. After a few seconds, she asked loudly, "Dad, what are you doing? Instead of sleeping at night, you came here to slap me. What are you trying to do? What did I do wrong? Did I make you unhappy? You still have the cheek to ask me what you did wrong." Yi Jifan slapped Yi Ying's left cheek again without any hesitation. The two slaps left 10 red fingerprints on Yi Ying's cheeks. Yi Ying, whose mouth tasted of rust, widened her eyes. Tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. She screamed, "Am I your biological daughter? Am I your biological daughter? You came here and slapped me twice without any reason. Dad, are you trying to beat me to death? If you weren't my biological daughter, I would strangle you to death right now." Yi Jifan was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After he slapped her with all his strength, his vision turned black. Yi Ying, who felt wronged, wailed, "I'm not your daughter. I'm not your daughter. I want to go back to the southern province. I want to find mommy." She was as wronged as a 5 or 6-year-old child. "Since when did you treat me as your biological daughter? All you do is compare me to Yi Qian. You say that I'm not as good as him here and there. You belittle me to the point that I'm worthless. Now you come here and hit me. Dad, since when did you treat me as your daughter?" After being slapped twice for no reason, Ying felt as wronged as a child who had lost her parents. She screamed until her eyes were about to pop out. Yi Jifan looked at his daughter coldly. Not only did the anger in his heart not dissipate, it burned even more fiercely. He didn't understand how his daughter had become like this. When she was young, she was clearly smart and clever. She was like a jade carving that was loved by everyone. At that time, he thought, forget it. If I don't have a son, so be it. If I have a smart daughter, as long as I nurture her well, she will be better than other people who secretly give birth to a son. He really thought so back then. But now, he regretted it. He regretted it. She regretted not giving birth to a son and bringing him home. She regretted raising such a shameless thing. She still had the cheek to coax him and call him that. She was shameless. Yi Jifan turned on the lights in the room. As soon as the bright and luxurious crystal chandelier lit up the room, Yi Ying, who was screaming, saw clearly how ugly Yi Jifan's expression was. However, she didn't understand what she had done wrong during the day. She couldn't accept being slapped twice in the middle of the night. Tomorrow, she still had to go to the Du family to accompany Madame Li on stage. Tomorrow, she still had to get to know the young masters and young misses of the more powerful families. How could she, who had been slapped twice in the face anyone? You keep saying that I'm your daughter, but do you treat me as your daughter? You clearly know how important tomorrow is to me, but you came up and gave me 2 slaps. How can I face anyone tomorrow? Can you meet anyone? Is that bitch Yi Qian your real daughter? All day long, you only say that she's better than me. When have you ever said that I'm better than her? No. Never. The more she blamed him, the angrier Yi Jifan became. He pointed at Yi Ying, who still dared to challenge him, and shouted fiercely, tell me everything you did in France. WH. What? France. France. Chapter 21:14. Before she could say anything, Yi Ying was shocked when she heard the word France. Her scream stopped abruptly, and her almond-shaped eyes, which had been full of grievances, were suddenly filled with panic. You've been wronged, haven't you? Well, tell me all the nonsense you've been doing in France. Changing boyfriends every week. Running to a bar to be hugged by 2 men. Not going back to the dorm in the middle of the night and going to a hotel with a man. Yi Ying, do you still feel wronged? Don't you think you're shameless? Yi Ying was completely shocked. How could it be? How could it be? It was so long ago. How could Dad know about it? Her expression made Yi Jifan even more certain that these things were true. They were all true. Yi Jifan clenched his teeth as the anger in his heart grew stronger. The anger on his face surged directly between his eyebrows. He shot a murderous look at Yi Ying, which made Yi Ying step back in fear. She was scared. She was scared. She was really scared that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the hotel room. Yi Ying's cowardly retreat made Yi Jifan's face burn with anger. Unable to restrain his anger, he lifted his foot and fiercely stomped on the coffee table. Still not satisfied, he picked up the cups and plates on the coffee table and threw them all at Yi Ying. The first coffee cup hit Yi Ying's shoulder, and the frightened Yi Ying came back to her senses. Then, she saw several cups and plates being thrown at her. Yi Ying was so scared that she immediately covered her head and screamed, "Ah, ah." Who told Dad? Who hurt her behind her back? No, she definitely couldn't admit what she did. That's right, she couldn't admit it. What happened in France was in the past. She even called her ex-boyfriends and told them to be gentlemanly and not to talk about it. They all agreed. As long as they didn't say anything, no one would know. Even if Dad went to investigate, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence. She still didn't know that the biggest evidence was in Sun Dongqing's hands. Now, she was on her way to the hotel. Facing the thunderous anger of Yi Jifan, Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear, shrank into the corner of the cabinet. Her long hair was scattered, her cheeks were red and swollen, and her tears were flowing. She looked really pitiful. This was the first time she had seen Yi Jifan so angry. She was very scared. She clutched her shoulder that was hurt to the bone. Her heart and mind were racing. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way. Dad, I didn't. Who did you hear it from? I'm going there to study. How can I join a bar? How can I have a boyfriend? I didn't. Someone framed me, that's right, someone must have framed me. It must be Yi Qian, that bitch. She knew that I was going to join the army, so she set me up. Dad, how could you listen to her? She clearly doesn't want me to be a soldier. You can't listen to her, you can't. Instead of thinking about how to make up for his mistakes, he only wanted to shirk his responsibilities. He was too disappointed. Even if she set you up, it's because she had something on you first. You didn't do those shameless things, so who would set you up? What could they use to set you up? You said Yi Qian set you up because she didn't want you to be a soldier. But she didn't even know you were in the army. Yi Jifan hadn't seen the videotape yet. After his anger, he felt exhausted. Yi Ying, you disappoint me. I'm completely disappointed in you. Yi Ying, who was about to faint from crying, tried her best to shrink her shoulders and cover her face with her hands to prevent further injury. Her voice was hoarse from crying. She knows, Dad, she knows. Chapter 21:15. She had to make her father believe that Yi Qian framed her. Only by making him believe that she would not be beaten again. She burst into tears and pushed all the blame onto Yi Qian. She knew, and that's why she framed me. There's no one else other than her. Dad, I really didn't do anything to embarrass you and Mom. I really didn't. Dad, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. It's really Yi Qian who framed me. She framed me. She had to make her father believe her. Otherwise, she would not have an easy time tonight. Yi Ying's eyes flashed as she covered her face with her hands. She would never admit to the ridiculous things she did in France. She had to make her father believe that it was Yi Qian who framed her. She had never done anything to embarrass her parents. Suddenly, Yi Ying was glad that she told Yi Qian during her physical examination that time and let her know that she had enlisted. Otherwise, she would not have been able to push all the blame onto her today. Moreover, other than Yi Qian, she could not think of anyone else who would frame her. Yi Qian. Yi Qian. How dare you frame me? Fine. 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 If I don't have an easy time, you won't have an easy time either. Yi Ying, who hated Yi Qian to the core, only wanted to push Yi Qian out when something happened. Just like when she was young, she only needed to push Yi Qian out whenever she did something wrong. The one who was beaten and scolded was always Yi Qian. It had never had anything to do with her. This time, there was no exception. Yi Ying, who was screaming her grievances, was afraid that Yi Jifan would do something irrational to her in his rage. She tried her best to reduce her presence. She hugged her shoulders and curled into a ball in a corner. She did look very pitiful. She didn't dare to speak to Yi Jifan directly. She only glanced at him from time to time. Every time she glanced at him, she would be frightened by Yi Jifan's ferocious expression. The more scared she was, the more her body trembled. The more she trembled, the more she wanted to use pity and grievance to make Yi Jifan feel sorry for her. She didn't dare to say that she wasn't Yi Jifan's daughter anymore. She only hoped that she could get some pity from him so that she could escape this calamity. How could Yi Jifan, who was so angry that his vision was turning black, feel sorry for him? He really wanted to strangle this disobedient bastard to death with his own hands. How did Yi Qian know that you joined the army? How did she know? How would you know? He slowly sat down on the sofa after standing there for a long time. He stared at the stubborn Yi Ying and asked, how did she find out? How did Yi Qian know? Yi Jifan already had an answer in his heart. Other than the mother and daughter pair, who else would see Yi Qian? Who else knew that Yi Ying was about to join the army? To be safe, he didn't even mention it to his colleagues at the bureau. Yi Ying sobbed, tears and snot flowing down her face. I told Mom. Last time, during the physical examination, Mom and I bumped into Yi Qian. We couldn't help but tell him. He had repeatedly warned her not to tell anyone before she actually joined the army. In the end, the mother and daughter pair told Yi Qian. At this moment, Yi Jifan seemed to have aged a lot. But even if Yi Qian knew about it, she didn't have the ability to get her hands on the videotape unless she had someone backing her up. But would there really be someone like that willing to help Yi Qian? She sent the videotape directly to his home. Did she send it to other places? Did she send it to other people? Or did she send it to his colleagues? What about the provincial government? Chapter 21:16. No, he couldn't just suspect Yi Qian. The most suspicious people should be his political opponents who were trying to sabotage him. Only they had the ability to get their hands on the videotape. However, they weren't trying to sabotage him. They were openly telling him that they had the videotape of his daughter's scandalous deeds. If Yi Ying was innocent and upright, why would they try to sabotage her? A fly wouldn't stare at a flawless egg. He had left evidence that could be used against him. Who could he blame? So, you suspect Yi Qian of sabotaging you? Are you trying to tell me that you didn't do anything that would embarrass the adults in France? Yi Jifan's gaze was cold as he asked in a low voice, do you dare say that you didn't do anything that would make you a laughingstock and embarrass you? Raise your head. Look at me and answer. Do you dare say that you were sabotaged? Do you dare to say it? Yi Ying's fingers were trembling violently. She didn't dare to raise her head or say it. However, she had to raise her head and say it. She removed her hands from her face and dug her fingers into her palms. I didn't. It was Yi Qian who sabotaged me. Other than him, who else would go to such great lengths to sabotage me? Fine. She was still stubborn even at this point. The look in her eyes said it all, but she still pushed all the blame to Yi Qian. Yi Jifan, whose blood was boiling, nodded coldly. Okay, I hope you can continue to be stubborn later. He was too disappointed. He was really too disappointed. She dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. She didn't know how to solve the problem. She was so stupid that she only knew how to frame others. Fine. She didn't have any skills. Other than talking, she didn't do anything else. She was useless. She was just like her mother. Yi Jifan's chest was heaving up and down. He panted heavily and didn't say anything else. Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear and crying, didn't dare to get up. She huddled in a corner and hoped that time would pass quickly. When Sun Dongxing arrived at the hotel, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. When she saw Yi Jifan's gloomy expression, she was furious. Where's the disgrace? Where is it? I must teach her a lesson tonight. The thing that she hated the most was done by her own daughter. Hugging, and even getting a room. How could she have such a cheap daughter? That videotape was a slap to her face. Her face was burning hot. It really hurt. What a good daughter you've raised. Yi Jifan glared at him and said through gritted teeth, my Ying Ying is the best. Yes, your Ying Ying is the best. This was her goodness. This is the good that you've taught. I've really learned something new. Sun Dongxing was not as protective as before. She rolled up her sleeves and took a step forward. What a disgrace. I'm going to beat her to death today. Yi Ying was overjoyed by Sun Dongxing's appearance. Her eyes, which were red from crying, shone brightly. She cried out miserably, Mom, save me. She got up with disheveled hair and threw herself at Sun Dongxing. Her savior was here, her savior was here. As long as her mother was here, her father wouldn't be able to touch her. What welcomed her was not Sun Dongxing's protection, but 2 slaps that were louder than before. Not just one, but countless slaps, punches, kicks. Sun Dongxing, who was so angry that she had lost her rationality, punched and kicked her. I'm going to beat you to death, you disgrace, you disgrace. Chapter 21:17. Yi Ying, who had never been hit by Sun Dongxing before, was horrified. Compared to Yi Jifan's 2 slaps, Sun Dongxing's was much more violent. Mom. I didn't. Aw, it hurts, Mom, stop hitting me, I really didn't. Yi Ying, who was beaten to the ground, bent her body and desperately protected her face and head. She was overwhelmed with horror. How could this be? How could this be? Why didn't her mother help her? Why? Yi Ying screamed and begged for mercy, but Sun Dongqing beat her even more fiercely. I didn't send you to study abroad so that you could learn to sleep with foreign devils. I didn't want you to be a prostitute. I didn't want you to change your boyfriend every week. I'll beat you to death, you shameless thing. You can live a good life, but you have to humiliate yourself. If you want to find a boyfriend, fine, I won't stop you, but you should find me a boyfriend like Mrs. Li's son. Find a foreign devil to sleep with. Shameless thing, who did you learn this from? Who did you learn this from? Just as Sun Dongqing was about to kick Yi Ying's head, Yi Zhifan, who was expressionless, frowned and grabbed his wife who had lost her mind. That's enough. If she continued, she might really beat Yi Ying to death. Sun Dongqing was a barbarian and a shrew. When she lost her mind, she was even more ruthless than Yi Zhifan. In this way, Yi Zhifan's attitude was much gentler. There was a video recorder in the hotel. Yi Zhifan put in the tape. After a while, Yi Ying, who was wearing heavy makeup, appeared in the video. She was intimately dancing with a blonde man on the dance floor of the KTV. After seeing this scene, Yi Zhifan, who was so angry that the veins on his temples bulged, closed his eyes. It wasn't a trap. This was to tell him that his daughter, Yi Zhifan, was a slut abroad. Yi Ying, who was bruised all over, was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? How could these things be recorded into a tape? Who was it? Who was it that messed with her? The image flashed, and it showed her hugging and kissing the golden-haired man dancing on the sofa. The man's hand lifted her shirt and reached for her chest. The image was very clear, as if someone was filming it right in front of her. No, it's not like that. Don't look. All of a sudden, Yi Ying rushed up like a madwoman. She was so flustered that she was out of her wits. She tried to take out the tape from the VCR and destroy it. The more anxious she was, the more confused she became. The more confused she was, the more she couldn't take out the tape. She screamed in panic, picked up the VCR, and threw it against the wall. No, she didn't do those things, she didn't. The noise was so loud that it woke up the guest in the other room. Soon, the hotel staff and the lobby manager arrived. Because of this guest, Yi Ying did not continue to be beaten up by Sun Dongqing. After explaining and sending the lobby manager away, Yi Zhifan sat on the sofa and said coldly, "You don't have to go to Miss Du's birthday party tomorrow. You don't have to join the army. I'm going to book the tickets now. You go back to Shuku village tonight." No, I don't want to. I don't agree. Yi Ying screamed, "Mrs. Li likes me so much that she wants me to be her daughter-in-law. I must go tomorrow." She crawled to Sun Dongqing on her knees and hugged her feet. She cried until she was out of breath and begged, "Mom, please persuade Dad. I must go to Mrs. Li's house tomorrow." Chapter 21:18. Scared, Yi Ying was scared. Even Sun Dongqing, who loved her the most, had hit her. Yi Ying was scared. She didn't know why she was so sure that she had done something shameful in France. It was as if she had seen her ridiculous life when she was studying abroad. She couldn't accept her fate. She wouldn't accept her fate so easily. She had to convince her mother to stand by her side. She had to convince her. Yi Ying was also a character. She could always find all kinds of excuses to make herself feel at ease and comfort herself when she was in a desperate situation. She could also shamelessly think that she had done nothing wrong and that it was all the people who wanted to hurt her who were wrong. The videotape, it didn't matter. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Who hadn't lost themselves? Li Yuan, just like Li Yuan. He was also studying abroad. She didn't believe that he hadn't had a few girlfriends. Hugging Sun Dongqing's legs, Ying felt like she was hugging a piece of driftwood that wouldn't let her drown. With a red and swollen face, she kept saying, "Didn't you say that if I wanted to find a boyfriend, I should find a boyfriend like Mrs. Li's son? I have a chance. I really have a chance. Mom, Mrs. Li really said during dinner that she wanted me to be her son's girlfriend. It's true. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you. I want to go. I must go. If I don't go, I won't have a chance. Mom, I'm begging you. Please help me. I'm your daughter. You love me the most. Please help me. Please help me." She begged bitterly. She couldn't go back. It was really over if she went back. Dad would definitely not care about her anymore. He would definitely have another child and raise another child well. She could only stay in the mountains for the rest of her life and become a joke. I admit that I didn't behave well in France, but it was all the same. I had no choice. I really wanted to study when I went there, but everyone was playing together. If I didn't join in, they isolated me and said that I was pretending to be noble. They even blocked me. Mom, I was scared. You and Dad threw me abroad and thought that I would have a good life. Wrong, wrong, it was all wrong. I was scared. I was really, really scared. But what could I do? When I didn't stay with them, they ganged up on me. Mom, you don't know how scared I was for the past week. They locked me in the toilet, locked me out of the dormitory, changed my shampoo to detergent, and threw my clothes into the toilet. What can I do? I don't want to be bullied. I can only be like them. I was forced. I was forced. She put the bullying incident on herself and made herself the target of bullying. The more Ying spoke, the more she believed that she was forced to do so. Sun Dongqing had never heard of this before. When she heard Yi Ying's words, she was furious. She turned around and focused on them that Yi Ying mentioned. Why didn't you tell us? My daughter, they are forcing you to your death. Looking at her daughter whom she had doted on for 20 years, Sun Dongqing, who had beaten and scolded her, felt her heart soften. She thought that her daughter had abandoned herself, but in the end, she was forced to do so. Being forced and abandoning oneself were two completely different things. That was because she did not protect her daughter well. No matter how shameful her daughter was, it was her parents' fault. Old Yi, you. Sun Dongqing, whose attitude had softened, was about to speak when she was coldly interrupted by Yi Jifan. Forced you? Yi Ying, you can lie to your mother, but do you think you can lie to me? Chapter 21:19. As soon as Yi Jifan opened his mouth, Yi Ying panicked. I found you a prestigious French university, not some random university. Force you? Yi Ying, you can lie to your mother and yourself. No one can force you. You're the one who degenerated. Every word made Ying feel like she was falling into an abyss. Her heart sank to the bottom. Sun Dongqing, who was holding Yi Ying's shoulders tightly, knew that her husband would not lie to her about this. Then, her daughter was lying to her just now. Mom, Mom, Mom. Yi Ying did not dare to say that her shoulders were hurting. She knew that only by crying out in pain could Sun Dongqing's heart soften. She was thinking quickly about how to get away. Yi Jifan, who had decided to give up on Yi Ying, pressed on, Sun Dongqing, do you think the other party only has one videotape? Can you guarantee that they didn't send more videotapes to my station? My colleague. Do you really think it's just a videotape? Sun Dongqing, can you grow a brain? Now, someone doesn't want your daughter to enter the army. Do you understand? He pointed at the videotape that was broken by Yi Ying and growled darkly, can you guarantee that the other party won't send the videotape to the army after Yi Ying enters the army? She did not know. She only knew that her daughter had done something shameful. She had to teach her a lesson so that she would not do something shameful again in the future. As for other things, she did not think about it. After being reminded, Sun Dongqing panicked and stammered, no, is there really no other way? We can only go back to the village. What do you think? Yi Jifan, who had a headache that was about to explode, quickly rubbed his temples. Ideas came one after another. If they could not find the person who sent the videotape, Yi Ying would not be able to leave the village, let alone enter the army. As for marrying into the Du family, don't even think about it. Once the videotape fell into Mrs. Li's hands, the whole family would be finished. Yi Ying, who was crying so hard, saw that her mother's attitude softened. She immediately continued to plead, there is a way, there is a way. As long as Mrs. Li treats me well, no one will dare to offend our family. Mom, I will marry into the Du family. Believe me, I will definitely marry into the Du family. Li Yuan has a good impression of me. He even asked me to look for him when I'm free in the future. He'll take me out to play. The deputy chief of staff Du also agreed. Mrs. Li also asked Li Yuan to take care of me. Mom, did you hear that? She wants me to marry Li Yuan, right? Sun Dongqing felt that her daughter's words made sense, but when she saw Yi Jifan's ferocious expression, she swallowed her words. If it was any other matter, she would still dare to argue with her husband, but this matter made her so angry that she wanted to beat her disobedient daughter to death, not to mention her husband who was an official. In the face of Yi Ying's attempt to escape, Yi Jifan sneered. Before the videotape, he actually had the idea of marrying his daughter into the Du family. After all, Mrs. Li's words were too tempting. What about now? Not anymore, not even the slightest bit. Now he only hoped that he could bring Ying back to his hometown as soon as possible and let the person who sent the videotape see his sincerity. Sun Yaozu's sudden death was investigated by the Southern Province Police as a case of bodyguard kidnapping his employer and murder after failing to extort money. Now it was his family's turn to be unlucky. It was possible that someone was targeting him and did not want him to continue his career. They wanted to kill him completely. Chapter 21:20. If his daughter was useless, he could find another surrogate, but he could not lose his position. The person behind the jade instructed him to build a relationship with the Du family, so he definitely did not want to see him fall out with the Du family. After weighing the pros and cons, giving up Yi Ying was the best choice. As Yi Qian said, for his career, Yi Jifan would definitely disown his family. Whoever stopped him, he would be ruthless, even if his own daughter stood in his way. Yi Jifan, who had made up his mind, said coldly, Mrs. Li has a good impression of you. Yi Ying, you think too highly of yourself. If you sent the videotape to Mrs. Li's house, what do you think will happen to you? Yes, Mrs. Li did reveal that she wanted her son to marry you, but did you live up to her expectations? No. You left such a big weakness for others to use against you. This is a bomb that will blow up our whole family and make us lose everything. If we did not have a relationship with the Du family, this videotape would at most make our whole family lose face. But now, once Mrs. Li watches the videotape, she will not let you go, and she will not let me go. Sun Dongqing, if I am finished, my whole family will be finished. The power of the last sentence was no less than a bomb thrown into Sun Dongqing's heart, blowing away her stupidity and miraculously understanding the predicament in front of her. Now that she had completely understood what Yi Ying meant, she howled and punched Yi Ying's shoulder hard. What sin have I committed to give birth to such a disgraceful thing like you? It is not easy to find a general's wife who likes you, you actually. Sun Dongqing, who was sad from the heart, punched Yi Ying and then punched her own chest hard. Her heart was so painful, so painful. Such a good opportunity, gone again. Gone again. Seeing that her father would not help her, Yi Ying, who was desperate, cried and got up. Mom, don't be angry, I was wrong. She hugged Sun Dongqing and suddenly said in a low voice, Mom, if you don't help me, Dad will not want you, and he will not want me. Sun Dongqing, whose body suddenly stiffened, heard her daughter say, Dad is only in his early 40s, the golden age for men. As long as he wants to have children, with his official position, there are many young and beautiful women who want to give birth to his children. Mom, you must help me go to the Du family. I can't be fooled by Dad. He didn't want me to go because he was afraid that he would offend the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Madam Li likes me. Mom, I'm confident that I can win her heart. I'm also confident that Li Yuan won't be able to run away. Tomorrow is my last chance. If I miss it, Mom, both you and I will be abandoned by Dad. Don't say that Dad doesn't dare, he dares. I can't compete with you over Dad. Mom, you can't compete with him over what he wants to do, and neither can I. So, I'm going to take a gamble. If we win the bet, we win. His words touched Sun Dongqing's heart. That's right. Her daughter was right. Once the mother and daughter returned to Shuka village, everything would be over. They would become the laughingstock of the entire village. But what should he do? She didn't have any other ideas and could only let her daughter figure it out herself. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Yi Jifan, who had a splitting headache, didn't say anything else. He glanced coldly at Yi Ying, got up, and said to Sun Dongqing, look after her. I'll go back to my room and book tickets for you two to go home. He didn't know that when he went back to his room to book the tickets, Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying left Wangfu Hotel in a hurry. He also didn't know that the mother and daughter had caused a huge disaster. Chapter 21-21. It was 5:00 in the morning, and the cold wind blew through the capital city. Occasionally, there would be some noises on the streets, and after that, there was only the quiet street lights waiting for dawn. Yi Ying did not dare to stay any longer. She staggered into a taxi with Sun Dongqing and gave the driver the name of a chain hotel in the country. She desperately wanted to escape from Yi Jifan's control. What should she do tomorrow? She did not have a solution now. Mom, I have to put ice on my face to reduce the swelling. Forget about my body, I'll wear a long-sleeved dress. Yi Ying quickly spoke to Sun Dongqing in dialect after getting into the taxi. What should she do next? She did not have a solution now. She had to go to the Du family and attend Du Jiai's birthday party first. Then, she took out her phone and quickly sent a text to Li Yuan. The text basically said that her mother was worried and came over. She did not know why she quarreled with her father. She failed to stop them and was accidentally injured. In short, she tried her best to explain the injuries on her body and face. Sun Dongqing glanced at the text and saw that she was a little embarrassed. Her expression made Yi Ying narrow her eyes. Deep resentment flashed through her swollen eyes. Not only did she hate Yi Jifan, but she also hated Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who was wrapping ice in a towel, did not notice and said, how could I not know that Mrs. Li really wanted you to be her daughter-in-law? When I saw the videotape, I was so angry that I almost fainted. Ying, whether you were forced or not, you did such a thing. Speaking of the videotape, Sun Dongqing was angry again. She pressed the ice in her hand on Yi Ying's face. With this videotape, even if you really marry into the Du family in the future, you will still be on tenterhooks. Mom, why do you keep looking at the past? Do you think everyone is clean? They are all the same. Li Yuan is still studying in the United States, which is a very open country. The number of girlfriends he had could fill several buses. Can you stop talking about it? Seeing her bruised face in the mirror, Yi Ying was irritated. If you keep thinking about the past, why don't you quickly reduce the swelling on my face? When I marry into the Du family, you can just enjoy life with me. It had to be said that Yi Ying was very good at coaxing Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who originally wanted to strangle Yi Ying to death, was busy getting ice cubes for Yi Ying and spraying anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving spray for Yi Ying. She was so busy that her heels didn't even touch the ground. Li Jinyan was also running around. He didn't expect that he would become Xia Jinyuan's errand boy when he arrived at the hospital. There were examinations, forms, stitches, and medication. By the time they were done, it was already early in the morning. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally cleaned up the pus in the wound and was stitched up again, lay lazily on the hospital bed and chatted with Li Jinyan, who was resting on the hospital bed. You came here in the middle of the night to talk to me about the overseas competition. Is your time that tight? I haven't seen the specific list of people on our side, and the Major General didn't mention to me who will be going either. When the list is out, we will arrange a training session to improve our teamwork. Li Jinyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, just wanted to find someone to talk to. The list was secondary. When he heard Yi Ying, he said calmly, "You are injured now, how are you going to arrange the training?" Yi Qian should also be selected. Her schedule isn't easy to arrange. It had been a month since the last training session. She should have started school by now. Chapter 21-22. If she does well this time, the school won't have too many problems. If she doesn't, I'm afraid they won't let her go. After all, the school doesn't know what she's training for. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "Actually, you can say that she's training for the competition. The National University of Science and Technology often sends students to participate in the competition. She can do it too. I'll call you later to ask about the situation. You should know about Yi Qian's results." When they talked about the military, Li Jinyan's slightly depressed mood suddenly became a lot more cheerful. After resting for a while, he got up, straightened his military uniform, and said calmly, "Rest well. I'll go to the military headquarters for a meeting." Xia Jinyuan, who could tell that he had something on his mind, looked at him meaningfully and said with a half-smile, "You're in a good mood so quickly. Are you sure you don't need to talk to me anymore so that I can talk to you?" "Talking to Yi Qian can indeed improve my mood quickly." Faced with his comrade's teasing, the handsome and cold Li Jinyan calmly replied. That one sentence made Major Xia choke in his throat. After he calmed down, Major Xia smiled and said, "Major Li, Yi Qian is my girlfriend." "You're late." "So what if she's your girlfriend?" "She's also my comrade." "Ha, she's also my comrade." "She's both my girlfriend and my comrade." Major Xia, who was now the boyfriend, calmly responded to the sudden provocation, "You're not interested in stealing your comrade's girlfriend." He was indeed not interested in being immoral, but... Li Jinyan looked at his former opponent, who was now his comrade, and sneered, "Didn't I tell you before? Yi Qian gives me a familiar feeling." "Major Xia, wait for me to check it out. When the time comes, it'll be hard to say what your identity and mine will be. Check it out." Xia Jinyuan's smile did not fade, but his eyes darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Devil, Yi Qian's situation is a little special." "What do you want to check?" "The situation is a little special." Li Jinyan, who was about to leave, sat back on the bed and asked coldly. "What happened? What I'm investigating here, could it possibly affect her?" His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as he said, "Or do you know what I'm investigating?" "Someone is investigating it too." This time, it was Xia Jinyuan's turn. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He stared at Li Jinyan, and even his voice was frosty. Devil, what did you find out about Yi Jian? He was a major and a marine. What right did he have to investigate Yi Qian? Check the relationship between Yi Qian and my family. Since it was related to Yi Qian, Li Jinyan did not hide anything. I want to know why I feel a sense of familiarity with her. The relationship between the little fox and the Li family. Xia Jinyuan did not expect to be asked such a question. He could not help but chuckle. How could she be related to the Li family? The Li family used to be a warlord. Yi Qian's family has been farmers for 3 generations. How could they have anything to do with you? Knowing that no one was investigating the same thing as him, the sharpness in Li Jinyan's eyes gradually disappeared. That's why I want to check it out. He calmed down and said indifferently, otherwise, I'll always wonder why I feel a sense of familiarity with Yi Qian. It was not a sense of familiarity between a man and a woman. At first glance, he felt a sense of déjà vu, so much so that he misunderstood that he might like Yi Qian. When he found out about the relationship between Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, he did not feel sad, nor did he feel jealous. Instead, he felt relieved. These 2 feelings puzzled him, so he had no choice but to investigate. Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a fantasy. How could it be possible? Chapter 21-23. Demon King, perhaps you can think of the so-called sense of familiarity as a kind of appreciation between the strong. Looking at his stubborn comrade, Xia Jinyuan felt helpless. I once conducted a detailed investigation on Yi Qian. The military has also investigated her. Devil, I can tell you with certainty that she has nothing to do with the Li family. If she does, the military will definitely find out. The military has detailed information on 3 generations of her family. You're overthinking it. Li Jinyan only replied calmly to his comrade's advice, I trust my intuition. To hell with your intuition. Xia Jinyuan cursed in his heart. Seeing that he was so insistent, he reminded him, recently, Yi Qian has been troubled by something. Since you have to investigate it, I hope you can postpone it for the time being. I don't want to complicate matters because of your investigation. Sure. Li Jinyan nodded. He would definitely be cautious when it came to Yi Qian, but he pursed his lips and asked, what's troubling Yi Qian? What happened to make you so nervous? No, it's not Yi Qian. As for the specific reason, I'm sorry, Devil, I can't tell you. I just hope you can delay your investigation. His intuition told him that Yi Qian had something to do with the Li family. He didn't know what to say. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. He wouldn't investigate anymore once he gave up. Li Jinyan, who still had to go to the military, didn't stay any longer. He opened the door and strode out. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan, who had been in a high-intensity battle for more than 10 days, raised his head and rubbed his slightly dizzy temples. Due to the severe lack of sleep, he thought for a while and carefully recalled his investigation of Yi Qian's family. After thinking for a while, he was certain that his little fox had nothing to do with the Li family. If the devil insists on investigating, then so be it. He had already reminded him not to cause trouble for the time being. With his character, he would do it. Xia Jinyuan stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to call Ho Zi later and ask what happened between Yi Jifan and the Du family. As for his little fox, he had to go to the southern province to look for her after he rested. He had a lot of things to deal with, so he had to rest well. Xia Jinyuan, who slept until 8 o'clock, opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to call Ho Zi in southern province. He needed to know what Yi Jifan and the Du family were up to. Only then did Xia Jinyuan realize that while he was away, Yi Qian had done quite a few big things. Ho Zi told Xia Jinyuan everything that had happened to Sun Yaozu without exaggerating. First, he shot Sun Yaozu's eyes with a glass shard. Then, he brought him to the mountain and dealt with him. I didn't do anything. Other than cleaning up the mess for her and getting rid of the foreign bodyguards that Sun Yaozu had illegally hired and framing him, the rest is the Southern Province Police's job. Xia Jinyuan did not react much when he explained everything that had happened in a few words. He was fine as long as his little fox was fine. She would not make a move easily. Once she made a move, she would definitely have to make a move. It was fine as long as she was fine. The second thing was the videotape. Xia Jinyuan was even more relieved. Although Little Fox did not directly tell Houzi how she was going to deal with the backup tapes, he could guess it based on his understanding of her. Yi Jifan would definitely receive one copy. One copy would most likely be sent to Madame Li because she wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. The other copy would be from the military. His old man Xia. Both were possible. Chapter 21-24. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had used his power for personal gain to send Yi Ying into the military and even sent her to the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. It seemed like the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was very confident in himself and believed that there would be no problems with what he did. Yi Ying entering the military would not only make Yi Jifan's political career more difficult, but it would also be evidence for him to deal with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du in the future. If he wanted to blow up the matter and make Yi Jifan a target of the Du family, he would have to tell Little Fox to endure for a few more days until Yi Ying entered the military and Mrs. Li saw the videotape. At most, she would have to endure for another 10 days. Your girlfriend is very good at taking care of herself. Lao Lu, you have good taste. Take good care of her and your future will be exciting and fulfilling. You can also rely on each other and won't make a scene because of your career. Ho Zi's mentality was becoming more and more peaceful. It was probably because he had experienced so much and lost so much that he realized that life was actually just two people relying on each other and slowly living the rest of their lives. Xia Jinyuan knew what kind of person he was talking to in the past. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You look like a loving father. How many months is my sister pregnant?" In front of Xia Yiwei, Ho Zi, who had restrained his anger, sighed. "Why don't you believe that I've really changed? She's pregnant for a month." "Ha ha ha, good news. I have to be a loving father. I'm already in my 40s and I have a child at an old age. If I don't learn to be a loving father, your sister will sharpen a kitchen knife in the middle of the night and warn me." Ho Zi had been in the underworld for more than 20 years and had been a mafia boss for more than 10 years. Even if he had washed his hands in a gold basin, the anger in his bones could not be washed away in such a short time. However, he was willing to give up for the person he loved and cultivate for the sake of the little life that was about to come. From his appearance, he was no longer as ruthless as he used to be. At least, when Yi Qian saw him, he almost thought that he had the indifference of sitting in the bamboo forest and looking at the clouds calmly. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, saw through Ho Zi and directly exposed him. When he found out that Xia Yiwei had been pregnant for a month, Xia Jinyuan was happy for the two of them. The two of them had an average age of 40, so it was time for them to have a child. After chatting with Xia Yiwei for a while, Xia Jinyuan hung up the phone with a smile on his handsome face. Good things always come in pairs. Xia Jinyuan put his phone back into his pocket with a faint smile and slowly lay back on the bed. He was in a good mood and there was a smile on his face. Sun Yaozu had already been dealt with, and Ho Zi Qingwei was keeping a close eye on him, so he didn't need to pay any attention to him. Now, all that was left was the videotape. Ho Zi gave him the videotape at the right time. Yi Jifan could only watch helplessly as Yi Ying ruined the opportunity that he had worked so hard to get. When the opportunity came, his little fox did not show any mercy and directly attacked. Moreover, it was a sure kill move. Want to enlist? Her character would only bring bad luck to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. After understanding the situation clearly, Xia Jinyuan began to plan his next step to cooperate with Yi Qian. She should have sent out the videotape by now, right? However, if she had sent it out, Yi Jifan should have received it by now. If he had received the videotape, would he still bring Ying to the capital? It was a little unlikely. Madame Li, who did not tolerate anyone, was not an easy person to get along with. Last night, she even specially held a welcome dinner for Yi Jifan and his daughter. It was obvious that she really liked Ying. However, if she found out that the girl that she thought was gentle and obedient was actually a debauchee, she would definitely make a big fuss. Chapter 21-25. This was interesting. Madame Li cared about her reputation the most. Yi Ying's move was undoubtedly a slap in her face, putting her in an awkward position. With Madame Li's vengeful personality, she would definitely fall out with Yi Jifan. Not only would they fall out, but Yi Jifan's family would also have a hard time. Then, would the person supporting Yi Jifan behind the scenes show up? Would they lend a helping hand? He really hoped that the person behind the scenes would help. As long as they showed up, the truth about Sun Xueqing would be revealed. He couldn't stay in the hospital. He had to go to Mr. Xiao's office. After that, he would go to Southern Province to see Little Fox, who he missed so much. She must have been very worried when they parted in such a hurry last time. Later, he didn't contact anyone outside. She must be very anxious. Now that he had returned to China, he naturally had to see her. After a few bottles of anti-inflammatory drips, Xia Jinyuan pulled out the needle himself. Then, he put on the military uniform and coat sent by V8 and strode out of the hospital while avoiding the eyes of the nurses. According to the doctor's advice, it was best for him to go to the hospital for 3 days to prevent the wound from being infected and suppurated again. For Xia Jinyuan, 3 days was too long. 3 hours was enough. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who got out of the car, was still far away when he saw a familiar figure standing by the flower bed. Even if the other party was wearing tattered clothes, he could still recognize the figure. At first glance, wasn't the person looking for him? You're so capable. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. You'll come out in 3 hours. Aren't you afraid that you'll faint on the way? When father and son met, they would start by insulting each other. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned a little. He took off his military cap and put it on the desk. He stared at the boy who didn't listen to the doctor's advice and said coldly, "Why didn't you stay in the hospital? Why did you come here? Don't tell me you missed me and came here specially." He couldn't talk to his son, who gave him a headache. The only person who could deal with him was Xiao Yi. The penetrating wound on his waist was not treated properly, and the wound was infected and suppurated. As a soldier, he could understand that there were no better conditions to treat the wound during a mission. But now that he had returned to the country, the doctor had specially instructed him not to move around as he pleased and that he had to stay in the hospital for 3 days, but he still didn't listen. In the office, the difference between a superior and a subordinate, between a general and a major, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of the desk, respectfully saluted the sitting commander-in-chief. All right, let's sit down and talk. After all, he was his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was worried when he heard that his son was injured. He waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down first, lest he reopen the wound if he stood for too long. Long story short, you have a meeting to attend at 9:30. Xia Jinyuan, who had wanted to ask a few more questions, immediately explained the purpose of his visit. I wanted to ask if you received the videotape from Yi Qian. I've received a copy of the recording. As for the videotape. Wait a moment. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that his son's expression was cold, so he took the intercom and asked the clerk, check if there are any mails from Southern Province. If there are, send them to me now. Mail and parcels that could be sent directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia were checked by specially designated personnel in order to prevent dangerous items from being carried. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the clerk came over with a package that was confirmed to be safe. It was the videotape that Yi Qian had sent to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't play it immediately. He directly asked, "What's in it?" Chapter 21-26. It's about the private life of a recruit before she joined the army. This recruit was diagnosed with a heart condition in junior high school, and it was recorded in her personal file. On the day of the college entrance examination, she framed Yi Qian for cheating to avenge her personal grudge. After an investigation by the Education Bureau, this recruit was banned from taking the college entrance examination for 5 years. In less than half a year, this recruit suddenly joined the army again, and it was very likely that she would enter the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. The person who helped her to join the army was none other than Deputy Chief of Staff Du Xia Jinyuan, who was reporting seriously, glanced coldly at the videotape. His dark eyes flashed with a cold light. A recruit like this is not qualified to join the army. Deputy Chief of Staff Du not only allowed her to join the army without investigating the matter clearly, he even used special recruitment as an excuse to let her join the army in advance. Commander-in-Chief, if this person really joins the army, once her private life and past actions are reported by the media, our army's image will be seriously damaged. Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew who the recruit he was talking about was. Yi Qian sent a recording, and someone clearly mentioned the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. The military commission also heard this recording, but old Du was not an ordinary person. Without more conclusive evidence, no one, including himself, could easily touch old Du. This videotape also could not prove that there was something wrong with old Du. Special recruitment was not an exercise of privilege, and real people could indeed join the army in advance. Old Du only dared to do this because he knew about it. Yi Jifan's daughter joined the army because of her immoral character. If this matter was exposed, old Du would at most be criticized at the conference as not investigated. Rather than startling old Du now, it was better to hold back for the time being. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the videotape again. However, since his daughter-in-law sent the videotape to him, he could not ignore it. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had long regarded Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law, seemed to have thought of something and said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the topic. "Xiao Yi didn't just send me the videotape, right? Who else did she send it to besides me? You have one box." One box was sent to Yi Jifan, and the other box was sent to the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Xia Jinyuan did not want to hide what Yi Qian had done from his father. Since the old man asked about it, he must have some plans. Yi Jifan and his daughter arrived in Beijing yesterday. Mrs. Li personally welcomed them. Ho Zi also told me that Mrs. Li likes Ying very much. Xia Jinyuan paused for a few seconds to add on. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at him thoughtfully for a moment and said, "This recruit hasn't joined the army yet, right? Let's talk about it after we enlist." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Since the old man said so, it meant that the father and son had the same idea. He wanted Ying to enlist because he wanted to anger Mrs. Li so that she could settle the score with Ying and Yi Jifan for deceiving him. Mrs. Li was famous for her ruthlessness. Every military and political family in Beijing knew about it. Old man Xia knew that the videotape and Ying joining the army would not make the Deputy Chief of Staff do anything, but he still let Ying join the army first. It was obvious that he had the same idea as him. He smiled and joked, "Yi Qian hasn't even married into our family, Xia, and you're already protecting her. I must tell her how much you care about her." Commander-in-Chief Xia did think so. Yi Jifan was in politics. He could not reach out his hands, so he would let Mrs. Li, who liked to reach out, do it. After losing so much face, old Du's wife would not let the matter rest. Chapter 21-27. If I don't take good care of Xiao Yi, I'm really afraid that another guy with foresight will snatch him away from you. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't spare any effort to attack his son. In exchange, Xia Jinyuan looked at him indifferently, so Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't mention it. Yi Qian trusted him, and he trusted Yi Qian. If he said too much, the two of them would laugh at him. Well, his son was much more reliable than before, so he shouldn't worry too much. As long as Major General Yang mentioned him, he would add, "Commander-in-Chief, it's all thanks to your hard work back then that Xia Jinyuan became what he is today." In fact, he only did it twice back then, and Major General Yang happened to meet him both times. As for what Xia Jinyuan is today, to be honest, it was all because of Xia Jinyuan's own hard work, and it had nothing to do with him. Now that he had found Yi Qian as his girlfriend, he probably didn't need to do anything in the future. The two of them could solve their own problems by themselves. But now that he could help, he would naturally help. As for old Du, you and Yi Qian are not allowed to interfere. Now, we should focus on investigating Yi Qian's mother, martyr Sun Xueqing. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that the most important thing was not to bring down Yi Zhifan, but to investigate martyr Sun Xueqing. On the third day of the new year, the military commission asked Yi Qian to come to Beijing. The words military commission made Xia Jinyuan's eyes turn cold. Why did they ask her to come? One of martyr Sun Xueqing's comrades with the surname Kai, who is now the director of a city's public security bureau, is also investigating. He returned to his original unit to take some of the information from the investigation back then. Coincidentally, the military was also retrieving the original information, so they found this director. For the sake of caution, the military asked Yi Qian to come to the military commission to find out how much she knew about martyr Sun Xueqing. Yi Qian was very calm. Originally, the military commission wanted to test her, but she directly told Colonel Tan, who was talking to her, that she suspected there was a problem with martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice. She suddenly spoke so bluntly that Senior Colonel Tan, who was questioning her, almost lost his cool. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan laughed. That's right, his little fox didn't like to beat around the bush, especially in front of the military commission, who was investigating martyr Sun Xueqing. The military disciplinary committee was not an ordinary place. Hiding it would be counterproductive. It was better to say it directly and let the head of the military disciplinary committee see her unreserved cooperation. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought about what happened that day, a faint smile appeared on his serious face. But soon, he put away his smile and continued to be serious when facing Xia Jinyuan. The military takes Yi Jian's matter very seriously. Now, everything is on the right track. You should remind her not to act rashly so as not to ruin her future. Yi Zhifan's case has been investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. According to the current information, there are a few minor problems, but there are no major problems for the time being. Don't worry, it's only been 10 days. We don't expect to find a big problem immediately. Give the military commission some time. The military commission, and the military commission acted quickly. Little Fox didn't need to do anything. Once the videotape was sent out, they could sit back and watch the storm. Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied with the current situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned when he saw the faint smile on his face. How can you still smile? Hurry up and go back to the hospital. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. Don't move around without my permission. It's a puncture wound, not a scratch. Don't mess around. Chapter 21-28. Sorry to disappoint you. I've never thought of going back since I was discharged from the hospital. Major Xia, who had finished his business, got up lazily. His thin lips curled into a slightly roguish smile. Faced with Commander-in-Chief's military might, he said calmly, I plan to go to the airport and head to the southern province now. I have to see your daughter-in-law first. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that the daughter-in-law I finally got will be taken away by another man. Why would he go to the southern province with an injury? Even if he wanted to court a daughter-in-law, he had to be healthy. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face completely darkened. Nonsense. Wait until your injury is healed. As he spoke, he took out an encrypted document from the drawer. Take a look at this document. I want to see this document. I also want to go to the southern province. I'm not fooling around with you. When Xia Jinyuan decided on something, especially when it came to Yi Qian, he would not change his mind at all. He calmly accepted Commander-in-Chief Xia's extremely intimidating gaze and unhurriedly opened the document. When he read it, he was immediately amused. I'm not in a hurry. Why is the military in a hurry? This was a document regarding the conferment of military ranks. The document stated, in view of the fact that Major Xia Jinyuan has not responded to the conferment of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel for a long time, we specially request the military to directly overtake Major Xia Jinyuan and confer the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Commander-in-Chief Xia had never interfered with his son's promotion, but now that the document was in his hands, he had to ask. You should have been conferred the rank of Lieutenant Colonel last July. Why did you delay the conferment? Do you want to learn from the founding generals? You don't want to be conferred the rank. You're mocking me again. Xia Jinyuan took the document. His gaze fell on the bright red military emblem on the cover of the document. His slender fingers gently stroked it. It's not that I don't want to, but I want to slow down a little and wait for Yi Qian to come up. He wanted to wait for Yi Qian to graduate and for her to be conferred the same rank as him. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia's unfathomable eyes moved a little. His son cherished Yi Qian more than he had imagined, and also knew how to cherish Yi Qian more than he had imagined. Good lad, tough enough. As expected of the offspring of his old family Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was very satisfied, showed anger on his face. You don't want the rank just because I said so. Do you think it's child's play? From last July to this year, do you still want to drag it out? I'm not dragging. I'm just slowing down. Xia Jinyuan obviously knew that his father was bluffing, but he really had to explain this matter to his father. If nothing goes wrong, Yi Qian will graduate with an outstanding student award and be promoted to captain. And since she started in junior high school, she has repeatedly made military contributions to the army. When she graduates, she can be conferred the rank of major. I'm not in a hurry to wait another 4 years. I'll wait until she graduates. Commander-in-Chief Xia chose not to listen to his explanation. Then it's not up to you to drag it out. The military rank has already been issued, so you have to think about it even if you don't want to. I'll get the guards to send you back to the hospital. Behave yourself. The military rank had to be conferred. How could it be delayed? If he didn't listen, someone else would take care of him. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought of someone, he was referring to Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want to confront him, took a step back for the time being. He didn't mention going to Southern Province in the afternoon. Instead, he said that he had something to discuss with Major General Yang and that he would go to the hospital after the matter was settled. Without waiting for the guards to come over, he left under Commander-in-Chief Xia's cold gaze. He really did need to look for Major General Yang of the army. He had to ask which comrades of the Snowfield Brigade had gone abroad to participate in the competition. After he walked out of the office, Commander-in-Chief Xia called Major General Yang of the army and instructed him to get the guards to escort Xia Jinyuan back to the hospital after the matter was settled. Then, he called Yi Qian and asked her to come forward and persuade the troublesome bastard to stay. Chapter 21-29. Xia Jinyuan hadn't contacted Yi Qian yet, so Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed his staff to call the office of the Director of the University of Science and Technology of China and make an appointment first. The University of Science and Technology of China had strict regulations and didn't allow students to use cell phones. At this time, not many students had cell phones. Even if they did, they had to hand over their cell phones as soon as they arrived at school and wait until they were out, on holidays, or on official business. Yi Qian, who had reported yesterday, handed over his cell phone as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who knew the rules, didn't call his cell phone directly. Instead, he called the director's office. He didn't make the call himself either. He asked his staff to make the call first and then transfer the call to his office. The military called to look for a student. It was none other than Yi Qian, who most of the teachers in the school knew. The director, who knew Yi Qian, looked at the class schedule and asked the teacher to inform Yi Qian after class. Yi Qian was sitting in library number 3 and discussing with several top students from other classes. On the first day of school, the students hadn't gotten over the New Year's atmosphere yet. The freshmen were given a mission. On Labor Day, the freshmen were to go to the northern part of the province for a drill. As the frontline leaders of the future battles, they were instructed to experience the atmosphere of a battle where life and death were on the line. As soon as the order was given, the red and blue teams of each class began to prepare in advance. After the first class, the red and blue teams sent out representatives of each class in less than 2 minutes. They met during the short break between classes at the speed of light. There's no preparation time for a real battle. A battle that starts as soon as it's announced is the real battle that determines the outcome. A top student from the School of Science spread out a map of the training base they were going to on Labor Day. The school suddenly told us that there's a drill on Labor Day. Why do I feel like the map they gave us isn't a real one? 2 armies are fighting for positions. Who would have the chance to run to the position and observe the terrain first? Who would know in advance that the position they took would be the position that the Blue Army would be fighting for? I asked the seniors in the School of Science and went through some information myself. I found that the school really didn't tell us the positions we would be practicing a few months in advance. At most, they gave us an approximate time. When it's our turn, you're telling us the time, location, and number of people. You're even giving us time to arrange our troops in advance. Don't you find it a little strange? The students of the School of Science were all engineering students, so their logical thinking was quite rigorous. They had a thick book on cryptography, while Yi Qian and the others had only just started studying it, but they had already finished self-studying. Another student said, having a direction is better than not having one. Let's not talk about whether it's strange or not. We can first familiarize ourselves with the northern training base and the surrounding terrain. When the time comes, we can carry out the drill anywhere. We can't always focus on the north. Our school has exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. In my opinion, we can't just grasp the north. We have to grasp the exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. Only in this way, no matter where the exercise is, we won't have to improvise. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, make a plan before you act. Know when to stop and you will gain. I agree with this student's point of view. Some students agreed. Only by not fighting an unprepared war can one be invincible. This had been the case in all wars since ancient times. Yi Qian didn't speak immediately. Although she had actual combat experience and had participated in a real battle between 2 armies, she had never participated in a drill involving hundreds of people. Regarding this, she decided to listen first and then express her opinion. Chapter 21:30. The short meeting was just to get to know each other. There was only so much time outside of class. They met to get to know each other and set a time for the next meeting before returning to their respective classrooms. At noon, Yi Qian finished her lunch and told Su Wen and He Qing that she needed to go to the dean's office. She told them to go back to their dorms to rest while she jogged to the dean's office. Su Wen looked at Yi Qian's back as she left and lamented to He Qing, I have 2 fears. One is my father, and the other is entering the office. Every time I see a classmate entering the office, I always feel like the wind is blowing and the water is freezing. The hero will never return. As long as you improve your physical fitness, you will never have the chance to go to the office. He Qing pointed out her classmate's weakness without giving her any face. During the scolding session this morning, As long as your physical fitness was mentioned, I saw our instructor's gaze sweep over you. Why are you so weak? You're second from the bottom in the class. You're quite capable. You eat so much every day. If you don't gain strength, you'll only gain weight. What's the use of gaining weight? It's not like you can be slaughtered to buy meat. Su Wen was horrified. I gained weight again. No way. I just went back for the new year and I gained weight again. My father dug me out of bed at 5 in the morning to run. How can I gain weight? Facing the classmate who completely missed the point, He Jing patted her shoulder and sighed with emotion. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Classmate, take care. In the previous semester's physical fitness exam, Su Wen, who had been lagging behind since the start of the freshman's military training, received the lowest score in history. Her instructor and captain were shocked. It could be predicted that Su Wen's life would be tragic this semester. Your grades in the military academy could not be too good, but your physical fitness had to be very, very good. Otherwise, you would only have more miserable days ahead of you. As someone who had not attended classes for a month, Yi Qian naturally did not feel any pressure when she became the top student in the entire school. Last night, the instructor even talked to her and asked if she could spare some time to help the students who were in the bottom 20 in class improve their physical fitness. He also said that there was no need to worry about being too ruthless. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Yi Qian said she would do her best. Yi Qian, who was running towards the director's office, thought that it was because of this matter. She knocked on the door and shouted, reporting in. When she heard a "please come in" from inside, the first thing Yi Qian did when he pushed the door open was to give a military salute. Commander-in-Chief, Yi Qian is here. Please wait a moment, I'll pass the phone to her. The hospital director was on the phone. His words made Yi Qian realize who was looking for him. Yi Qian, who had spoken with Commander-in-Chief Xia many times, was not as tense as before. However, when Yi Qian heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's dignified voice, he could not help but straighten his back. Xiao Yi, sixth brother, has already returned to the country. He even suffered some minor injuries. I stopped him from coming to the southern province to look for you. I hope you can forgive him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan had returned safely, Yi Qian, who had been heavily shackled, felt the shackles on her heart suddenly loosen. The sound of flowers blooming in spring bloomed from the depths of her heart. However, at the same time, her brows were tightly knitted together. She knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia's minor injuries were not really minor injuries. If they were, Commander-in-Chief Xia would not have specially called her. Chapter 2131. His injuries must be so serious that he had to be hospitalized. Yi Qian, who was a little out of breath, closed his eyes slightly and tried to mentally prepare himself before asking calmly, "Can you tell me how serious his condition is?" He was very calm, but every word was so heavy that it felt like a stone had fallen from the sky and hit Chief Commander Xia. He suddenly realized that he had made such a call. Was it a little inappropriate? Even though Commander-in-Chief Xia was a dignified general, he was also a father who deeply cared about his son. Before he could reflect on his inappropriate call, Commander-in-Chief Xia quickly smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." His waist was pierced, but it avoided the vital parts. He handled it a little carelessly, and the shrapnel left 2 small fragments, which caused the wound to become inflamed. He handled it immediately after returning to China. The doctor suggested that he stay in the hospital for 3 days and get an anti-inflammatory drip. He just came over and told me that he wanted to visit you in the afternoon, but I didn't agree. The clerk who knocked on the door walked in quietly and saw that the Commander-in-Chief was on the phone with someone. He opened the camouflage folder and presented the contents to the Commander-in-Chief. This was an invitation from the Political Department's Arts and Crafts Department. Commander-in-Chief Xia was invited to watch the Beijing government troops' upcoming performance in the army. The general idea was to invite leaders of all levels, and then the leaders of all levels would give instructions, guidance, and criticism. Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze fell on one of the invited work units, pointed here, and said, "Go and ask the school leaders who will be coming to Beijing to watch." Okay. The clerk nodded, put down the folder, and left the office. On the other end of the phone, Yi Qian secretly let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely stop him from coming over. I will definitely keep him in the hospital for 3 days. For his health, she would definitely not let him come over to Nan province." His waist was pierced by shrapnel and avoided the vital parts. Although the injury was serious, it was better than a bullet pierced through the waist. With Yi Qian's help, Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved. However, he could understand his son's feelings of wanting to see his girlfriend. It was quite pitiful for the two of them to be apart so much. Thinking of the document just now, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's grades last semester and whether anything had happened in the past few days. Yi Qian, who had good grades, reported his grades one by one. "My overall grades are okay. There's not much to do in the next few days. The main classes haven't started yet, so I'll focus on physical fitness for the time being." Focus on physical fitness for the time being. That's easy. With an idea in mind, Commander-in-Chief Xia praised Yi Qian first. He smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder old Six told me confidently that you would definitely get the title of outstanding student. Little Yi, you're very good. You let us all be at ease. Since you don't have classes these few days, and it's Saturday and Sunday in 3 days, how about this? You go to the capital with the school leaders to watch the performance of the Beijing political group. At the same time, you go to the hospital to visit Six's brother, lest he sneaks into the southern province to look for someone and make everyone uneasy." Yi Qian readily agreed. It should be said that he couldn't ask for more. She really, really wanted to see Captain Xia. She really, really missed him. Lovesickness seeped into her bones, and she was deeply sentimental. Regarding the matter of Yi Qian coming to Beijing with the school leaders had called the dean before she left the dean's office. They asked the dean to inform Yi Qian that he would come to Beijing with the school leaders at 9:00 tomorrow to report on his work. They couldn't directly go to Beijing to watch the performance. After all, watching the performance was secondary. The meeting after the performance was the main point. Chapter 2132. Yi Qian, who was about to leave for the capital, was oblivious to the fact that Ying was talking about her. Browsing through the graduation album of the military academy, she chuckled and said, "Jie, I always thought that you graduated from the National University of Science and Technology as well. So, it turns out that you graduated from this military academy." Du Jie, who was in the midst of putting on her eye makeup, replied with a lukewarm in response to Yi Ying's enthusiasm. She then asked, "What do you mean by also? Do you have a friend who graduated from the National University of Science and Technology?" "I don't think so. Aren't you still in school at your age?" "I don't know anyone who graduated, but I do know someone who is still in school. We aren't friends, so our relationship is just a so-so. That girl used to be in the same junior high school as me, and her results were average. However, after the college entrance examinations, she somehow managed to get into the National University of Science and Technology. It was a huge deal back then," Yi Ying said calmly. At the same time, there was a hint of jealousy and disdain in her voice. It was difficult for two girls to like an outstanding girl, but it was easy for them to hate the same girl. It just so happened that Du Jie was secretly looking for Yi Ying's faults. Hearing her words, a cold sneer crept onto her lips. Feigning concern, she said, "Having such an outstanding girl by your side is indeed a headache. All right, you aren't bad yourself, so why are you being jealous of her?" It's not that I'm jealous of her. It's just that she used to be really bad. Her results back then were really bad. She was always at the bottom of her class from primary school to junior high school. I found it hard to believe that she managed to get into the military academy all of a sudden. Ying continued flipping through the album as she casually continued speaking. Take Sis Jai for example. Your results have always been good, so it's no surprise that you managed to get into the military academy. On the other hand, from primary school to junior high school, she had to copy my homework every single time. No one gave her any exams, so she was always at the bottom of her class. How can I not be surprised that she managed to get into the military academy during the college entrance examinations? That's indeed a little surprising. So that's what happened. Someone who was worse than me suddenly managed to get into the military academy. Naturally, I would feel a little disappointed, so Du Jia said apologetically. Ying continued as if she did not understand, I'm her relative. We share the same surname and grew up together. I'm happy that she got into the military academy, but I'm also worried. It's fine if he really relied on himself to pass the exam, but I'm afraid that's not the case. At that time, everyone in the village was happy, but my parents were worried, afraid that they would be happy for nothing. If Du Jia conveyed her words to the deputy chief of staff Du, Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, what do you think will happen to you? Du Jia, who was not interested, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Ying, who was sitting on the dressing table to her left. She has the same surname as you. What's his name? Yi Qian. Ying could tell that there was something amiss with her tone, so she thought that Zhang Xian had understood what she was trying to say. With a deep frown, she sighed deeply. My cousin grew up without parents. If not for my parents raising her, she would have been living on the streets by now. She wasn't the type to study since young. My parents said that it was my uncle and auntie who blessed her that she was able to get into the military academy. They had the same surname, but one was from the military academy while the other was from the army. Am I overthinking things? Do you have a picture of her? Let me take a look. Regardless of whether I'm overthinking things or not, I'll know once I see the picture. Du Jia asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 2133. Du Jia was far more scheming than Yi Qian, and she was better at hiding things. She didn't want others to know that she knew Yi Qian, and she also didn't want others to see her abnormality. She added lightly, if a gentle and generous girl like you doesn't like Yi Qian, I'm sure that Yi Qian isn't very likable. Ying hoped that Du Jia would stand on her side. Hearing this, she smiled and said, I don't hate her, but I don't like her either. After all, she and I are still family. I also hope that she doesn't do anything wrong and doesn't always think of taking shortcuts. Hearing this, Du Jia almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What right did she have to criticize others? Wasn't she the same? The two sisters were the same. If the Yi Qian she was talking about was the same person as the Yi Qian she knew, then it really was. Du Jia's eyes darkened as she played with the eyebrow pencil. If it really was the same person, she had to admit that Yi Qian was undoubtedly much better than Ying. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that she didn't like either of them. She was from a small family, yet she wanted to marry into a big family. She was dreaming. As for the other one, she always tried to be brave, but all the male soldiers fell for her tricks. Did she think that she was a flower in the army and wanted to stand out and make all the female soldiers feel inferior? Du Jia's mind flashed with the image of a face that was as beautiful as the moon, even if she was dirty. Her eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and her mood instantly sank. Paw! She threw the eyebrow pencil in her hand onto the dressing table. I'm sorry, Miss Du. The makeup artist thought that she had applied too much eye makeup and made Du Jia uncomfortable. She was so frightened that she quickly apologized. Du Jia had a habit of venting her anger on others, but she never did it in front of others. Instead, she liked to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. This matter had nothing to do with the makeup artist, so she didn't need to vent her anger on a mere makeup artist. She raised her hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. However, Ying misunderstood. She thought that Du Jia was standing up for her and said softly, "Jia, don't be angry. I don't care anymore. I don't have the photos. If you want to see them, I'll see if I can get the photos taken during graduation." Who would look at the graduation photo? It was filled with heads. How could they see it clearly? Can you show me a solo photo? Du Jia glanced at Ying, who was putting on an act in front of her, and the disgust in her heart grew stronger. She really didn't understand what her mother liked about her. Pretentious and pretentious. Although her looks were acceptable, this kind of appearance was completely unrecognizable. Seeing the flash of joy in Yi Ying's eyes, Du Jia immediately understood why Yi Ying had mentioned Yi Qian to her. Earlier, she had mentioned that Yi Qian's grades were not good, but he had suddenly gotten into the military academy. Wasn't this hinting that Yi Qian had relied on cheating to get into the college entrance exams? Now she understood. So this was her true intention. Since you said that her grades might be fake, then we have to check it out. The military academy is meant to groom future military officers. How can there be fish eyes as pearls? Give me the solo photo as soon as possible. I'll ask my father to find out what's going on. Yi Ying was so agitated that she secretly pinched her thigh to suppress her excitement. However, she pinched herself too hard. Her expression of pain and excitement intertwined, causing her sweet features to twist. She panicked and said, "There's no need to check, there's no need to check. She's doing very well now. I heard that if she didn't pass the military academy's new training program, she would be rejected. Since she didn't, it means that she's still capable." Chapter 2134. The door of the dressing room was pushed open and Madame Li, who was dressed in a dignified and noble manner, walked in. Yi Ying, who was talking, turned her head when she heard the noise. She hurriedly adjusted her expression and stood up. She stood up gracefully and greeted Madame Li, "Madam." Madame Li took in all her expressions. She didn't know what was going on and thought that her daughter had embarrassed Yi Ying again. Seeing that Yi Ying could quickly adjust her expression and pretend to be calm, she smiled with satisfaction. She didn't misjudge her. She was indeed a sensible girl who knew not to embarrass others. "You are injured. Don't be so polite. Sit down." Mrs. Li, who walked over elegantly, took the initiative to put her arm around Yi Ying's shoulder. She thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, your face is not injured. Don't wear anything else later. Just wear a military uniform. Don't put too much makeup on your face. Just be simple and elegant." Du Jia, who had finished the eye makeup, said with a smile, "Mom, in fact, I don't need to put on too much makeup. Just be simple and elegant. Just wear a military uniform." "You want to disagree with me again, don't you?" Mrs. Li tapped her daughter's forehead with her index finger. She was in a good mood and joked with the makeup artist. "Make her uglier. She will be too ashamed to see others later." The makeup artist hurriedly said respectfully, "Miss Du is born beautiful. She is very beautiful without makeup." "Did you hear that, Mom? You have to listen to the opinions of the people and the voices of the people." Du Jia, who was smiling like a flower, raised her eyebrows like a girl and pulled Yi Ying into the topic. "Tell me, who is prettier, me or Yi Ying?" Mrs. Li liked Du Jia's coquettishness very much. It was not coquettish, but coquettishness that made her laugh. Hearing this, Mrs. Li looked at her and then at Yi Ying. Each has her own merits. However, Yi Ying is more well-behaved. Look at her. She's well-behaved. Du Jia smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had lowered her head and blushed. She laughed even more clearly. "Don't talk about it. She is blushing." She didn't know whether she was blushing because of anger or because she was really embarrassed. Du Jiayu retracted her gaze coldly and began to discuss with Madame Li which necklace would suit the gown better. More than a dozen necklace boxes were opened and placed neatly on the dressing table. Every necklace was expensive, and one of them was the pink diamond necklace. Yi Ying. Beautiful, resplendent, envious. How about a pink one? It looks good in pink and matches your white lace gown perfectly. Madame Li personally put on the pink diamond for her daughter. As she lowered her head, she smiled gently and said, "Your sweetheart will also be here tonight. Dress up well and let him be stunned by you. You said Qin Xiu would come. Look at you. You are already stunned before he comes." Mrs. Li tidied her daughter's hair and instructed the makeup artist elegantly, "It doesn't have to be too thick. Just plain and light will do. She doesn't have to be too mature. She is still young." "Yes, madam." The makeup artist answered in fear, for fear that she would make Mrs. Li angry. Mrs. Li nodded with satisfaction and turned to Yi Ying. "Ying, go and change into the military uniform. I will take you out for a walk. There are guests at home. Li Yuan is entertaining the male guests. Help me talk to the female guests. They are all girls in their 20s. I can't keep up with their topics." Chapter 2135. Not only were they all girls in their 20s, but they were also Mrs. Li's daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who was wearing a military uniform, was led into a circle by Madame Li. She was not bad-looking, and she had learned piano and dance. She had an intellectual and gentle temperament. Moreover, she was led by Madame Li. Although the people in the circle did not know her identity, they were all polite to her because of Madame Li. Mrs. Li did not take Yi Ying with her all the time. After introducing her to the daughters of several friends in the circle, she went to do her own thing. Although Du Jiayi's birthday party was held by her own family and only friends of both parties were invited, those who came were either rich or noble. They came with their children. In the evening, the hall of the villa under Li Yuan's name was very lively. It's good to be young. Look at them, they are all having fun. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. They are in a good era and have a place to play. In our era, who dared to play? They could be criticized. That's right. At that time, there was no fun or food. Mrs. Li was better. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and was a real daughter of a famous family. Come on, Mrs. Li, this toast is for you. A lady who was good at talking and usually played mahjong with Mrs. Li held a crystal goblet filled with red wine and took the lead to toast. With her as the beginning, the other ladies followed. When Du Jiayi appeared, all the people in the room applauded. Then Yi Ying listened to the applause and looked at the crowd. When her legs touched the thick and white cloud carpet, she felt as if she were stepping on clouds. Every step she took was so weak that she could not find the feeling of being on the ground. The crystal lamp was so bright that it shone on Du Jiayi's crystal crown. Yi Ying's eyes fell on the crown and her vision was a little blurred. Such a princess-like life, like the moon surrounded by stars, was the life she wanted. It was so beautiful that she wished she could have it now. Don't worry, don't worry. She has already walked out. As long as she coaxed Madame Li, this kind of life would definitely become her life. The young lady behind Jiayi is surnamed Yi, and her first name is Ying. After studying in France, she was specially recruited into the Beijing political group. Although she's young, she's very obedient and well-behaved. I really like her personality. Observing secretly in the afternoon, Madame Li found that Yi Ying was very good at dealing with people and things. When she met two people who deliberately made things difficult for her, she calmly retorted with her own ability and helped everyone to save face. After observing for the whole afternoon, Madame Li felt more satisfied. Only then did she formally introduce Yi Ying to her friends. With her special introduction, Yi Ying's name gradually spread. Before the banquet ended, everyone knew that Madame Li liked a girl from the southern province named Yi Ying. Du Jiayi was very happy at first, but gradually, as time passed, the haze in her eyes became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, she knew how to hide it, so no one could see the unhappiness in her heart. The person she had been longing for did not come, and she had even made preparations early. Yi Ying, who had a few new numbers added to her phone, was very happy. She did not steal Du Jiayi's limelight and stayed by Madame Li's side obediently. Whenever Madame Li asked her a question, she answered generously and gently, which made Madame Li smile. Yi Ying, who was not by Yi Qian's side, was really good. At this moment, Madame Li did not know that she had lost face because of Yi Ying. Chapter 2136. Mrs. Li, who was more and more satisfied with Yi Ying, spent the entire night either with Du Jiayi or with Yi Ying to chat with her friends, Deputy Chief of Staff Du's friends. At the end of the banquet, Mrs. Li even asked Yi Ying to send off the female soldiers from the capital government regiment. They were friends with Du Jiayi, and because of Mrs. Li's introduction, they didn't dislike Yi Ying and didn't have much interest in interacting with her. Even so, Yi Ying was very happy. Yi Zhifan was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He drank a little too much last night, and in the middle of the night, he was furious because of the videotape. When he woke up and knocked on the door, he found out that his wife and daughter had sneaked out behind his back. Shocked and angry, he searched outside in thin clothes. At noon, he had a stuffy nose, fever, and cough. Why are you angry with Ying Ying? As long as she can make it up to you, everything will be fine. Sun Dongqing, who received the call from the hospital, was so scared that she rushed over. She complained about her husband's unreasonable behavior. I hit and scolded her last night. Ying Ying knows that she was wrong. She is our only daughter. Did you really beat her to death? I was very angry. At that time, I wanted to beat her to death as well. It was better than continuing to embarrass myself. But now, we have Mrs. Li and the Du family. As long as Mrs. Li likes her, what is there to be afraid of? As she spoke, Sun Dongqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, we must find that damned bastard who harmed our family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that we are easy to bully. Ying Ying said that it was Yi Qian, that wretched girl. I thought about it and couldn't think of anyone else other than her. She must be jealous that Ying Ying joined the army, so she came up with such a vicious method to harm Ying Ying. After being brainwashed by Yi Ying, Sun Dongqing believed that all this was caused by Yi Qian. At this time, Yi Zhifan was already disheartened. He didn't want to see this stupid woman in front of him, nor did he want to see Yi Ying, who wanted to climb up the social ladder but couldn't achieve anything. Yes, you and your daughter are smart. You are the smartest in the world. Everyone else is a fool. Well, now that your daughter has gone to the Du family to show off and make Madame Li happy, Sun Dongqing, hurry up and be happy, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have time to be happy. The sarcastic Yi Zhifan closed his eyes and pointed at the door. You can get lost now. Don't let me see you again. Scram. Dad. Yi Ying, who had been listening outside for a long time, pushed the door open and came in angrily. How can you say such terrible things? If Mom leaves, who will take care of you? Tomorrow morning, Li Yuan will accompany me to report. After reporting in the morning, I will go with the Beijing political group to perform for the military leaders at all levels in the afternoon. You always say that I will embarrass you, but when have I ever embarrassed you? Today, Madame Li introduced me to many madams of influential families, not just the wives of high-ranking generals in the army. I also made many new friends, including a few from the political group in the capital. Did I embarrass you? I'm giving you face. Long face. Yi Jifan, who always had a strong sense of crisis, felt a wave of despair in his heart when he heard this. It was over, it was over. Everything was really over now. As long as the videotape was sent to Madam Li, his career would be over. Scram! For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who had worked hard for nearly 20 years, let out a desperate and violent roar. He got up too forcefully and pulled out the foredrip. As he waved his hand, blood and foredrip splashed on Yi Ying's face, causing her to scream in horror. Chapter 2137. Sun Dongqing knew that her husband was really angry. Looking at his ferocious face, she was terrified. Usually, old Yi would just endure his anger. He cared about his image and would never do anything that would be unbecoming of an official. He had never been angry with his wife and daughter in public. Now he was roaring and ignoring his health. Sun Dongqing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Nothing would happen, right? Old Yi would never do anything that would harm the family. No matter how she quarreled with him, he would never say anything bad. Sun Dongqing, who was suddenly scared, comforted her husband for the first time. Okay, old Yi, calm down. Don't be angry with a child. Ying knows that you are sick and hurried to see you. Just let it go for the sake of her filial piety. Don't you always say that the family is noisy? What are you talking about? Now Ying has won Mrs. Li's favor and Li Yuan sent her to the hospital. Doesn't it mean that Mrs. Li really wants Ying to marry into the Du family? As long as Ying marries into the Du family, what are you afraid of? It's not our family that is afraid, but the person who sent the videotape should be afraid. If he knew that Ying would marry into the Du family, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. He dares to go against the Du family. As his mother-in-law, how could Mrs. Li let him go? It was rare for Sun Dongqing to persuade her husband, but what she said was still not clear. The reason why she was so confident was that she was sure that Ying would marry into the Du family. She was sure that Mrs. Li liked her daughter and would not let anyone bully her. But what she didn't expect was that Mrs. Li liked Ying only because Ying looked pure, well-behaved, and obedient. Later, she secretly investigated Ying and asked Yi Jifan's colleagues and friends. She found out that Director Ye's daughter was indeed obedient, well-behaved, and didn't have any messy boyfriends. She also found out that Ying went abroad to study at an elite school. Only then did she think more highly of Ying. Mrs. Li's conditions for choosing a daughter-in-law were quite strict. The most important one was that her daughter must be pure and not tainted. Yi Jifan's position as an official, Yi Ying's obedience, and all other aspects combined made Madam Li see him in a different light. But once Yi Ying's true colors were exposed and her dissolute private life was exposed to Madam Li, how could Madam Li help Yi Ying just because she liked Ying? She was not Yi Ying's mother. How could she forgive Yi Ying's deceit so easily like Sun Dongqing? Sun Dongqing thought that Mrs. Li liked Ying as her daughter-in-law, but she didn't expect that Ying. Sun Dongqing, who was immersed in Yi Ying's beautiful dream, only thought of beautiful things and completely ignored the consequences of deceiving Madam Li. Like mother. Yi was. Yi. Yi Jifan glared at Sun Dongqing with his bloodshot eyes. His wife was still daydreaming about the consequences of her actions. Divorce. Yi Jifan yelled at Sun Dongqing. Go back to the Nan province to file for divorce. Go back to the Nan province now. After shouting, only Yi Jifan's heavy breathing could be heard in the ward. Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying were shocked by Yi Jifan's words. Chapter 2138. This was the first time Yi Jifan had asked for a divorce, and it was under such circumstances. Yi Ying found it unbelievable. After a while, she screamed, "Dad, are you crazy? I'm about to marry into the Du family, and you're asking for a divorce at this time. What are you trying to do? You don't know how much Mrs. Li likes me. Today, she introduced me to some of her best friends and asked them to take care of me. She instructed Du Jiai's friends to take good care of me since they're all from the capital's political group. When I came to the hospital, Mrs. Li didn't even ask the driver to send me. She asked her son, Li Yuan, to send me. Dad, do you know what this means? It means that Mrs. Li told Li Yuan that I'm the daughter-in-law she wants. What kind of family is the Du family? I won't talk about the deputy chief of staff Du, and I won't talk about her eldest son either. You know. Let me tell you. Mrs. Li's family used to be a warlord. Mrs. Li has an older brother, who is the leader of your province. She also has a younger brother, who is a great painter who can sell his paintings for 6 figures. Mrs. Li from such a powerful family likes me and wants me to be her daughter-in-law. This is the Yi family's ancestors' matter. You even want to divorce my mother. Fine, as long as you divorce my mother, I'll change my surname to Sun immediately. Sun Dongqing hadn't recovered from her husband's divorce, and her heart skipped a few beats when she was shocked by her daughter's words. What nonsense! Your dad said that out of anger. Divorce? Impossible. If she divorced old Yi, who would she rely on for the rest of her life? Find her daughter. Her daughter had to take care of her husband's family. She would never divorce old Yi. Yi Ying, who was trembling with anger, stubbornly raised her chin and screamed fearlessly, "What nonsense am I talking about? Is he still my father? Is there a father who can't bear to see me do well? No, he's not my father. Other fathers want their daughters to marry well and dress well, but what about him? He's afraid that I'll marry well. Is he my father? Is he my biological father?" Faced with the stubborn mother and daughter, Yi Zhifan, who had been so angry that he roared before, calmed down. He had to calm down. Otherwise, he would be as unlucky as the mother and daughter. Sure, I don't want anything after the divorce. I'll give you all my assets. I only need to bring my household register and ID card. I don't want a single cent. I'll leave my wallet to you and your mother. You can change your surname. I'll ask my friend in charge of household registration to change your surname to Sunning. From now on, you can live with your mother and have nothing to do with me, Yi Zhifan. I'm not your father, and you're not my daughter. We're even now, and we don't owe each other anything. Before the worst happened, he had to draw a clear line between them. For the sake of his career, Yi Zhifan, who was completely disappointed with his mother and daughter, began to disown his family. He was such a person, just as Yi Qian had said. Yi Ying was very stubborn. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "Fine, from now on, I'll be called Sun Ying. I have nothing to do with you." She turned to Sun Dongqing, who had no chance to interrupt, and deliberately said happily to annoy Yi Zhifan, "Mom, he finally asked for a divorce. I'm very happy. From now on, you and I don't have to live with this attitude anymore. Mom, Li Yuan and I will take care of you from now on. You don't have a husband to take care of you. It's okay. Li Yuan and I will take care of you. He's just the director of the Provincial City Construction Bureau, so what? I'll ask Li Yuan to get you a higher position." Chapter 2139. Yi Zhifan, who was trying to suppress his cough, did not feel any pain in his heart. He only felt that he was going to be liberated. He married Sun Dongqing and raised a daughter who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid that she refused to change. This was the biggest failure of his life. He had to divorce her quickly. After the divorce, he could still find a better and younger one. As long as the Du family did not make things difficult for him, he could think of a way for his career. He did not care about the person behind the jade pendant. It didn't matter if they came for Yi Zhifan or Yi Ying, he didn't care. He had been an official for nearly 20 years and had never been greedy. He only owned shares in a few companies. Even if the disciplinary committee came to investigate, he was not afraid. Yi Jifan, who was calmly thinking of a way out, threw both mother and daughter out of his life. He did not care even if she was his own daughter. He raised an ingrate. What else did he care about? Sun Dongqing would never agree to a divorce. This was something that would embarrass her. How could she agree? This time, no matter what Yi Ying said, she was not moved. Old Yi, you want a divorce? Over my dead body. Sun Dongqing crossed her arms and sat on the bed. Yi Ying is your daughter, and she is also my daughter. Divorce? Dream on. Sun Dongqing did not make a fuss. She only stared coldly at Yi Jifan. Don't even think about it. I am a member of the Yi family. I will be a ghost of the Yi family even if I die. Her refusal made Yi Ying anxious. She rushed over and pulled Sun Dongqing up. Let's go, Mom. Let's go. I won't beg him anymore. I won't beg him anymore. I will do my best for you. I won't let you down. I will definitely let you live a good life. He doesn't even acknowledge me. Why should I acknowledge him? Mom, go back to the southern province and divorce him. Divorce him. The beating last night was a new contrast to the luxurious life she enjoyed at the Du family. Yi Ying hated Yi Jifan even more. She could not wait to cut off their father-daughter relationship. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. You want a divorce? No way. Sun Dongqing, who had been provoked once again by Yi Ying, suddenly exploded. She yelled at Yi Jifan, Yi Jifan, if you dare to divorce me, I'll go to your office and make a scene. Make a ruckus until you can't be the bureau chief anymore. How dare you threaten me? Yi Jifan turned his head and glared fiercely at Sun Dongqing. If you dare to make trouble for me and make me unable to be the director, I'll make sure your daughter can't even enter the army. Holding Yi Ying's letter of enlistment and the videotape, Yi Jifan was even more ruthless. I can tear up the letter of enlistment and send the videotape directly to the deputy chief of staff Du. Sun Dongqing, you dare to threaten me. Let's see who can outplay who. Only Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing could have turned against each other to this extent. Yi Ying was frightened. She hugged Sun Dongqing's arm and cried, Mom, please, please divorce him. I'm your daughter. For me, please divorce him quickly. I have to report at 12 tomorrow. Go back to the southern province now and finish the paperwork by tomorrow morning. Please, I'm begging you. Sun Dongqing's lifeline was Yi Ying. She hoped that Yi Ying could succeed. The last thing she wanted was for Yi Ying's future to be blocked. She never thought that her husband would threaten her with Yi Ying's future just to force her to divorce him. Sun Dongqing, who could not accept this, screamed and threw herself at Yi Jifan. How dare you force me, Yi Jifan? You bastard! How dare you force me? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Chapter 2140. Yi Ying, who was caught off guard, was pushed to the ground. Seeing the chaos, she didn't try to stop them. Instead, she stared at the videotape in Yi Jifan's hand and her notice of enlistment. She wanted to grab it. Although Yi Jifan was sick, he was not so sick that Sun Dongqing could pounce on him. His face turned pale and he shouted angrily, Did I force you? Did I fucking force you? It's you and your daughter who want to kill me. Marry into the Du family. She was the daughter-in-law of a powerful family. How dare they think about it after such a big scandal? Did they think that Mrs. Li was blind? Did they think that she was easy to talk to and would forgive Yi Ying easily? Yi Jifan didn't say this sentence again. It was useless to say it. She might not divorce him. At night, all the wards were quiet. The noise of the family of three had already attracted complaints from patients in other wards. Just as Yi Ying was about to snatch the letter of enlistment back, the nurse pushed the door open and entered with several security guards. "What are you doing? Do you think the hospital is a market? If you want to quarrel, do it outside." The security guards rushed in and quickly separated Ying and Sun Dongqing. Yi Jifan covered the back of his hand, coughed and gasped, "My ex-wife brought her daughter here to make a scene. Please help me ask them to leave. Also, my heart is beating fast and my head hurts. My blood pressure may be unstable. Please check it for me. Thank you." Ex-wife. She had become his ex-wife without a divorce. Sun Dongqing was so angry that she pointed at Yi Jifan's nose and shouted, "Yi Jifan, you bastard! When did I become your ex-wife? Threatening your daughter. I'll fight with you, I'll fight with you." Seeing the security guards and nurses come in, Ying felt a little guilty. She was afraid that it would become a joke and reach Mrs. Li's ears. "Mom, let's go first." She got up and tried to support Sun Dongqing, who seemed to have gone crazy, and kept persuading her, "He won't care about us anymore. I told you, he won't care about us anymore. Get divorced, get divorced." One day, she would make him regret driving his daughter out. Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she gritted her teeth. She didn't believe that she couldn't accomplish anything without him. With Madame Li's appreciation, as long as she could marry into the Du family, she would make everyone who looked down on her regret. Sun Dongqing did not want to leave, no matter how much Yi Ying persuaded her. Seeing that there were so many security guards, she acted like a shrew and rolled on the ground. "What a heartless man. I've been with him for so long, and in the end, he still wants a divorce." The more she acted like this, the more Yi Jifan hated her. He tried his best to get Ying into the army, tried his best to let the family live a good life, but what happened in the end? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the mother and daughter's stupidity. They were biting off more than they could chew. If he didn't want to be dragged down, the only way out was to divorce. Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything else. He just pressed on his chest and took deep breaths. He looked like he was having a heart attack. When the nurse saw this, she immediately asked the security guards to take them out. The patient was the most important. It was useless for Sun Dongqing to make a big fuss. The more she disturbed the silence of the ward, the angrier he would be. Yi Ying didn't want to be taken away by the security guards. She glared at Yi Jifan angrily. Seeing his back to her, Yi Ying was so angry that her masseter was trembling. She scolded the security guards, "I'll go by myself. Get out of my way." When Sun Dongqing saw the security guards coming to drag her away, she screamed, "Hit me! Hit me! The security guards are hitting me. I want to call the police. I want to call the police." The security guards responded quickly, "Okay. It's good that you call the police. Go to the police station and spend the night there. Ask someone to bail you out tomorrow." Chapter 2141. Yi Ying heard that she had called the police and needed someone to bail her out. How could she go to the police station with her current status? Her face turned pale as she growled at Sun Dongqing, "Mom, are you trying to help me or hurt me? If we go to the police station, who's going to bail us out?" "Shut up." Sun Dongqing didn't want to go to the police station. She was so angry that she had no choice but to turn her head and stare at Yi Jifan viciously. "Yi Jifan, don't even think about getting a divorce. I'll exhaust you to death even if I have to." Yi Jifan didn't answer. He only raised the enlistment notice and videotape in his hand. Sun Dongqing left with Yi Ying angrily. In the ward, the nurse pressed the bell to ask the doctor on duty to check on the patient. Sun Dongqing walked out of the ward and said viciously, "It's best if you die of illness." The security guard who was escorting her away couldn't help but frown. Whoever got involved with such a vicious bitch would be unlucky. The mother and daughter who were invited out of the hospital did not leave immediately. Sun Dongqing wanted to leave, but Ying held her back. Mom, I must get my enlistment notice back. It's related to my military service. The report can't go without it. The videotape is not a big problem. Dad doesn't dare to really bring it to Mrs. Li. The most important thing now is to get the enlistment notice back. We must get our hands on it. Let's get a divorce, Mom. Dad is already like this. What's the point of dragging it out? Didn't he just say that as long as you agree, he can give up everything? Mom, please think about divorcing him for me. Sun Dongqing was determined not to accept the divorce. Ying, I can promise you anything else, but not this. If you get a divorce, where will I put my face? There has never been a divorced couple in Shuku village. Do you want me to go back to the village and drown in the saliva of those gossipy women? Why do you want to go back to the village after the divorce? What's so good about that lousy village? You can live in the provincial capital, in Anyang. After the divorce, the house will all be yours. Also, as long as I marry into the Du family, you don't have to worry about anything. You see, I'm now a military performer. I'll report tomorrow morning and perform with the veterans in the regiment in the afternoon. Madame Li specially told her acquaintances in the regiment about this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm only joining the army tomorrow, Mrs. Li would have asked the group to arrange for me to perform with them. Look, Madame Li treats me so well. Are you still afraid that you won't have a good life after the divorce? Every time Ying thought of the enlistment notice and the videotape, her heart would burn with anxiety. She kept trying to persuade Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing still wouldn't nod her head. After talking for nearly an hour, Ying finally knelt down with a plop. Mom, you must help me. I beg you. You must help me. I don't want to lose everything. I don't want to lose to Yi Qian. I don't want to be suppressed by Yi Qian for the rest of my life. Daughter, I beg you, I beg you. She was just short of kowtowing. Yi Jifan also didn't want to delay any longer. After the nurse and doctor left, he took out his phone and called Sun Dongqing. Have you thought about it? If you don't give me a reply, I'll tear up the enlistment notice and call the deputy chief of staff due to ask the guards to come and take the videotape away. I'd like to see if your precious daughter can still join the army. You'd better agree to my divorce before I want to drive you to the brink of death. Ying begged bitterly and Yi Jifan pressured her step by step. Sun Dongqing finally agreed to the divorce. Chapter 2142. At the same time, she also stated her own request. Return to the southern province now and transfer all the assets to me first. Then we'll go through the divorce procedures. Yi Jifan, who had no feelings for Sun Dongqing, nodded without hesitation. These assets were not considered assets. After the divorce procedures are done, I'll immediately tell Ying where the enlistment notice and videotape are. I guarantee that she can enlist before 12:00 tomorrow. It won't affect her performance in the afternoon. When it came to negotiations, Sun Dongqing and her daughter were no match for Yi Jifan. Soon, both parties agreed verbally. Yi Jifan handed the enlistment notice and videotape to a nurse in the hospital and gave the nurse a few hundred yuan for storage. He booked the plane tickets overnight and flew back to the southern province with Sun Dongqing. What? Director Yi just finished the divorce procedures with his wife. Xia Yiwei, who was nursing her pregnancy at home, was so shocked that she sat up from the sofa. Ho Zi, who was peeling an apple, was so shocked that her expression changed. She threw the apple and knife aside and quickly supported Xia Yiwei. Why are you so shocked when they're divorced? Lie down. An elderly pregnant woman with signs of miscarriage scared Ho Zi. She was so scared that she did not even go to the office. She was afraid that something would happen to the mother and child. Xia Yiwei then remembered that she was pregnant. She quickly lay down on the sofa and calmed herself down before asking, "What happened?" Why did they suddenly get divorced? I don't know. I only found out when I saw the divorce certificate in the drawer. It was done this morning. There was no news at all. The secretary on the phone whispered. He was also confused about this. The director was in a good mood before he went to the capital 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly fall out with the director's wife? He returned to the southern province at 1:00 in the morning last night. He asked me to go to the office to send the household register to his house. There was no warning today and they suddenly got divorced. Did something happen in the capital? The bureau doesn't know yet. I'm probably the only one who knows. Everything was fine. Why did they suddenly get divorced? Secretary Xia, why don't I ask around? What happened in the capital? Xia Yiwei thought about it and smiled. Forget it. Divorce is not a big deal. You don't have to ask around. Just pretend that you don't know. The sudden divorce probably had something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent out. She had to tell Sixth Brother about it. Oh well, Sixth's mood had been at its lowest since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, he was also guarded by 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. To the point where he couldn't escape even if he had wings. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with her heart already in Yiqian, did not have much interest in listening to the conversation. It wasn't easy for Yi Zhifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. It's true that the divorce won't affect him much, but he went to the capital and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in the capital. I suspect that it has something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent. This sentence piqued Xia Jinyuan's interest. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing level up did not hear the other words clearly, but they heard the words, "keep an eye on him," very clearly. Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" Chapter 2143. Xia Jinyuan had been in a bad mood since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and was guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan were guarding him. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. In order to prevent him from leaving the hospital and running to Nan province, the 6 of them guarded him until he couldn't escape. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with his heart already in Yiqian, lost interest in listening. It wasn't easy for Yi Zhifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. The divorce won't affect him much, but he went to Beijing and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in Beijing. I suspect it has something to do with the videotape Xiao Yi sent. Xia Jinyuan's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing level up didn't hear much except for the words, "keep an eye on him." Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" It's not a person. It's a private matter. I have to keep an eye on Yiqian to prevent him from being snatched away. Xia Jinyuan put down his phone and looked at his comrades who were brazenly playing level up in front of him. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing an elegant smile. "Why don't you play with a little money? If you don't play big, a few yuan per round is fine." Li Jinyan, who had played a card, coldly exposed his comrade's plan. "You want us to go back to the military headquarters to drink cold water and sit in a dark room, right?" No matter how big the game was, gambling was prohibited in the military. "Captain, you're so evil. I almost fell for it. Han Zhang said as he held down the K7 card with one hand. Wait, I still have a pair of spades. Up, up, up. My 2 of spades is the biggest. Are you kidding me? We agreed not to remember the cards. Do I even need to remember the cards? I remember it with one look. Do I need to remember the cards? Remember at a glance. Isn't that just memorizing the cards? Han Zhang and V8 laughed and reprimanded each other. Although it was a little boring to watch over the disobedient wounded, it was still okay to play cards. They had been fighting since yesterday and took turns to rest at night. They had been fighting since the morning and it was almost time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of comrades he could not defeat alone. He pressed his slender fingers against his forehead and then asked Han Zhang, "Help me find out something urgent." He wanted Han Zhang to find out if Yi Zhifan had any conflicts with the Du family since he came to Beijing. Du family? How are you related to the Du family? The Du family celebrated Du Jiai's birthday last night and held a small birthday party. The people who attended were all acquaintances and friends of the Du family. One of my friends and his sister also went. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask. Han Zhang had a lot of good-for-nothing friends. If he had anything to ask, he could definitely find out everything. He picked up his phone and was about to go outside to make a call. As he walked out, he said hello to his friend. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure walking toward him. She saw him in advance and smiled faintly. Are you going out to work? Damn. I'm not busy. Help me find out if anything big happened at Du Jiai's birthday party last night. I have to go now, something urgent came up. Goodbye. She finished her sentence in 3 seconds. Then, she smiled widely at Yi Qian. I'm not busy. Didn't I know you were coming, so I specially came to pick you up. Chapter 2144. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. With Yi Qian's arrival, they finally didn't have to keep an eye on the troublesome old 6. If he wasn't injured, Demon King Li would probably be the only one who could guard one room. Han Zhang, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned around and pushed the door open. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. He made a gentlemanly gesture and said, My humble abode is simple, and there's a disobedient fellow here. Please bear with her. Everyone in the ward looked up at Han Zhang. Because he spoke politely, they all thought that a leader had come to visit. The 3 people at the card table quickly hid their cards and stood up to wait for the leader to come in. The leader came in quickly. The person that he had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in the ward. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, chased them away. You can leave now. Go away and don't come back. Yi Qian came in wearing her military uniform. She saluted her comrades in the ward who were all higher ranked than her and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard the ward. I have something to do with the leader at 2 in the afternoon, so I can only stay for an hour. Since he could only stay for an hour during the day, he would definitely have time at night. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself. After asking all his comrades to leave, he quickly locked the door, turned around, and took large strides to hug the girl he had been thinking about. I missed you very much, little fox. He kissed her forehead eagerly. His kisses spread from her forehead all the way to Yi Qian's delicate lips. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to speak. Xia Jinyuan, who missed her so much that his heart couldn't help but tremble whenever he thought of her name, occupied his territory. His large hands tightly held her waist and pulled her fiercely into his embrace. This was a deep kiss that erupted purely out of longing. The scorching hot breath that was filled with longing wrapped around her tightly, making her world only have his existence. Yi Qian, who had always been slow to react to intimacy, was momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss. With the nimble possession of his tongue and the invasion of his refreshing breath, Yi Qian's passion was instantly ignited. She missed him very, very much, just like how he missed her very, very much. The affectionate kiss was so gentle that it made her heart sink. Their inseparable entanglement made her tiptoe uncontrollably, responding to his deep affection and longing. I missed you very much, Captain Xia. I missed you very much. She responded passionately and tried her best to tiptoe to respond to his longing. She used her actions to tell him how much she missed him too. After a long while, Xia Jinyuan ended the deep kiss. They could smell each other's breath between their breaths. His handsome nose touched the tip of her pretty nose. He looked at her deeply and their breaths were intertwined. Sorry for making you worry. After looking at her for a long time, Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head with his big hand and let her bury her head in his chest. He didn't dare to look at her. He was afraid that he would see tears that would make him sad. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry to have frightened you. He couldn't say he was sorry directly. This was the responsibility of a soldier. He couldn't say he was sorry. This was something she had to get used to and accept as a soldier. All of the apologies, all of the guilt, could only be repeated over and over again in his heart. Chapter 21:45. Yi Qian didn't dare to hug his injured waist. She clutched his hospital gown tightly and took a deep breath before answering softly, I was very scared when I left, but everyone told me that I had no other choice but to believe that you would return safely. I was very scared, but I always believed that you would come back safely. She understood him. She knew how he felt when he hugged her so tightly. She knew that he felt guilty and wanted to apologize to her, but she also understood why he couldn't say, I'm sorry. She knew, and she understood. Her gentle answer made Xia Jinyuan, who had never shed tears even when he was injured, suddenly feel warmth in his eyes. Under the light, tears glistened in his deep and bright eyes. He was so lucky to have met a lover who understood him, and how lucky he was to have met her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're still waiting for me. How can I let anything happen to me? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll be fine. For you, for myself, for my comrades, and for the country I'm loyal to, how can I let anything happen to me? He stroked the top of her head with his large hand and comforted her, it'll be fine. Don't worry, little fox. You're looking forward to my return. How can I bear to destroy your hope? I said before that I'll grow old with you. This is a promise I made to you. I can't go back on my words. How could he bear to let the person who loved him be sad? How could he bear to let her live alone in the future? It was so difficult to open her heart. Once he left, there would be no room for another man in her world. He couldn't bear to let her be sad, he couldn't bear to let her be lonely, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone. There were so many things he couldn't bear to part with. How could he let himself leave her? Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head tightly and slowly closed his eyes. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on the top of her head. I love you, Yi Qian. I'll love you with my life, until the end of my life. He would love her so deeply, loving this lover who made his heart ache and made him pity her. From the prime of his life to the twilight of his life, from a head full of black hair to a head full of white hair, until he stopped breathing, he could stop loving her. Yi Qian, whose eyes were moist, bit down hard on his lower lip, forcing back the sobs that were about to come out. Remember my words, little fox. I will try my best to come back and see you. Please, you must persevere and wait for me to come back. When I leave you to carry out a mission, you just have to wait for me to come back. You can't let me affect you, especially when you're on a mission. You can't let me affect you. You have to do the same. You have to work hard for me and come back alive. You can't let me down or make me sad. You have to come back alive even if your uniform is stained with blood. Do you understand? Yi Qian, who had stopped crying, nodded. She knew everything. She knew everything. I know. You've told me this before. I've always remembered it. Yi Qian closed her eyes and sniffed the familiar scent on his body. It was so peaceful. To be able to come back alive, even if he was injured, it didn't matter. At this moment, Yi Qian understood why it was said that injuries on the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces represented a new life. It turned out that coming back alive with injuries represented a new life. Chapter 2146. Xia Jinyuan had always known that Yi Qian was very obedient to him. She would remember every single word that he said. Every time he heard her say that she remembered his words, his heart would always soften and melt into water. You're so obedient, my baby. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Suddenly, he bent down and picked her up while Yi Qian was unprepared. He smiled and said, "Don't move. I can't use my strength as I please. If you move, you might slip from my hands." Yi Qian didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she struggled, she would reopen his wound. She gripped his clothes tightly with both hands and looked at him with displeasure. "I won't move. Aren't you afraid that your wound will reopen if you bend down and pick me up? No wonder the commander-in-chief said you were a bastard and even sent so many people to guard you. They really did protect me this time." Xia Jinyuan smiled. The person he missed had already arrived, so it didn't matter if he guarded her or not. He carried her to the bed and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips that were red from his kisses. He said softly, "You only have an hour. Come to the bed with me." How could Yi Qian refuse? He was injured and it was best for him to rest in bed. Yi Qian didn't dare to lie in his arms. She only dared to rest her head on his shoulder and hold his arm with both hands as she listened to him talk about the danger he encountered. "I was interrogated when I returned, but fortunately, I wasn't the main person in charge. I was fine after being whipped a few times. They were all minor injuries. My skin wasn't even broken." The two of them lay on the bed that was not spacious and whispered about those thrilling things. No matter how thrilling it was, after Xia Jinyuan's narration, it was not thrilling anymore. They just skimmed over it casually. "After my mission was completed, I decided to add another mission at the last minute when they were exchanging fire. I triggered a hidden alarm and was hit by shrapnel. That's why I was injured. There wasn't much of a problem. I checked it out and was discharged after 3 days of anti-inflammatory injections." He said it with a faint smile. The bloody gunfight turned into a child's fight. Yi Qian, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but get up a little. She then looked down at the man lying flat on the bed. Her fingers gently caressed his slightly thin, handsome face. She didn't say too much because they both understood each other. They wore the same military uniform and carried out the same dangerous mission. They really understood each other. Sigh. She originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but now she really couldn't bear to. It was normal that he didn't recognize her when he was on the mission. He was injured. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile at her gentle touch. He closed his eyes and felt her affectionate gaze. She used her fingers to trace his face. From his eyebrows to his eyes, to the tip of his nose, all the way to his lips. Her fingers gently caressed his face, then she used her delicate lips to kiss him. She kissed his forehead, his eyes, the tip of his nose, and finally stopped at his lips. She used the tip of her soft tongue to gently lick his lips, then nimbly entered and danced with the tip of his tongue. "Little fox," he called out softly. He reached out and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. "I'm not that weak. I just need to avoid the wound." Yi Qian kissed his thin lips, then kissed his handsome chin. "Lie down properly. I want to see your wound." "What's there to see? I'll bandage it." You won't be able to see it even if you want to. The wound that had been stitched up again, to be honest, it was a little hideous. He really didn't dare to let her see, for he was afraid that her heart would ache. Chapter 21:47. Gently biting his chin with her teeth, Yi Jian, whose voice was as soft as water, snorted, "You didn't recognize me, and I didn't care. Now, I just want to see your injuries. Are you not happy? Happy, happy. Happy. 100%. Thinking about how he was less than 3 meters away from her on the island and how he didn't realize it was her, Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to go against Yi Qian's words. He spread his long arms and legs and spread his tall and straight body. "Come on, let's examine it properly." He looked like he was saying, "Please pick more." Yi Qian gently pinched his arm muscles and started to be naughty again. The somewhat heavy atmosphere was eased by his nonchalant body movements and facial expression. Yi Qian, who was hiding the worry in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle and tease, "You look very easy to bully now. Can you bear to bully me? Can you bear to bully me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled elegantly. "But I don't mind if you bully me. How can I not bear to bully you? How can I not bear to bully you? You've already brought it up yourself, so how can I refuse?" Compared to the past, Yi Qian was becoming more and more talkative with Xia Jinyuan. She pinched his arm again with her slender and fair fingers. "Lie down properly and put your hands down. Do you want the stitches to be pulled apart?" He had copper skin and iron bones. She couldn't pinch him without using some force. The so-called bullying was nothing more than loud thunder but small raindrops. She pinched the same spot twice in a row. Seeing his cynical handsome face contorted in pain, Yi Jianjian stopped before going too far. Xia Jinyuan saw this and chuckled sexily. His little fox couldn't even bear to bully him. Yi Qian carefully lifted the patient's gown and saw a corner of the white gauze. He held his breath. He did not see the wound, only the gauze. His heart ached faintly. His fingers gently caressed the edge of the gauze, and his voice was tense as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, it's a bullet wound, so it's easier to disinfect and treat it. There's no deep purplish bruise on the lumbar muscles. Fortunately, the muscles weren't cut off. Captain Xia, I don't know how many injuries you have. Did you deal with them yourself first? Of course you'll deal with it yourself. With your temper, you won't go to the hospital if you can avoid it. Even if you go to the hospital, you won't be content and will do everything possible to get discharged. Move to the side a little. Let me look behind you. The shrapnel came in from the front and went out from the back of your waist. You're lucky that the shrapnel didn't stay in your body. When you hugged me just now, you used a lot of strength on your waist. I don't think you pulled the thread open. Otherwise, there would be blood seeping out of the gauze." Without expecting Xia Jinyuan to answer, Yi Qian answered his own question. Both his front and back were wrapped in sterile gauze. Even if he was lying flat, he had to turn his body slightly to avoid pressing on the wound. Through the gauze, he could smell the anti-inflammatory medicine and the faint smell of blood from the wound. Yi Qian sighed softly as he looked at the gauze. He slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Yi Qian kissed the gauze gently and tenderly. The kiss was too light, and there was a gauze between them. Logically speaking, one should not feel anything. However, Xia Jinyuan felt it. Under the trembling kiss, the muscles at the edge of the wound twitched and trembled. The trembling sensation suddenly rushed up and into his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 21:48. She was talking to herself, but she didn't want him to know how much she cared for him and how worried she was about him. Xia Jinyuan, who felt as if something was stuck in his throat, looked deeply at his lover. His voice was hoarse as he said softly, "I'll let you see when the gauze is removed. Don't look now. Be good. Put down your clothes and sleep next to me. I want to look at you. Yi Qian gently put down her clothes and went back to sleep next to him. Both of them were lying on their sides, looking at each other. Their eyes were on each other, and they couldn't get enough of looking at each other. Neither of us can guarantee that we won't get hurt in the future. We can only try our best to minimize the degree of injury. Therefore, little fox, you must be diligent in your training and not stagnate. You must improve year after year, month after month. Don't be sad. It's normal. Just like when you got injured last time, although my heart ached, I chose to face it. If there's no guarantee, I can only face it. He could always educate her, remind her, and teach her at any time. The military was a thorny road, but because of him, the road was the most beautiful scenery. She couldn't help but gently touch his handsome features that couldn't hide his noble temperament. Yi Qian gently rubbed the tip of her nose against his. She gazed at the man who was like a pine tree on a cliff. She gently kissed his thin lips and said something that surprised Xia Jinyuan. I like kissing you. With this sentence, Yi Qian's lips almost broke. Fortunately, Han Zhang knocked on the door in time, interrupting the deep kiss. I'm sorry, I really have to disturb the two of you for a while. I've been standing outside for more than 10 minutes, and the two of you can't stop kissing. It's a little urgent, so I had to disturb you. Han Zhang knew the relationship between the two of them, and he was deeply sorry for interrupting their intimacy. However, he had no choice. He really had something important to say. Under Xia Jinyuan's knife-like gaze, Han Zhang, who felt that his body had been shot into a lotus pod, was under immense psychological pressure. He quickly told Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard. Ying attended Du Jiai's birthday party last night. Mrs. Li introduced Ying to her friends and even jokingly told her friends in the capital political group that she would take care of Ying. Mrs. Li's son, Li Yuan, accompanied her. Yi Zhifan, who was supposed to accompany them, didn't go. At around 10 at night, he took a flight back to southern province. Then, this morning, Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan suddenly divorced. Well, this is what I heard. In short, Mrs. Li is very satisfied with Ying. Then, those who attended the banquet, including my friend and his sister, all think that Mrs. Li probably wants Li Yuan to marry Ying. That's all. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After telling Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard, Han Zhang didn't waste a second. He sensibly got up and left quickly, not giving Xia Jinyuan a chance to shoot daggers at him. Interrupting their deep kiss had already made him suffer 5 minutes of knife-throwing. If he didn't stay any longer, he was afraid that old Six Fist would hit his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but squint as he listened to this rather complicated and bizarre story. It sounded bizarre and unbelievable, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood. She looked helplessly at Han Zhang, who was running away. She pursed her lips and said to Xia Jinyuan, "You were the one who asked him to find out, and now you're blaming him. Captain Xia, aren't you afraid that Han Zhang will cut ties with you?" Chapter 2149. We've been breaking up with each other since we were kids. We've broken up countless times, but we've never succeeded. Xia Jinyuan, who was counting the time in his head, half-hugged Yi Qian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. He rested his chin on her shoulder and stole a kiss on her earlobe before getting down to business. Sun Dongqing must have rushed to Beijing last night because of the videotape. Yi Qian sneered and said calmly, "I'm 100% sure that she brought the videotape into Beijing." Sun Dongqing is a very old-fashioned person. When she saw the videotape, she would most likely beat Ying up. Wearing a military uniform to attend Du Jiai's party, it seems like Ying was badly beaten up. She had to wear a military uniform to cover up her injuries. Otherwise, with her love for beauty, she would have worn a little dress to appear in front of everyone. Yi Qian, who knew Sun Dongqing well, was not there, but he could guess a little of what happened. This was the meaning of the saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xia Jinyuan liked this side of Yi Qian very much. She was very smart and quick-witted. She could find the right direction with just a few clues. This side of Yi Qian made him fall in love with her. Yi Qian patted the hand that kept stroking her waist and felt itchy. She continued her analysis without being interrupted. Yi Jifan did not accompany Ying to the Du family's house during the day. I'm afraid he didn't want Ying to go either. In the end, Ying went. Yi Jifan was afraid that Mrs. Li would find out about the videotape. He didn't want to implicate himself, so for the sake of his career, he proposed a divorce that night. The process was definitely not good. Sun Dongxing would not accept the divorce, but Ying had already won Mrs. Li's favor. She even went out with her son. She thought that she could marry into the Du family smoothly. Li Yuan. In her previous life, she only knew that Yi Ying's husband's surname was Du, and her mother-in-law's surname was Li. She didn't know that her husband in her previous life took Mrs. Li's surname. Xia Jinyuan kissed Yi Qian's earlobe again and said with a smile, go on. It's not Detective Holmes. It's only because I know Yi Jifan well. Yi Qian, who had been kissed by him several times, smiled slyly. He turned his head and bit his ear in revenge. When he heard him suck in a breath of cold air, his dark eyes smiled as if he had succeeded. I sent the video to Mrs. Li for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. Second, I wanted to scare Yi Jifan. But I didn't expect that he would be so afraid that he would divorce Sun Dongxing. Sure enough, a person who didn't recognize his own family was heartless. For the sake of his career, he could forsake his wife and daughter. But he is indeed the Yi Jifan that I know. Yi Jifan did not want a wife or a daughter. He only wanted an official position because he could have more wives and daughters. Especially since they were often a burden to him. For the sake of an official position, Yi Jifan would definitely abandon them even faster and more ruthlessly. It was rare for a man to be so heartless. But Ying was arrogant enough to think that she could marry into the Du family. She was conceited enough and stupid enough. Was Ying that stupid in her previous life? But in this life, she was able to coax Mrs. Li to introduce her to friends everywhere. It was obvious that she wasn't that stupid. So, was she stupid? Or was she not stupid? After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian couldn't help but wonder. Knowing that Yi Qian wouldn't be leaving until Sunday, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to go back to the southern province anymore. He asked Yi Qian about the package number to Mrs. Li and began to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to make it bigger, faster, and more lively. He didn't do anything. After checking the package's location, he told the delivery man to deliver it to Mrs. Li today. Chapter 2150. At this time, Xia Jinyuan only wanted to add some firewood to the fire, but he didn't expect things to be so lively in the end that it exceeded his expectations. At 2:00 sharp, Yi Qian followed the military academy leaders and military leaders into the grand performance hall amidst the applause of the soldiers. The person next to her was none other than Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was talking to her. After the performance, leave later. Come with me to the hospital to visit old six. In order to let Yi Qian hear what he was saying amidst the applause, Commander-in-Chief Xia lowered his head slightly. In the eyes of the soldiers, it was the leader showing concern for the soldiers. However, in the eyes of Yi Ying, who was clapping behind them, it was a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in fear and her applause was even slower by half a beat. Fortunately, her applause was soft and the applause from the audience fell in unison. Her sudden clapping did not cause a commotion. Even so, it still made the class leader, who was taking care of her, break out in cold sweat. Yi Ying, what are you doing? The class leader reprimanded softly, you have to follow the rhythm when clapping. Didn't I teach you before? A recruit who joined the military less than 2 hours ago came out to watch the performance with them without even making her bed properly. She didn't know what the leader planned for her. Even taking care of a recruit shouldn't be like this. Yi Ying, who was frightened, tried to control the fear in her heart. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her knees. Her fingers dug into her knees as she asked her class leader in a trembling voice, "Class leader, the leader in front of us, who is he? He seems to be in a very high position." She had seen him before. She saw him at old Jen's funeral. The class leader was afraid that she would speak again, so she immediately whispered, "Commander-in-Chief Xia, military leader, remember this." Military leader, Yi Ying felt her vision darken. Yi Jian, that wretched girl, actually knew the head of the military, Commander-in-Chief Xia, a long time ago. How did she know him? How did she know him? Why could she still accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia? What right did she have? Don't talk. If the platoon leader sees me going back with you, I'll be punished. The class leader saw that there was something wrong with her expression. He thought it was the first time she was scared to see the chief, so he comforted her, "Don't worry, the chief isn't someone you can see whenever you want. You're lucky to be able to see the chief as soon as you join the army. But, there's still a military academy student beside the chief." Yi Ying, who was so scared that her heart was trembling, stuttered. She swallowed hard and asked, "Why can a military academy student accompany the chief out?" The class leader didn't really want to answer, but fortunately, everything was still going on, so she quickly said, "She must be very outstanding in school." The leader received her. "All right, if you have any questions, you can ask me later." Was it because of her outstanding performance in school that the chief wanted to meet her? No. Definitely not. How could she not know how capable that bitch Yi Jian was? She did have the ability to fool ordinary people, but in the elite troops, her ability to fool ordinary people was not enough. How could she possibly be received by the head of the military? There must be a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Ying, who couldn't accept this, madly guessed. Her guesses were all about slandering Yi Qian in an attempt to calm herself down. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yi Qian accompanied the military leader to the performance. Right. She could find Du Jie and let Du Jie deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 2151. Where do I find her? Damn it. Where do I find Du Jie? She must find Du Jie and tell her that her cousin who cheated on the college entrance exam was Yi Qian, who accompanied Commander-in-Chief Xia. She also needs to tell the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian's cheating and kick her out of the military academy so that she will never have the chance to accompany the chief of the military. Yi Ying, sit properly, sit properly. The class leader noticed that the recruits were leaning forward, making them sit in a straight line in a very obvious arc. She immediately shouted and reminded her sternly. Yi Ying couldn't control her emotions. Whenever she thought about how Yi Qian was summoned by the chief of the military, she couldn't control her emotions. Her ears clearly heard the class leader's voice, but not only did she not retract her body, she sat up straight and even wanted to stand up. But this scared the class leader to the point that her heart kept thumping. The class leader had no choice but to grab Yi Ying's arm. "Yi Ying, go back with me to receive your punishment in front of the commander." Yi Ying, who was completely immersed in her imagination, was grabbed by the class leader. Following another round of applause, Yi Ying suddenly woke up. Crap! I forgot where I am. Yi Ying's heart sank, but she didn't dare to turn her head to talk to the class leader. She struggled slightly and signaled the class leader to let go. "I'm sorry, class leader. This is the first time I've seen so many chiefs, so I'm very nervous and scared." Yi Ying explained in a low voice, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, who was sitting with the leader in front of her. Her gaze was like a venomous snake, full of ruthlessness and malice. The class leader saw that she finally sat up straight and clapped her hands with the rhythm, so she was slightly relieved. But with the lesson learned from the previous incident, the class leader's gaze would sweep over Yi Ying from time to time to prevent any accidents from happening again. Yi Ying, who woke up with a start, didn't lose her composure again because she was already comforted by her own imagination. She was certain that the reason Yi Qian was summoned by Commander-in-Chief Xia was because of Uncle General. Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll show you later. She planned to bring Du Jiayi to look for Yi Qian after the meeting so that Du Jiayi could get a good look at him and wait for the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to reveal Yi Qian's hypocrisy. With that thought in mind, Yi Ying's imbalanced mentality was satisfied. She was even thinking about how terrible Yi Qian's fate would be later. Ha ha ha, he would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't dare to meet anyone. When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du appeared, he would definitely be so scared that he would cry bitterly and regret what he had done. Ha ha ha, she might even come to beg her to put in a good word for her in front of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and plead for her. Did he want her to put in a good word and plead for him? In your dreams, Yi Qian. I will definitely make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done to me. Yi Ying, who was deeply immersed in her imagination, almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she knew where she was right now. Even if she wanted to laugh, she had to control herself. She bit her tongue and swallowed her laughter back into her stomach. Through her imagination, Yi Ying obtained unprecedented happiness in her heart, but Du Jiayi wasn't as happy. No wonder she couldn't find Yi Qian in the system. He was actually a military academy student. She couldn't find him even after searching for so long. She even thought that she had been scared silly and misheard his name. A military academy student who didn't properly stay in school to learn, but actually followed a group of male soldiers to the depths of the snowy mountains and tried to show off. Yi Qian, do you have nothing better to do? Chapter 2152. Du Jiayi, who had a ribbon wrapped around her finger, stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who came in with Commander-in-Chief Xia and spoke as he took his seat. A cold glint flashed across her watery eyes. No wonder she didn't like her at first sight. She had already gained the favor of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She didn't have the ability to touch the people around Commander-in-Chief Xia, but she could touch a mere cadet from a military academy. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, don't blame me, Du Jiayi, for making things difficult for you. It's just that you're too much of an eyesore. Du Jiayi, who had been in a bad mood since yesterday, looked at Yi Qian as though she had found an outlet to vent her anger. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. She lowered the curtain that she had gently lifted and turned to the dressing room to prepare herself. There was an unfriendly gaze in front of her, and there was another unfriendly gaze behind her. Yi Qian felt a headache coming on. Who was it? She was just here to watch a performance. Why was someone suddenly targeting her? Yi Qian didn't know who it was until she saw Du Jiayi go on stage. After enduring the unfriendly gaze for more than an hour, she finally knew that the unfriendly gaze from the front was from Du Jiayi. But what about the gaze behind her? Who was it behind her? Don't underestimate the cultural troops. Different types of soldiers have different responsibilities. The cultural troops are soldiers who protect the spirit of the soldiers. By adjusting the atmosphere, they can raise the soldiers' emotions and improve their combat ability. Some soldiers think that the cultural troops are just dancing, singing, running to the middle of the stage to read poems and essays, and that's all. Their understanding is too biased and extreme. Regardless of whether it's peacetime or wartime, the cultural troops' thoughts are actually to protect the combat ability and cohesion of our army. Western armies are mostly offensive armies, while our army is defensive. Those who are good at defense hide under the 9 elements, while those who are good at offense move above the 9 heavens. The offensive army mainly goes straight to the enemy's hometown, while our army has been mainly guarding our hometown since the founding of our country. The art troop is an indispensable troop class at home. Without its existence, the life of the entire army will be overshadowed. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was watching the performance, smiled as he spoke to Yi Qian. It was as though he was an elder teaching the younger generation. Every word he said had a profound meaning behind it. Sometimes, when the commander-in-chief spoke softly, Yi Qian couldn't help but lean over to listen. Not everyone could be taught by the commander-in-chief, and even less everyone could be corrected by the commander-in-chief. Every time Yi Qian finished listening to an elder who was broad-minded, far-sighted, and had a strong military ideology, he felt that his thinking had improved again. From where Ying was standing, she could clearly see the military chief and Yi Qian talking from time to time. She could also see Yi Qian's side profile listening seriously. Occasionally, she could even see the military chief nodding his head in agreement with her words. Every time she saw this, Ying felt like her heart was on fire. She wanted to rush up to Yi Qian and scold him so that the military chief could see the true face of Yi Qian. You're really capable. You can even coax the military chief to nod his head. Good. I'll let you be proud for a while. Very soon, I'll make sure you won't be able to be proud anymore. The vicious gaze that burst out seemed to condense into a substance. The gaze was so strong and had a strong sense of existence that Yi Qian could not help but turn her head and catch it with her sharp eyes. It was too easy for Yi Qian to find Ying. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Only Ying, who was sitting in the fourth row from the back, was staring at her. Chapter 2153. So it was Ying. She finally figured out who was staring at her from behind. She didn't expect that Yi Qian, who dared to be distracted while accompanying the chief, would suddenly look over and see her accurately. Ying was so flustered that she choked on her own saliva, but she didn't dare to cough. It was so uncomfortable that her cheeks turned red. In her panic, she looked away for less than a second. She suddenly realized that she looked very embarrassed and made Yi Qian laugh at her. She couldn't help but stare at him again. She tried to raise her aura, trying to force Yi Qian to panic with her gaze. Unfortunately, everything she did was a joke in Yi Qian's eyes. It only made the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curl up into a faint sneer before he withdrew his gaze in an unhurried manner. Her cold smile made Ying so angry that she felt like her chest was about to explode. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out Yi Qian's name from between her teeth. Yi Qian. Just you wait. She grabbed her knees with both hands and dug her nails into them until they turned red. In the magnificent performance hall, the Beijing government troops' outstanding troupe presented a wonderful and morale-boosting performance. The applause from the audience told the troupe on the stage how successful their performance was. Madame Li looked at the time. It was 4:00 in the afternoon, less than an hour before the performance ended. She tidied up the things on her desk and said to her secretary, "I'm leaving early. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Also, inform the R&D department to postpone tomorrow's morning meeting to the afternoon." She almost forgot that her daughter was going back to the army tomorrow morning. She promised to send her off. "Yes, Chairman." The secretary nodded and wrote down the time of the meeting in her notebook so that she wouldn't forget. A man in his 40s, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, came in. He was Madame Li's senior assistant. When she wasn't in the company, her assistant could handle many company matters for her. "Chairman Li, there's a package from Nan province. The postal worker said that the sender needs to hand it to you as soon as possible. Do you want to?" Madame Li, who was rushing to the performance venue, picked up a black, low-key leather handbag and put on the coat handed to her by her secretary. She said calmly, "Take a look at what it is first, then call me. I have something to do, so I'm leaving early." "Yes, Mr. Li." The senior assistant handed the scarf to Mrs. Li. The secretary opened the office door, and he quickly pressed the elevator button. He didn't return to his office with the package until the elevator door was completely closed. When he arrived at his office, he opened the package and saw that it was a videotape instead of a document. It was inconvenient for him to watch it immediately, so he put it aside for the time being and dealt with the other work at hand. At 5:00 sharp, the performance ended on time. All the performing soldiers stood neatly on the stage. 6 representatives stood at the front and shook hands with the military leaders. After the various military leaders left, the soldiers in the hall also left in an orderly manner. The leaders of the military academy were instructing Yi Qian and the others to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xiao alone. They had to be steady and calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of them. They were not to be timid and not to have any military bearing. After giving a few more instructions, the leaders of the military academy left with ease, chatting and laughing with the leaders of the other military academies. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was led by the guards to look for Commander-in-Chief Xiao. Your University of Science and Technology has always been at the forefront of all the military schools. You're only in your first year and you're already so outstanding that you've even been summoned by the Commander-in-Chief. Another talent. Chapter 2154. No, you are flattering me. Come, let's talk outside, the leader replied with a smile. There were many talents in the National University of Science and Technology, and there were many students who had been summoned by the head. There was no need to make a fuss about it. Their school was like that, and so were the other schools. On the other hand, Yi Ying, who was walking out of the venue, wanted to look for Du Jie. She found an excuse to use the washroom and swiftly made her way to the backstage, only to bump into Du Jie, who was just about to leave. Sis Jie, didn't you say that you wanted to see Yi Qian's photo? She was sitting on the rostrum watching your spectacular performance, so you might not have noticed her. I'll bring you over to her right now. She was in a hurry to return to her unit, so she didn't notice that Du Jie was on the phone with Madame Li. Beside her was a guard sent by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, and he would bring the two of them out of the venue through the passageway. When she saw Yi Ying, she immediately stuffed her bag into her hands and smiled at Madame Li. Speak of the devil. All right, that Ying Ying you were talking about is right beside me. I'll bring her out right away. Hurry up. She still has to return to her unit. Madame Li hung up the phone with a smile. She turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said, Bring me to old Xia. Shu Man has already returned to the country, but I haven't seen old Six around. I'll have to ask him what's going on. It's understandable that he didn't go over previously. After all, he's been in the military for an entire year. I don't believe that old Xia would be willing to leave his son in the military all year round, not even allowing him to accompany Master Xia and the old madam during the new year. Jie hasn't been back all year round. If old Xia is stricter, it's not impossible for his son not to come back all year round. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head and replied with a smile. Just say a few words. Don't let old Xia have anything against you. When has he not had anything against me? I'm still lacking his opinion. Madame Li raised her chin slightly. Her eyes, which had obvious fish lines at the corners of her eyes, looked quite arrogant. When she saw a colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars, she restrained her expression and put on a dignified smile. Old Zhong from the Capital Political Group is here. I asked Ying to come out and talk to me. Ask him to come over. Among the few daughters-in-law that she liked, Yi Ying was the most satisfied. Her son, Li Yuan, was also satisfied. Since that was the case, he would nurture him first. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not interfere in the family's affairs. It was just a matter of saying a few words. Whether it was useful or not depended on the individuals fighting. On the other side, Du Jie confirmed that she and the Yi Qian mentioned by Yi Ying were the same person. Countless thoughts ran through her mind. Interesting. It was rare for cousins to fight to such an extent. However, she did not tell Yi Ying that she knew Yi Qian. Instead, she pretended to be serious and said, "I will first mention your suspicions to my father, but you know the details. After I start, you can explain it to my father yourself." What did her mother see in Ying? How could such a stupid thing even catch the eye of an elder like her? How could she get into the National University of Science and Technology by cheating? Did she think the military academy was a market that anyone could get in? Du Jiayi looked down on Ying even more. Ying, who did not notice at all, was already jumping with joy. She could directly mention Yi Qian to the deputy chief of staff Du. She would definitely mention it properly. Yi Qian. Bitch. Just you wait, I will make sure you die without a burial place. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 2155. Yi Ying's thoughts didn't escape Du Jiayi's sharp eyes. Du Jiayi, who liked to use others to do her dirty work, chuckled and said, "Also, Regiment Commander Zhong from the capital's political group is here as well. Be on your guard later and don't say anything wrong." With this, Yi Ying's emotions were completely dispelled from Yi Qian's appearance. She couldn't control her excitement, and it appeared on her face in a moment of carelessness. Du Jiayi glanced at her disdainfully, and a hint of malice flashed across her eyes. She slowly said, "Be more dignified. It's just meeting a regiment commander, what's there to be happy about? Just smile, don't embarrass my parents. Your sister is much calmer than you." She didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when she sat beside the commander-in-chief. You should learn from her. Even though Du Jiayi knew that Ying hated it when people compared her to Yi Qian, her intentions were clear. Ying didn't understand her intentions. Instead, she hated Yi Qian even more. Why is it that no matter where I go, I have to hear people comparing me to Yi Qian? Why is everyone telling me to learn from Yi Qian? I'm clearly much more outstanding than Yi Qian. Ying clenched her teeth and sighed softly. Indeed, she has always been bold. There's nothing she doesn't dare to do. I can't do it. I don't dare to do bad things, and I'm nervous when I encounter good things. She's a coward. Ha, I didn't see it. Du Jiayi scoffed coldly. It was hard to tell if Ying had caught the deeper meaning behind her words, but her face stiffened for a moment before she replied awkwardly, "It's not that I'm a coward, I'm just a little nervous. I'll have to trouble Sis Jiayi to remind me later on." "There's no need for me to remind you. Just learn from your cousin, Yi Qian. There are so many good teaching materials out there, so why are you looking so far ahead?" Even if Du Jiayi was being sarcastic, she was still able to maintain her politeness. It would make others think that she didn't mean anything else, and that they were just overthinking things. Yi Ying's face stiffened to the point that she couldn't even maintain her smile. In order not to let Du Jiayi see her expression, Yi Ying chose to lower her head. "I can't get angry with Du Jiayi, and I can't be calculative with her. Madame Li's opinion." With her head lowered, she didn't notice that Du Jiayi's footsteps had suddenly stopped. She stared coldly at the side, who was approaching them. This was a Y-shaped passage. Both sides had to pass through the main passage to leave the venue. Yi Jian, who had seen the two earlier, kept a straight face and kept pace with the guards. She glanced at Du Jiayi indifferently and walked to the front first. Yi Jian was not surprised that Yi Ying was walking with Du Jiayi. What was there to be surprised about? Han Zhang had already said that Madame Li was very satisfied with Yi Ying and wanted her son to marry her. Du Jiayi straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian, who ignored her. Her expression changed. What an arrogant and conceited military academy student. She didn't even smile when she saw that he chose to ignore her. "Very well, I'll teach her a lesson later." Staring at the back of the person in front of her, she said in a low voice, "Why didn't you greet your cousin when you saw her?" Yi Ying didn't see Yi Qian from the front. When she looked up, she only saw the side of Yi Qian's face. It was calm, and filled with an aura that made her not dare to look directly at him. She doesn't like me talking to her. Why should I be annoying? Ying said, trying to cover it up. She lowered her head even more. Too despicable, too despicable. Both of you are too despicable. Yi Qian, Du Jie, there's no one more despicable than you. Chapter 2156. Ying didn't dare to offend either of them and could only curse in her heart. She lowered her head and cursed in her heart with every step she took. She didn't want to run into Yi Qian at all. She didn't want Yi Qian to be standing not far away when she was talking to the deputy chief of staff Du. Thinking of this, Ying couldn't help but slow down. Du Jie was the opposite. She didn't like the two sisters. Discord. Great. Let them disgust each other. She could just stand aside and watch. She had to let Madame Li see her and let her know how hypocritical her daughter-in-law was. Her words were so disgusting that it made people vomit. Ying wanted to leave a little later, but Du Jie didn't give her a chance. She urged, walk faster. Do you want my parents and Colonel Zhong to wait for you? My mother hates waiting for people. Don't make my mother angry. All the words were not as lethal as this sentence. Ying could only grit her teeth and catch up. She couldn't worry about this and that. How could Yi Qian be next to her when she was talking? Her luck couldn't be that bad. If she was really next to her, she could just not say anything. That's right, it would be fine if she didn't say anything. What was she worried about? Instead of worrying about running into Yi Qian, it was better to coax Madame Li. She could only rely on Madame Li now. Ying adjusted her mood and pursed her lips. She took a deep breath to relax her expression. She showed Madame Li's favorite obedient smile and walked out of the passageway. Outside, Madame Li smiled and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Old Xia, let's sit together when you have time. Bring Yuan out. Don't force him to stay in the army all day long. Young people need to socialize occasionally. If he stays in the army all day long, he might find a daughter-in-law who is like a male soldier. Not everyone knew that Xia Jinyuan had joined the army, and it was impossible for them to know that he was of marriageable age. Colonel Zhong was one of them. He smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief's son is of marriageable age. When the time comes, please remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. I'll remember it on behalf of Shirlai. When his son gets married, I'll give you a call if he forgets to inform you. Deputy Chief of Staff Du agreed with a smile. When they were outside, he would not let others see that he was not on good terms with Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instead, he would show that they were on good terms. Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally wouldn't let anyone see through him. He smiled and said, as long as he's willing to get married soon, I'm happy to invite all of you over for a drink. Old Du, I didn't get to drink the first 2 cups of your wedding banquet. You must remember to inform me when the 3rd cup is held. When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's eldest son and eldest daughter got married, the Du family did not invite Commander-in-Chief Xia at all. Now that this matter was brought up again, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's smile became a little forced. What did old Xia mean? Was he blaming him? Commander-in-Chief Xia's meaning was obvious. The two families were not on good terms, so it was best not to interact with each other in public if possible, let alone say something that showed that the two families were close. Of course. You escaped the first 2 cups, so I won't let you escape the next 2 cups. Compared to socializing, Madame Li was much better at it. She calmly changed the topic into a joke. Colonel Zhong didn't talk much. When it was time to laugh, he would laugh. When it was time to speak, he would say a few words. The 2 people standing in front of him were not people he could casually interrupt, so he just listened carefully. Chapter 2157. The Xia and Du families were not on good terms, and Regiment Commander Zhong did not know the twists and turns of the story. He only thought that the two leaders were just teasing each other. Yi Qian did not disturb Commander-in-Chief Xia as he walked out. He even told the guards not to go over and to wait for a while. "Who are you waiting for? Do you need me to bring you over?" A crisp and polite voice came from behind him. Even without meeting the person, one could feel that the woman who spoke was very cultured. But Yi Qian, who had already met her, knew that her politeness was all a facade. When she spoke, it sounded like she was being polite, but in reality, every word was directed at her. If Ying walked with Du Jie, even if she was betrayed, she would still count the money for the other party. He turned around and smiled at the northern beauty. "No need, thank you. You really don't need it. Didn't you sit with Commander-in-Chief Xia before? Are you looking for Commander-in-Chief Xia? Ying told me that you are cousins with her. I have a good relationship with Ying. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you solve them." After Du Jie finished speaking to Yi Qian, she decided to let the two of them bicker. She smiled at Ying and said, "Just now, you said that you were afraid that your sister would not talk to you. Look, I already spoke up for you. You took the initiative to greet her. How could she ignore you?" She thought that the two of them had a good relationship, but it turned out that it was just that. Yi Ying's face was so stiff that she could not even smile. Du Jie acted as if she did not see it. In her previous life, she heard from Sun Dongqing that Yi Ying and her sister-in-law had an average relationship. Even though many things had changed in this life, their relationship was still average. Yi Qian had a playful look in his eyes. He did not plan to deal with the two of them. He smiled faintly and replied, "Yi Ying and I are not cousins. Miss Du, who does not know the situation, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's affairs. Yi Ying and I are not cousins, so our relationship is naturally average." "No, it is not average. It is very, very bad." Yi Zichen, who was smiling faintly, went straight to the point and talked about his real relationship with Yi Ying. He even called her Miss Du, and got what he wanted. Both of their faces changed. Yi Ying looked at Du Jie and then looked at Yi Qian. "Miss Du." Du Jie didn't even introduce herself earlier, so how did Yi Qian know her surname? Unless the two of them already knew each other. Thinking that the two of them knew each other, Yi Ying's face turned cold. They clearly knew each other, but Du Jie did not mention a single word to him. What kind of intentions did she have? Du Jie's expression was ugly because she thought that Yi Ying had lied to her and said that she and Yi Qian were sisters. Because of Yi Qian's words, the two of them suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. Madame Li had already seen Du Jie. She signaled to another guard of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to bring her over. She smiled and said, "Commander Zhong, there is a new recruit in your regiment. I will have to trouble you to discipline her. I asked her to come over and greet you. Otherwise, she will not know that you are her commander when she sees you in the future." Commander-in-Chief Xia heard this and knew who the new recruit was. He smiled calmly and said, "Then I will leave first. I still have some matters to deal with." "Okay, I will call Schumann when I have time. You can bring Yuan out to have dinner with her. Schumann has already returned to settle down. You should let the mother and son see each other more often." Madame Li, who was almost at a disadvantage just now, even made a fool of Commander-in-Chief Xia in front of one of the commanders. "You want to embarrass the Du family? Xia Xinhui, do you dare to talk about your own family matters?" Chapter 2158. What was there to be afraid of? Commander-in-Chief Xia shook his head and sighed with a smile. Try to persuade her. Our child has grown up and joined the military. As his father, I can't even see him once in a year. Tell her not to keep thinking about having our son come back to see her. Regiment Commander Zhong knew that the commander-in-chief had been divorced for many years. Although it sounded a little awkward, since the commander-in-chief had said it himself, there was nothing awkward about it. The smile on Madame Li's face faded. She didn't expect old Xia to talk about his personal matters in front of a regiment commander. As a mother, she didn't manage to turn the tables. As a daughter, she didn't manage to instigate a fight between the two of them. Du Jiayi's gaze turned cold and gloomy after being checkmated. She glanced at Yi Qian and lowered her gaze slightly. She assumed a condescending attitude and said with a half-smile, "No wonder I couldn't find any information about you. Turns out you're just a military school student. Military school students don't sit properly in the classroom. Instead, they run around. Yi Qian, be careful that you don't ever graduate." Her words were extremely vicious. She was implying that Yi Qian wouldn't even be able to keep his life when the time came. The guard had already walked over. Without waiting for Yi Qian's reply, she smirked arrogantly and intentionally brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. Thinking about Du Jiayi's words, Yi Ying seemed to sense something unusual. When Du Jiayi was a few steps away, she lifted her chin and said softly with an arrogant expression, "Yi Qian, you want to fight with me? You'll die a horrible death. I'll be waiting, Yi Ying." Yi Qian smirked at Yi Ying, who had purposely stayed behind to humiliate herself. He stared at Yi Ying with his dark eyes and smiled meaningfully. Let's see who will end up worse. Yi Ying's heart pounded. Her eyes widened and she blurted out angrily, "That box," she couldn't say it. What if it wasn't her? Dad said before that Yi Qian didn't have the ability to do it. If she said it, it would be the same as handing it over to her. She swallowed her words and glared at Yi Qian angrily. Then she hurried to catch up with Du Jiayi. Du Jiayi walked quickly with a gloomy face. Yi Qian didn't want to come over. The more she wanted her to come. She walked over and saluted Commander-in-Chief Xia and Regiment Commander Zhong, then said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, the cadet in front wants to come over but doesn't dare to. Do you want the guards to bring her over?" "Child, why are you always so enthusiastic? Do you think everyone is as daring as you?" Madame Li had already pretended to blame him, but with a smile on her face, everyone knew that she didn't mean it. In the presence of outsiders, Du Jiayi appeared very calm. She smiled appropriately and explained seriously, "Mom, you've misunderstood me. Ying told me that the cadet was her sister, so I went over to greet her. But..." She paused for a moment before saying something that made Ying panic, "But she said that she isn't Ying's sister, so I'm a little confused. Why don't you get Ying to call Yi Qian over and ask him? They're both surnamed Yi, and Yi Ying is so obedient. She wouldn't say such things, right?" Madame Li didn't like messy relatives. She should have investigated all of Yi Jifan's relatives. Tomorrow, she would return to the company and instruct her subordinates to do so. She frowned and looked at Yi Ying. With a cold voice, she asked, "What's going on? Is she your sister or not?" She didn't want her daughter to embarrass herself in front of a military cadet. "Madam, she's my sister. I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying's tears came as she obediently looked at Madame Li. She quickly lowered her head and said uneasily, "I don't know why she said that she's not my sister in front of Sis Jiayi. She's clearly my sister. Commander-in-Chief, I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying wanted to say many bad things about Yi Qian, but under the Commander-in-Chief's intimidating gaze, she didn't dare to. Chapter 2159. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression darkened. Yi Qian was their family Xia's daughter-in-law. With a future daughter-in-law like Yi Qian, Commander-in-Chief Xia viewed Yi Qian as inferior to any other girl. Even the calm and polite Du Jiayi was inferior to her. "If you don't even know, why did you say she's your sister? You can't even figure out your own affairs." Commander-in-Chief Xia was very protective of his own people. With just a few words, Yi Ying was sweating profusely. That wasn't all. He frowned and swept a glance at Yi Ying's shoulder, his voice deepened. A recruit who just joined the army. You're actually a specially recruited recruit. Who recruited you? Didn't they investigate your family's relationship? Do you have a specially recruited recruit who you don't even know about? No recruit could withstand the commander-in-chief's imposing military might. Yi Ying, who was already feeling guilty and scared, was so scared that her knees went weak and her face turned pale. Sir, she's my sister, but I don't know why she said she's not my sister. Yi Ying, who was scared to tears, replied in a trembling voice. I really don't know. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had been slapped in the face, also turned cold. He knew he shouldn't have casually brought people to him. Look, he made a fool of himself this time. No matter how obedient the daughter of a small official was, she didn't have much confidence. She wasn't like Jai, who was full of confidence. Even if she did something wrong, she could calmly accept it. She wouldn't cry easily and let others look down on her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was vaguely angry when he saw a recruit crying just like that. A specially recruited cultural soldier. Commander Zhong, you're a specially recruited cultural soldier whose specialty is crying, right? The commander-in-chief's anger couldn't be directed directly at a recruit. Since the leader of the recruit was present, he naturally had to ask the leader about it. Commander Zhong's head was about to explode. She wasn't specially recruited by the capital political group, but by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Fortunately, Commander-in-Chief Xia's anger quickly shifted to Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She's the recruit that your wife said she wanted Commander Zhong to take care of, right? Why? Is she related to your Du family? That's strange. Since she's related to your Du family, don't you know if she has an elder sister? At this time, even Madame Li did not have the right to speak, much less Du Jai, who was secretly clenching her fists. How could she have known that when she wanted to burn Yi Qian, she would burn her own family instead? Father. How should I answer? What else could he say? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed and replied, Old Xia, calm down. This recruit is indeed related to my family. His father saved my son, yes, yes. Shirley, don't be angry. It's scary. She was specially recruited. She's quite talented. I've seen her before. She's amazing. With her husband's words, Madame Li chimed in. This child is very obedient and has an affinity with me. She's very kind. Although she's a little timid, I can tell that she doesn't like to cause trouble. Calm down. The recruit just entered the military and hasn't gotten used to it yet. After a period of training, she'll definitely be a qualified cultural soldier. Du Jai, who no longer wanted to speak up for Yi Ying, had to speak up now. Commander-in-Chief, I also like to cry because I miss home when I first arrived. She didn't want to make things difficult for her parents because of Yi Ying, so she targeted Yi Ying. Yi Ying, didn't you just say that Yi Qian's grades used to be bad? Is it strange that he suddenly got into the military academy? Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia are both here. Just say what you want to say. Chapter 2160. As soon as she said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia's face turned frosty. He swept a glance at Du Jai before his gaze landed on Yi Ying. He growled, "How dare you?" His imposing aura made everyone's expression change. Yi Ying, whose face was as white as a sheet, swayed and almost fainted. In front of Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia. She directly said that she suspected Yi Qian of cheating in the military academy. Du Jai. Do you want her to die? At this moment, Yi Ying wanted to pounce on Du Jai and tear her mouth apart. Du Jai couldn't care less. How could a person who was slapped in the face by her parents deserve to bask in the glory of the Du family? Obedient. Docile. It was all fake. She had gotten into trouble before she even entered the Du family. Wouldn't it be even more chaotic after she entered the Du family? It was better to get rid of the root of the problem as soon as possible. She didn't want to continue lying to her mother. In terms of ruthlessness, Du Jiayi was dozens of times better than Yi Ying. Previously, she had wanted to slowly persuade Mrs. Li to give up, but after what happened just now, she immediately made up her mind to cut off Yi Ying's relationship with the Du family. Did she think that entering the military academy was child's play? Was the college entrance examination child's play? Could one get in by cheating? Pig brain. If it was child's play, who knew how many cadets in the country could get into the military academy by cheating? Du Jiayi, back off. Mrs. Li was angry. She had just said that she liked Yi Ying, but her daughter jumped out and said something indecent. Xia Xinhui didn't know what to say now. She said that she was blind. She said that she mistook fish eyes for pearls and that she was old and muddle-headed. The phone in the bag kept vibrating. Someone kept calling Mrs. Li, but because of Du Jiayi's random interruptions, Mrs. Li didn't have time to answer the phone. The assistant who called her was so anxious that beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He kept calling the driver to drive faster and faster. The driver glanced at the dashboard and stepped on the accelerator a little more. He was already going as fast as he could. If he went any faster, he would be driving at highway speed. The assistant, who had called several times but failed to get through, looked extremely anxious. He was so anxious that his sweat had already soaked his shirt collar. He had to find Director Li as soon as possible. He had already been delayed for more than an hour. If he didn't find Director Li as soon as possible, with her temper, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. It was about the reputation of the Du family and the face of Mrs. Li. The anxious senior assistant began to beg in his heart. How could he have known that the main character of the videotape was actually Yi Ying, who had appeared at Miss Jiayi's birthday banquet yesterday? It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary person, but Chairman Li had to praise Miss Yi Ying for being obedient and sensible. She liked her very much, and her words and actions made people feel that Chairman Li treated Miss Yi Ying as her daughter-in-law. Now, the daughter-in-law whom Chairman Li thought to be obedient and sensible had such a messy private life. Wasn't this a huge slap to Chairman Li's face? At this moment, Mrs. Li really didn't know that her assistant was so anxious that he wished he could grow a pair of clairvoyant eyes and ears to report the situation to her. Looking at the stammering Yi Ying, Mrs. Li shot a glance at Du Jiayi, warning her not to cause any more trouble with her gaze. Then, she turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "Old Xia, Mom, your phone has been ringing for a long time. It must be something urgent. You should answer it first." Du Jiayi interrupted. She wanted to break Yi Ying's heart, so she wouldn't give up just because of her mother's gaze. Chapter 2161. Madame Li naturally knew that her phone had been vibrating. Hearing this, she quietly glared at her daughter. How dare she interrupt me? Does she want to be scolded? Madame Li, who still wanted to settle the matter at hand, took out her phone from her bag and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose expression was so serious that the atmosphere seemed to be oppressive, "Old Xia, calm down first. I've interacted with Yi Ying a few times, and I know that she's not someone who speaks casually. Moreover, there's no smoke without fire. If that military school student is really innocent, how could there be rumors? Old Xia, since they're both here, why don't you ask them first?" She looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. It was a call from the company's assistant. Was there an emergency at the company at this time? She didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, she hung up and continued to smile at Commander-in-Chief Xia. The military school is the cradle for training the next generation of officers and leaders of the army. We can't be careless. Since someone said it, just ask, investigate, and find out what's going on. Isn't that enough? Commander-in-Chief Xiao's personal phone also vibrated. He didn't need to guess who was calling at this time to know who it was. He nodded slightly at Madame Li, who was talking to him, and said calmly, "You talk first, I'll take a personal call." It was a call from Xia Jinyuan, asking when he could come to the hospital to visit him, a wounded soldier. "Your wife has something to do now. Wait for your father to deal with it before coming over." Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around and said calmly, "You can come over yourself." Yi Qian was their family, Xiao's daughter-in-law and his daughter-in-law. Someone was spouting nonsense in front of him, so how could he let it go so easily? Xia Jinyuan got up from the bed after hearing the first sentence. He said coldly, "Where is the location?" "I'll come over now." Before the specific location was reported, he had already finished taking off his clothes. When the location was reported, he had already changed into the light green uniform issued by the army. It took less than 2 minutes to take off his clothes and get ready to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia had just walked a few steps away to answer the phone when the phone rang again. Mrs. Li's face turned a little cold. When she hung up the phone, it meant that it was not convenient for her to pick up the phone. Why couldn't her assistant, who had always known her, wait for her for a while? Regiment Commander Zhong, who wanted to leave but couldn't, smiled and said, "Madam, you should answer the phone first. It's probably something urgent. Pick it up, pick it up. I have something to say to Commander Zhong." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had nothing better to do, came to his wife's rescue. He made a "please" gesture to Regiment Commander Zhong and walked a few steps away to talk. Mrs. Li finally answered the 7th call, and the company's assistant breathed a sigh of relief. "President Li, something very troublesome has happened. Do you want to tell me over the phone or report it to you in person?" The anxious assistant had a high level of professionalism. No matter how anxious he was, he still spoke steadily. It was naturally inconvenient to talk over the phone. Mrs. Li looked at the phone and said calmly, "Come and report to me. I am now at 49 Renmin South Road. How long will it take for you to arrive?" Her smile made it impossible to tell what she had heard. She thought it was some trivial work report. The assistant knew that she was angry when he heard her voice, but what could he do? He smiled bitterly and answered seriously, "Okay, I'll be right there." Chapter 2162. Mrs. Li answered and ended the call in less than a minute. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia was still talking, she signaled Du Jie to come closer and said, "Du Jie, I don't know what happened between you girls, but now, even if you have something to say, you have to hold it in for the time being. Don't talk. Let Ying Ying talk." She had to solve Yi Ying's problem first. Otherwise, Xia Xinhui would see her as a joke. She praised Yi Ying for being sensible, well-behaved, and kind in front of Xia Xinhui, but in the end, her good daughter jumped out to undermine her. How could this be? Fortunately, although Xia Xinhui was rigid, he had always been very gentlemanly. As the commander-in-chief, he couldn't directly embarrass a recruit. Fortunately, he had such an identity. Even if he was really angry, he had to suppress it in order to not lose his composure as the commander-in-chief. Du Jie didn't listen to Mrs. Li's words. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she held her arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, we really have something to do. You and Dad talk to the commander-in-chief for a while, and I will say a few words to Ying Ying." Seeing that Mrs. Li was about to scold her again, Du Jie quickly said, don't worry, I know what to do. You talk first, I will say a few words to Ying Ying." "What do you know?" Mrs. Li didn't believe that Jie was a little strange today. She knew her daughter very well. She knew that no matter how much she hated someone, she would not embarrass them in front of them. So far, only Yi Ying could embarrass her daughter in front of them. Mrs. Li then said, "If you embarrass Ying Ying like you did just now, you will also embarrass me, do you hear me?" If she continued to embarrass Yi Ying, it would not be Yi Ying who would be embarrassed, but her. Du Jie, who was angry in her heart, didn't understand the meaning of Mrs. Li's words. Instead, she felt that her mother was always protecting outsiders she didn't like. Ha! Her mother, who had always been so powerful that even demons and ghosts didn't dare to do anything, still thought that Ying was well behaved. In order to not let Ying continue to lie to her family, she had to expose her true colors. With cold eyes, Du Jie pretended to be sad and sighed, "Mom, how can I make things difficult for Ying? It's good enough that Ying doesn't make things difficult for me." Du Jie knew exactly how Ying felt. That was why she said that on purpose. "You're jealous of Yi Qian, and you don't have the ability to deal with Yi Qian. You actually thought of pushing Du Jie out. Ha, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Ying, oh Ying, do you think Du Jie is a fool?" Ying didn't know that Du Jie had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to build a good relationship with Du Jie and then talk bad about Yi Qian. She wanted to make Du Jie hate Yi Qian. When the time came, she would add fuel to the fire and use Du Jie as a knife in her hand. Wherever she wanted to stab Yi Qian, this knife would stab there. Unfortunately, even though she was smart, she couldn't compare to Du Jie, who could silently harm people in her teens. Not only did Yi Ying's intelligence drop, but she also couldn't compare to Du Jie when it came to using others to do her dirty work. Ying wanted to use Du Jie as a tool. On the surface, Du Jie pretended not to know anything. But in reality, she saw everything and remembered it in her heart. Madame Li, who knew her daughter well, had a serious look in her eyes. Then, she sighed, "Jie, Ying has her own difficulties. You're her elder sister, so you should bear more responsibility. Alright, you two can go to the side and talk." Even though Madame Li nodded, Du Jie was still angry. Chapter 2163. How dare you protect such a small thing? When her true colors are exposed, let's see where you can hide your face. Du Jie was so angry that her face turned green. When she saw Ying trembling all over, her mood improved a little. "How dare you use Du Jie as a tool? Ying, oh Ying, you're really looking for death. Since you have the guts, I'll play with you. Did you think that things would end so easily?" No, it really didn't. Both sisters were so annoying. How could she miss such a big show? One was a hypocrite, the other liked to show off. They better not disappoint Du Jie during the performance later. Ying, who was almost scared out of her wits by Commander-in-Chief Xia, kept her head down. She did not notice Du Jie approaching her until she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She was so scared that she jerked her head up. She saw Du Jie's enlarged face looking at her with a gentle gaze. She heard her say softly, "Let's go, Ying. Let's talk over there. Let my parents talk to the Commander-in-Chief first." Ying was just about to leave. She thought that Du Jie was going to harm her. When she heard Du Jie's words, she quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay." The more scared she was, the happier Du Jie was. After walking a few steps away, she stopped and said slowly, "Ying, don't be nervous. Just tell him everything you know. We're not nervous. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've already told him everything for you. Why are you still hiding it? It's better to tell him directly in front of the Commander-in-Chief than to tell my dad." In order to see both Ying and Yi Qian hurt each other, Du Jie patiently baited Ying step by step. The Commander-in-Chief has already summoned Yi Qian. You see, once the Commander-in-Chief finds out that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy, he'll definitely be furious. Yi Qian will definitely be severely punished. Don't you want to see her be severely punished? Of course, Ying wanted to. This was something she wanted to see even in her dreams, but she did not dare. She didn't dare. Because everything she said was a lie, a lie. She only wanted to make Du Jiayi hate Yi Qian, then use Du Jiayi to get rid of Yi Qian. It was only because Du Jiayi hated Yi Qian that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Madame Li could help their daughter to make things difficult for Yi Qian. This was what she wanted. It was a complete mess now, a complete mess. If she continued, it wouldn't be Yi Qian who was unlucky, but her. Yi Ying, who was a little further away from Commander-in-Chief Xia, clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't panic, she couldn't panic. She had to stay calm. Right now, he had to get Du Jiayi to speak up. Only if she spoke up would he be able to get Madame Li's support. With Madame Li's support, everything would be easier. Yi Ying, whose heart was in a mess, couldn't calm down at all. The idea she came up with in her panic was also the stupidest one. Even though she knew that Du Jiayi was trying to harm her, she still placed her hopes on someone who was trying to harm her. Without Yi Zhifan by her side, Yi Ying was truly foolish. Yi Ying raised her teary eyes and said softly, but, what should I say? Sis Jiayi, you have to help me. Didn't you say it so smoothly before? Why are you not doing it now? Ha, I really don't like a coward who hides in her shell after giving her a chance. Du Jiayi nearly couldn't conceal the disdain in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her expression and sighed, if you really don't dare to say it, fine, I'll do it. You. I really don't understand what's going on in your heart. Could it be that you really have some difficulties like what I said? Chapter 2164. Du Jiayi, who was able to silently frame her best friend when she was in her teens, was the best at deceiving people. She wanted to deceive Yi Ying, so she even pretended to be very sincere and looked as if she was thinking for Yi Ying. Or are you afraid that if you say it out loud, people will threaten you? Don't worry, my dad and Commander-in-Chief Xia are all here. Look, Regiment Commander Zhong of your Beijing government regiment is also here. What's there to be afraid of? Du Jiayi lured Yi Ying into a trap. How could Yi Ying not want Du Jiayi to fall for it? She bit her lower lip and said uneasily, it's not that I don't dare, it's just that, there are too many things going on with Yi Qian. I don't even know where to start. Also, I'm very nervous when I see Commander-in-Chief Xia. Now my mind is in a mess and I don't know what to say. Hearing this, Du Jiayi couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Nervous? She was clearly scared. How silly. Cheating in the military academy. Why didn't she say that she was hopelessly stupid? Who would believe her? Who would believe her? The National University of Science and Technology was a comprehensive university directly under the military commission. She dared to say that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy. Ha ha ha, even if she had a father who was the deputy chief of staff in the general staff department, she wouldn't dare to say such words. She was just the daughter of a small city's construction bureau chief. Where did she get the guts to say such words? Ignorant and ignorant. Ying Ying, you're not nervous. You're actually scared. My parents are here. What are you afraid of? Du Jiayi slowly tempted her. At the same time, she purposely went along with Yi Ying's words. Look at you. You're not like this and you're not like that. Then what is it? My mom said that you're obedient and gentle. I think you're too obedient and gentle. What are you doing to yourself by hiding everything in your heart? Don't be nervous. I'll support you. This was exactly what Yi Ying wanted to hear. Yi Ying, who felt that she was in a hopeless situation, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw as her eyes lit up. Jiayi, as long as you tell Madame Li that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du also hates Yi Qian, it'll be fine. Later on, you have to support me no matter what I say. We'll persuade the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian together. That's the only way. Sis Jiayi. That's the only way we can force Yi Qian out of the military academy and make sure that she never wears a military uniform again. Du Jiayi's eyes widened. Ha ha ha, what did she just hear? What did she hear? Oh my God! Did she hear the biggest joke in the world? A stupid thing telling a stupid joke. She was still thinking of using her as a tool. She was still so naive to think that as long as she said something, Du Jiayi would definitely help her. His unbelievable words made Du Jiayi laugh so hard that her stomach hurt. But this is quite interesting, isn't it? However, Du Jiayi didn't show any of it on her face. Instead, she frowned slightly and pretended to be considering Yi Ying's hopeful gaze. In the end, she finally nodded. All right, I'll cooperate with you. I don't like that cousin of yours either. This was the only thing she could say to Yi Ying. While the two of them were still discussing, Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had asked Regiment Commander Zhong to leave first, turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "This isn't a big deal anyway. Forget it, old Xia. Take that cadet and leave first. We'll be leaving too. Old Xia, you're the Commander-in-Chief. You can't make things difficult for a recruit." Madame Li also wanted to end this as soon as possible. Standing here in the cold wind was already causing her head to hurt. Look at how the elder sister doesn't even acknowledge her younger sister. It's clear that she has a bad personality. As I said earlier, there's no smoke without fire. I believe that the cadet you've taken a liking to is a little immoral. She needs to be educated properly. Chapter 2165. If she hadn't said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. But with that sentence, Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes turned cold. As a soldier, if you can't even control your own words and actions, how can you be a soldier? Go, get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face. This sentence was directed at the guard. Get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face. The intimidating voice traveled into Yi Ying's ears, causing her pupils to constrict. She abruptly raised her head and glared at Yi Qian, who was still some distance away from her. I can't let her come over. I definitely can't let her come over. I can't let her confront me. Yi Qian, that bitch, will definitely tell me everything that happened during the college entrance exam. She will definitely tell me everything. Looking at the guard's back as he left, Yi Ying really wanted to run over and stop the guard, but she didn't dare. She didn't dare. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This is not how things are supposed to develop. It's not how things are supposed to develop. What should I do? What should I do? Dad, hurry and save me. Hurry and save me. She didn't want Yi Qian to come over. She also couldn't let Yi Qian come over. Yes, yes, yes. The only one who could help her was Du Jiayi. She was the only one. Clutching Du Jiayi's sleeve tightly, Yi Ying begged with tears in her eyes. She trembled as she said, Jiayi, please help me. I beg you, please help me. When Madame Li heard that they were going to confront her face to face, she was instantly displeased. Was Xia Xinhui not giving her an old do-any face? Fine, let's confront her then. When she was in the southern province, she had thoroughly investigated Yi Ying's character. There was nothing bad about her. Jiayi, bring Ying Ying over. The displeased Madame Li raised her voice. Yi Qian, who was afraid of confronting her, was so frightened that his vision turned black. No, no, no. She didn't want to go there, she didn't want to go there. Yi Ying knew very well what she had done. How would she dare to confront Yi Qian? Because she didn't dare, she wanted to use Du Jiayi to deal with Yi Qian. In contrast, Yi Qian was much calmer. She could vaguely sense that Commander-in-Chief Xia was a little displeased. When the guard came over, Yi Qian asked in a low voice, what happened? The commander-in-chief doesn't look too happy. Something unpleasant happened. Some people suspect that you didn't get into the military academy based on your abilities. The guard sped up his speech and told Yi Qian that he had seen Yi Qian before in the military compound. He also knew that this military academy student was the fiancé of the son of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also very satisfied. He even joked with the guards and said that if they didn't train well in the future, his daughter-in-law would make them feel ashamed. Didn't he get into the military academy based on his abilities? Did Yi Ying say that? If only the deputy chief of staff Du was present, she would still have the guts to say it. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia was also present. She even saw herself sitting side by side with Commander-in-Chief Xia. With Yi Ying's personality, she didn't have the guts to do so. In this case, it was very likely that Yi Ying wanted to use Du Jie as a tool. In the end, she was used as a tool by Du Jie because she wasn't skilled enough. The problem was a little serious. However, it wasn't Yi Qian who was the problem. It was Yi Ying who was facing a serious problem. What kind of person was Du Jie? She was a ruthless person who didn't even bat an eyelid when tricking her best friend. Yi Ying actually had the guts to use her as a tool. For a moment, Yi Qian sympathized with the fearless Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who thought that she hadn't caused enough trouble, was really digging her own grave. Chapter 2166. Yi Qian walked over step by step. Yi Ying, who was staring at him, was so shocked and scared that her calves were cramping. Yi Ying, whose face was pale, wanted to run away. She really wanted to leave this place. Du Jie, who seemed to have sensed Yi Ying's intention to escape, smiled brightly and hugged her shoulders tightly. Come, let's go over. My parents and I are here. You can say whatever you want. When the two of them got closer, Madame Li tugged at Du Jie and stood between the two of them. It was not hard to see that she was protecting Yi Ying. Seeing this, Du Jie was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Du Jie saw Yi Qian walking over from the corner of her eye. She lifted her chin and quickly adjusted her expression, revealing the arrogance she had when she first met Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was much closer, could not only sense Commander-in-Chief Xia's displeasure, but also see that his expression was very serious. It was her fault for making the Commander-in-Chief worry about her. The closer Yi Qian got, the paler Yi Ying's face became. In the end, even her lips were pale. Look at her. She's so cool. She looks more like a soldier than a male soldier. Ying, Ying, it's normal that you don't like her. I don't like her either. If we kick her out of the military academy and out of the army today, wouldn't that be a good ending? Du Jie took advantage of Madame Li's attention to Yi Qian to take a step back and stand silently beside Yi Ying. She spoke slowly and softly, drawing out Yi Ying's deepest jealousy towards Yi Qian. That's right, she was right. If they could kick this bastard Yi Qian out of the military academy and out of the army today, it would definitely be a good ending. Yi Ying's eyes were a little crazy. She wanted to stand up and expose Yi Qian's true colors. She had to stand up. Yi Qian, who didn't even look at her, walked over, stood at attention, and saluted her in a standard military salute. Before he could speak, Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke first. The Commander-in-Chief's authority was very strong. When he spoke, Yi Ying shivered and suddenly came to her senses. He then said to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Old Du, since this recruit's father is the daughter of your eldest son Savior, even if I don't give face to the monk, I still have to give face to the Buddha. It's not convenient for me to say anything more. This military school student from the National University of Science and Technology was the top scorer in science last year. He was also the top student in overall physical fitness last semester. Her performance in school was outstanding, and the military academy was full of praises for her. When Xiaoya was in junior high school, she represented our country to participate in the Olympic Games in Australia and won the individual gold medal. An outstanding military school student was framed by a soldier. This matter can't be casually forgotten. As a soldier, you have to be responsible for your own words. If you have any questions now, ask Yi Qian, and then ask this recruit properly. The top scorer in science in the country, the gold medal in the Olympic Games when she was in junior high school, and the top scorer in overall physical fitness last semester. Just these three were enough to make people raise their eyebrows. At this moment, Ying was most afraid of two things. 1. Confronting Yi Qian. 2. Yi Qian explaining what happened in the past. No matter which one it was, she would be the unlucky one in the end. She couldn't let the deputy chief of staff ask Yi Qian personally. She would definitely tell him everything that happened in the past. Ying looked at Du Jiayi for help. Du Jiayi directly ignored her. Idiot, did she really think that she would help her? Madame Li's gaze had already begun to carefully size up Yi Qian. Taking down 3 very valuable first places was indeed impressive. Chapter 2167. She was not bad looking either. Her eyes were clear like the moon. What was even rarer was the look in her eyes. She had a sense of trust that made people believe her at first glance. Needless to say, she had the valiance of a female soldier and the perseverance of a male soldier. Standing in front of her, she was like a pine tree standing at the top of a mountain, accompanied by the blue moon. She was so straight that she reached the clouds. This female soldier was quite impressive. However, her eyes were too bright and her brows were cold and sharp. She did not look gentle or obedient enough. This was something that Mrs. Li did not like. After sizing up Yi Qian, Mrs. Li looked at Ying beside her. She lowered her head and looked at Ying submissively. Although Jiayi had forced her into a corner, she did not argue with Jiayi. She was more likable when she was gentle and weak. However, the expression on Yi Ying's face. Mrs. Li's gaze turned cold. If she still did not understand what was going on, she would have lived for decades in vain. However, she had just praised Ying and argued with old Xia. She could not possibly turn around and blame Ying now. That would be slapping her own face. She smiled and said, 2 flowers bloom, each showing their own branch. No wonder you are both so slim and graceful. So you are cousins. Yi Ying, your sister is admitted into the military academy. Now that you have joined the capital political group, it's time for you to stop being a little girl. Do you understand? Suspecting a military academy student of cheating to get into the military academy was indeed a serious matter. However, it could also be described as a little girl's jealousy. Mrs. Li, who did not want things to get worse, warned Ying with a smile. At the same time, she protected Ying. Ying did not answer immediately. She thought of what Du Jiayi had said. She was too tempted. She wanted to tell the commander-in-chief that Yi Qian was not that capable. She really wanted to say, the words were already at the tip of her tongue. However, Mrs. Li's gaze made her heart turn cold. No, Mrs. Li was already angry. If she did not listen to her, she would be in trouble. Ying nodded as if she had been wronged. Her voice choked as she said, I will remember. In the future. I will not dare to do it again. It was, I won't dare to do it again in the future, not, I won't do it again in the future. The difference of one word was 1,000 miles. It was obvious how unwilling Ying was to answer. Before Madame Li, whose face had turned slightly cold, could say anything, Du Jiayi said with a faint smile, you don't dare. It seems that someone really has a problem. You don't dare to do it because you are threatened. Yi Ying, you were talking nicely to me just now, and now you have another excuse. Are you kidding me, Du Jiayi? Shut up. This time, even the deputy chief of staff Du's face darkened. He looked at his aggressive daughter seriously and said, "What are you doing?" Du Jie smiled. "Dad, I'm really not messing around. Yesterday, Ying said that there were many problems with her sister. She even asked me to mention it to you." With a quivering voice, Ying interrupted her. "Sis Jie, I beg of you, please don't say any more. I know that I was wrong. Jie, take note of your image." Madame Li turned around. This time, her warning tone was much deeper than before. There was a clear hint of anger in her voice. Everything needs to be backed up with evidence. Without any evidence, what's the use of just saying it? Du Jie saw Madame Li's protectiveness of Ying, and it made her even more furious. Even in this state, my mother is still protecting her. If I don't tear down that fake face of hers, my surname won't be Du. However, if I force Ying to come out, I will only infuriate my mother. It's not worth it to infuriate my mother over a mere Ying. Fine, since I can't force Ying to come out, I'll have a good talk with Yi Qian. Chapter 2168. Du Jie closed in and looked at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, aren't you going to say something? Could it be that your results are just like what your sister said? They're all fake." "How could they be fake?" Deputy Chief of Staff Du reprimanded her with a frown. "Du Jie, I'm ordering you to leave now. Do you hear me?" "Dad, why are you being so fierce with me?" "I didn't say it. Ying said it herself." Du Jie was dissatisfied and retorted softly. She felt wronged too. "Du Jie, I'm very disappointed in your behavior today." Deputy Chief of Staff Du couldn't bear to scold his daughter and smiled at Yi Qian. "You're Xiao Yi from the National University of Science and Technology, right? Not bad, not bad. It's quite impressive that you got 3 first places. You don't have to explain. I believe you. That's all nonsense. I won't believe it. Don't be affected by it. When you stood in front of me just now, I felt the aura a soldier should have. Cold and mighty. Just based on your aura, I believe you." Yi Qian replied calmly, "Thank you for your trust, Chief. I have a clear conscience and there's nothing fake about it. If anyone doesn't believe me, I hope they can investigate me at any time. The Commander-in-Chief also said that as a soldier, I should be responsible for my words." "Chief, may I know who said that I cheated in the college entrance exam?" "No one said it. No one said it. It's a misunderstanding." Deputy Chief of Staff Du and his wife, Madame Li, both wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to say more. The cheating was pure nonsense. He had to reprimand his daughter when he got back. Yi Qian glanced at the pale Ying from the corner of his eyes and said, "Chief, it's best if you investigate. I'm open to any investigation. As for the recruit beside you, I'm indeed not her sister. If I were her sister, I wouldn't have escaped from her house that year. The people around me didn't believe what she said because everyone knew that she was full of lies." Yi Ying, who was already indignant, flew into a rage. "Yi Qian, you're the one who's full of lies." When it came to Yi Qian, she would always lose her rationality very quickly. She did not even notice that Madame Li's face had darkened. She said loudly, "Your father and my father are brothers, and my mother and your mother are biological sisters. Why aren't you and I sisters? That's not right. Didn't your parents divorce this morning? Also, your mother personally told me that my mother is not her elder sister, and I am not your elder sister. These words were also said by you. Why don't you dare to say it in front of the 2 chiefs today?" Madame Li didn't listen to anything else. She heard the word, divorce. Director Yi divorced his wife. Or this morning. How could she not know? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a black coat strode over. When he saw Mrs. Li, he was overjoyed and rushed over. Yi Ying, your parents got divorced this morning. What's going on? Madame Li, who felt that she had been lied to, turned cold. Don't tell me you don't know. Sorry to interrupt, Director Li. I have something very urgent to report to you. The assistant risked being scolded and interrupted. He really couldn't wait a second longer. As he spoke, he even glanced at Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who was at a loss for what to do after being questioned by Madame Li, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Madame Li did not notice anything strange. The appearance of Tai Chi gave her a chance to think about how to answer Madame Li. Chapter 2169. Mrs. Li's face darkened because of her assistant's carelessness, but she did not lose her temper on the spot. This assistant of hers had never been so rash before. Other than that time when De Air was almost stabbed, he had never been so rash before. Thinking of this, Mrs. Li's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to her eldest son again? What happened? Tell me, she said sternly. The assistant glanced at Yi Ying again and said softly, Director Li, it's more convenient for us to talk over there. Deputy Chief of Staff Du was also surprised by the news from Yi Qian. Director Yi divorced his wife. How was that possible? When they had dinner the night before, he was talking about how his wife did not accompany him to the capital because of health reasons. How did they suddenly get divorced? He did not know, and neither did his wife. Knowing his wife's temper, he quickly said, Qinglan, we are talking about the army now. It's not convenient for you to listen. Go with Yilin to deal with the company's affairs first. Okay. Mrs. Li nodded with a sullen face. When she looked at Yi Ying, she was a little cold. Yi Ying, come back later. I have something to ask you. Yi Ying's chest heaved up and down. She tried hard to calm herself down and nodded obediently. Okay, you deal with your affairs first. I'll wait for you. She was afraid that Mrs. Li would say something she was afraid of, so she nervously added, You don't know, Yi Qian loved to set me up since I was a child. He always pushed the blame to me when he did something wrong. Think about it, a person who even dared to cheat in the college entrance examination. What else does she not dare to do? In order to make Mrs. Li believe her, Yi Ying did not know that her words had made Commander-in-Chief Xiao's impression of her even worse. She was full of nonsense and immoral. He should have stopped such a person from joining the army at that time. Very well, she would wear the uniform today and be kicked out of the army tonight. Commander-in-Chief Xiao turned his head and whispered to the guard beside him. You really don't know? Mrs. Li asked again with a sharp look. Yi Ying, I want to hear the truth. Yi Ying shook her head firmly and replied gently as usual, Madam, I don't dare to lie to you. I really don't know anything. As she spoke, tears came out again. You know me. How can I lie to you? I'll call my mom right now. I'll call her right now. After staring at her for a while, Mrs. Li's face finally softened a little. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll believe you this time. Call him now and ask what's going on. The senior assistant, who was waiting by the side, secretly gave Yi Ying a take care of yourself look and respectfully followed Mrs. Li a few meters away. Just as she turned around, the frightened Yi Ying couldn't help but close her eyes and raise her hand to her chest to calm herself down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man appeared in time. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to answer. She knew that her luck wouldn't be bad. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, but someone immediately appeared to help her out. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Yi Ying's heart, which was beating wildly because of Mrs. Li's questioning, finally calmed down a little. Du Jiayi, who was surprised by the sudden good news, saw that Yi Ying hadn't made a phone call yet. She said coldly, Yi Ying, why don't you call and ask? Is what your sister said true? Yi Ying, who still had her eyes closed, suddenly heard her voice. She was so scared that she quickly opened her eyes and felt in her pocket. After a while, she remembered that she had given her mobile phone to the army.